Hey guys, good morning. We don't have time for introductions today. No fun music this morning because the Maya Kowalski court session, it's already in session. They've been going for about an hour, so we're going to get right to it. We're going to start covering. I'm going to catch up. Maya Kowalski is actually on the stand. I'm skipping the evidentiary. There was some evidentiary arguing in the morning, and we're just going to go straight to what is happening now. So everybody, well, not now, an hour ago. Okay, but Maya's taking the stand. I'm going to go get some coffee. I'm going to start playing this and I'll be back. Good morning, everybody. I know it's you got to take a while to get in here. I need to go share this on social media because I didn't do that yet. But let's just get started because Maya's taking the stand. So this is going to be very, very interesting. For those of you who are just joining me, I am covering the Maya Kowalski trial. This trial is about a medical kidnapping from Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital in Florida. They medically kidnapped, the allegations are that they medically kidnapped Maya Kowalski from her parents. She had a rare pain disorder. This lawsuit is being brought by the family against the hospital. The allegations are that the hospital's actions, along with the state, drove her mother to suicide, Beata Kowalski, who killed herself in because she was so desperate to see her daughter and she was not being allowed to be with her because she was falsely accused of having Munchausen syndrome by proxy. You all know how I feel about these types of cases. And that includes government corruption and collusion with hospitals and CPS. It's all bad. It's all terrible. Please take a look at the ticker that's about to be on the bottom of the screen here because YouTube is asshole. They have demonetized my entire channel and I'm not allowed to get YouTube super chats anymore. And so to get around that, you can send me super chats on Cash App and Venmo to support the show. And you can also send me messages there, which I will read out on the program, just like we do super chats. We are watching live right now on we are on Rumble. We are on Locals. We are meganfox.locals.com. Please join me over there. That's where you're going to get all the notifications for when I go live. We're also on Facebook and on YouTube right now. And no matter where you are joining us, thank you for being here. I sure appreciate you guys. Make sure you hit that like button and subscribe, and let's get going. I'm going to go get coffee, and I will be back. All right, here we go.
January 14th, 2017, when you were kept at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
Yes.
During the course of that, did you, from time to time, write letters to your mother, your father, or your brother?
Yes.
Let me show you, if I may approach, Your Honor. What's been marked for identification, Trial Exhibit 2375, and ask you to identify whether you are the author of that.
Yes, I wrote the note.
And that is your handwriting?
Yes.
And so, although I don't see that it's dated, is it in any place?
It's not.
But do you recall that whether this was written during the course of your stay at Johns Hopkins?
It was written when
And
I was
can you see that from what is written there, the descriptions?
Yes.
And in writing this, were you expressing your existing at that time mental, emotional, and physical condition?
Your Honor, I just object to the leading.
It's a minor.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Okay. What was the purpose involving, what if any involvement does the document reflect as to your mental, emotional, or physical condition, if you can look through it there?
Well, at the time, I desperately missed my family. I wasn't allowed to really have any contact with them. So in this document, I'm expressing how much I miss them. I was extremely depressed. And in the little, as far as physical wise, how I was doing, if you look, there's a heart. And in the heart is pictured my mom on the very far right, and my brother, me in the wheelchair, and then on the very far left would be my dad. So it's showing that I'm still sick.
Were you attempting at this point to address your health while in there?
Yes, but I couldn't explicitly state it.
Because what?
I couldn't explicitly state it because they wouldn't have sent the document.
Was that your intent, however?
Yes.
And did you state in there the status of your pain? I think it's in the top. It's mine. see that up there? Or has the judge got that shut down? I gave away all my copies.
You can put it back on the screen.
When you say not doing the best, but I'm hanging in there, what were you addressing?
I was trying to express that physically I wasn't doing very well. I was in a lot of pain with my CRPS. On top of that, I wasn't doing well mentally because, I was a kid and I was taken away from my family, so you could only imagine.
During this period of time was Dr. John Wassenauer your pediatrician?
Yes.
And through the course of your stay there, did it come to your attention that your parents from time to time would keep him updated?
I figured, I didn't know that entirely, but I could assume.
And did you trust your parents at that time, your mother or your father, to provide information to your pediatrician about your status during the period of time when you could not directly communicate?
Yes.
Your witness.
Mr. Anderson, do you want to do it?
I'm sorry.
Hey, good morning, Mike.
Good morning.
Just a couple quick questions. Do you know the date that this was sent?
I do not, I'm sorry.
And if I understand what you were telling the court, the purpose of this letter was to communicate with your mom, dad, and your brother?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if Dr. Wassner ever came to see you at All Children's?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure, yeah. Do you know if Dr. Wassenaar, your primary care pediatrician, ever came to see you at All Children's?
I believe he did not.
Thank you for your time.
Anything further?
Anything further from the court?
No, anything?
I do not.
Okay, Ms. Kowalski, if you could go ahead and see.
Thank you.
Any further argument on this? I guess I'll start with the defense.
Respectfully, Your Honor, the letter is self-explanatory. It's from Maya while she had a period of no contact due to DCF orders. It's written to her parents. It's not written to the doctor. It's not for the purpose of medical evaluation. I think it's self-explanatory. She wrote it because DCF precluded contact between her and her parents. So there's not a medical exception to this, and it's otherwise hearsay.
What about the state of mind exception?
It wouldn't be relevant to Dr. Wassenaar, to his testimony. I mean, this might come up again as to mine, but I don't understand why this would be relevant to an inquiry to be included within Dr. Wassenaar.
Maybe we missed the beginning of her testimony. I'm going to go look.
At this point, I agree that there hasn't been enough shown for 90.803 (4) for purposes of medical diagnosis or treatment. It's quite possible that Dr. Wassenaar will say that he used it as such. But I do believe it would qualify and is the exception under 90.803 (3) than existing mental, emotional, or physical condition. So I don't have a basis to preclude its admission. So
Move to admit.
you want to talk to Dr. Wassenaar to see if the other basis is there as well, or? I'm so sorry.
We covered during cross, Your Honor. I mean,
Okay, then I'll receive Exhibit 2375 over the defense objection. What's next?
I believe that's it. Well, no, we have 4 minutes. So there's a comprehensive med psych evaluation by Dr. Henschke. She is the psychiatrist. This is at 2011 for the record. I do not anticipate her testifying this week.
Yes, I think the issue is we objected to pages 8 through 13. We discussed this quite some time ago with counsel. 8 through 13 is a letter written for the court and an affidavit.
How far back can you go on a live stream? Because I'm on Law and Crime. I went all the way back to the beginning, but it doesn't seem, it seems to be like skipping ahead. Like, it seems like you can't get back any further than
Okay, keep
this
scrolling.
particular moment. But I should be able to go all the way back.
Please.
And
Next
I've
one.
checked Fox 13 too. So I don't know.
12 and 13, please.
Sorry, you guys. I was on with Legal Vices this morning, so I didn't hop on right at 9, but I figured I
At
could
this
just go
time, the
back.
court agrees that pages.
If
8
we have to
through
go back later
13
and rewatch it,
of
we will.
Exhibit
Don't worry.
2011 are not admissible.
We'll just
So
catch up where we
you
are.
Agreeing that the balance of 2011, except for those pages, can come in?
Your Honor,
So
we-
me too.
Mr. Anderson and I just had a brief discussion about this. There's certain portions of it that
Should we approve
I think
sidebar for this?
wishes to redact. I won't say what they are, but I think it's something he and I need to talk about.
Okay, but, so I will not move it in. You all can figure out whatever needs to be redacted.
Right.
If we need to substitute out with the clerk.
Or we'll speed this up while they're
Market for identification.
making their little-
Well,
we're having little arguments here. We'll speed it up.
Once it gets marked for identification, then
It can't be
We can hold off on this.
Well, let's approach sidebar so I can explain to the court.
is
Sidebars.
it something for today?
No.
And let's not deal with it today. It sounds like the defense had a couple of issues they wanted to talk about before we brought in the jury.
Very
Yes,
good.
Judge, we have advised counsel that we object to several of the witnesses that they have indicated they might call today. And I don't know if we want to address that now or
Which witnesses?
later. I don't know if they're calling. them or
Oh,
not.
I think okay, good point. Okay. So I think we know what was happening. This was just a short evidentiary hearing to see if they could get this letter in. So perhaps she is not testifying today. She was just testifying in this hearing about that letter to see if the judge will allow it in. So that's what's happening.
What was?
One is Meg Boland.
So they're
And the
still
other one
arguing about their
is Alina
evidence this
Kirshner.
morning. I got excited when I saw Maya on the stand and I thought she was going to testify today. I mean, that might still happen, but
Today?
No.
Okay, well, they gave them as witnesses for today.
all right, we're going to speed this up.
We also, they indicated they want to play the deposition of Dr. Napolitano.
We object to that. We don't think he fits within the requirements of the expert exception. And also they left in, I'm sure inadvertently, but they left in a section that was sustained.
The objection was sustained.
Well, I mean, I've already ruled on the Politanos, so if I sustain the objection, it needs to be cut from the video.
We didn't review it till 7 o'clock this morning, Judge, because we didn't get
Is
into
there
it.
any indication in there?
We sent the video to them last night. We'll remove the part. We'll take another look and remove that. We're not playing that today
Oh, you're not? Okay.
unless we run short on time. So
So Judge, when we had asked who they're calling them today, because they've given us like, those three were told, and they're not calling any of them. So we would like to know who they're calling, please.
I told Mr. Shapiro and
Just tell me who you're calling.
we've got Dr. Wilson this morning. And also Ms. Brown, who was a witness to Maya there in the hospital. This afternoon, then, we have Tishana Duncan and Father Jack Costello.
Were those names provided to you?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask, and I don't know if this is a Mr. Altenburg and Mr. Elliott question. I don't see Mr. Elliott. Where are we on the instruction that we talked about on Friday?
I briefly to Mr. Elliott, and last night I gave you a shorter edited version of it as well.
Get that man a
I would
microphone.
be happy to talk about it sometime later today. I don't think you want to do that right now, but you're also having the hearing tomorrow morning. I'm not quite sure how long or how much you want to cover, but I was sort of anticipating that they would tell me they want Mr. Elliott to handle it. He'll be there tomorrow.
My understanding is I can give you the
It's
morning.
important to try to get the ruling so that, so we can get an instruction to the jury that we're not the ones that took her away. If you hear more of that today, I'm not sure whether that will come up in the testimony of Ms. Duncan, for example. That's an emotional issue that is not legally correct.
Well, for Dr. Duncan's testimony, I guess we'll hear whatever it is. I can give you the morning tomorrow. My afternoon, I've already given it for another case, the Manatee case.
Your Honor, we filed a response to that special instruction last evening.
Well, the clerk hasn't docketed it yet, so it sounds like that's something we can address tomorrow morning.
Unless it becomes a big issue today, I think tomorrow morning is for that.
Anything else from the defense before we bring in the jury? And anything else from the plaintiffs?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
And you saw that I ruled on the round 2 deposition designations, and so,
When this comes up again, Judge, we can address that.
okay.
That video objection when it was omitted in others. It should have been asserted.
It was.
I just was referring to, like, there was 10 depositions over the weekend I ruled on.
Yeah, and I was making reference to Napolitano was one of them.
I think that was the first batch. Was it Napolitano?
Could be, Judge.
Yeah. They all kind of blend together, right? After a while, all these depositions. Okay. We ready to bring in the jury?
I believe so, Your Honor.
Let's bring in the jury.
All right, we'll speed this up some more. Wait till the jury gets in. So we are catching up on the Maya Kowalski trial that is live right now. We're about an hour behind. I'm going to play it at higher speed so we can get caught up, and then we should go through the afternoon. I don't have anywhere to go, so most likely I'll be able to cover the whole day today.
Please be seated. I want to confirm, while you were away for this 3-day weekend, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and you received no information. Is that all correct?
Yes.
Okay, did you all have a good weekend?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Anderson, call your next witness, please.
Dr. John Wassenauer.
So this is one of the doctors. I'm going to play it at speed 1.25 for a little while. If it's too fast, I'll slow it down, but I do want to get caught up to live. Don't forget to hit that like and subscribe button. If you're on Rumble, hit that thumbs up. If you're on YouTube, hit the thumbs up. If you're on Locals, you can send tips. On Rumble, you can send rants. And if you're on YouTube, because YouTube is asshole, they demonetize me. So make sure you check out that ticker running across the bottom of the screen. That will tell you how to send your super chats and comments to me that I will read out on the program today.
John Wassner.
And have you been called here as the Kowalski's family doctor?
Yes, sir.
Essentially. And so have you treated then Maya Kowalski, Kyle Kowalski, and before her passing, Beata Kowalski?
I have.
Just curiously, have you ever treated Jack Kowalski?
Not to my knowledge.
So I'd like to get the jury to know a little bit about you. You grew up in St. Petersburg, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then attended St. Pete College, University of Florida.
Yes, sir.
And you did a mixed internship residency in pediatrics and internal medicine.
I did a dual combined residency in adult internal medicine and pediatrics.
And where
at
did you do
Duke
that?
University.
And where did you do that?
Duke University.
So these two specializations, can you tell the jury just a tiny bit about the two choices you made, pediatrics and internal medicine, what you wanted to do in your career?
Okay, so basically, the program is the same as a conventional pediatric program and an adult internal medicine program. It just combines the requirements of both programs into an accelerated training, if you will. We have to sit for the same boards as straight adult internal medicine physicians do, and the same boards as straight pediatric physicians do. My original intention when I was
All right, this
when I
is
was in
all
medical
his
school
background, so we're going to
was
get through it
do
faster.
Pediatrics, but after an experience on an externship in the islands, I came back and Duke happened to send me a flyer on their program for internal medicine and pediatrics, and that's what I decided was for me because I enjoyed the spectrum of seeing babies up to the geriatrics. It was really appealed to me.
It's gratifying. And what are the additional or different attributes, qualifications in dealing with children over adults that you have noticed? And I'm speaking of this in terms of why you chose pediatrics.
Well,
That's
I
a
was
bad question. Let me know. I'm known to ask
a little confused. I always tell my patients and people who ask, why do you do that? I say it's the two ends, the young and the very old that are similar. It's the people in between that are different. And so it's really not that much of a stretch. You just have to keep in mind where people are at this point in time in their growth and development.
And are you board certified in both?
Yes, sir.
And how long have you been board certified?
33 years.
And how long have you been in practice?
33 years.
So, so the jury knows your group is called First Physicians of Sarasota?
Yes, sir.
And is that part of Sarasota Memorial Hospital?
Yes, sir.
And through that, do you and do you still do your own pediatric hospital work?
Up until 2018, we admitted to both hospitals, everything from pediatrics to adult internal medicine. Now the group, our inpatient work is limited to newborns.
How many years did you spend practicing in hospitals in the sense of admissions following patients there?
So that would be probably 28.
And over the course of your career, have you had the opportunity to treat patients with CRPS?
I've had a couple of adult patients. Mine was my first pediatric patient.
Outside of CRPS, have you treated other chronic pain patients?
Absolutely, it's a big part of the practice.
And so did there come a time that Maya Kowalski and the Kowalskis, Kyle, Maya, Beata, became patients of yours?
They in 2014, 2015. Yeah.
Yes. All right. And so through the course, and do you continue to treat them to this day?
I do.
Approximately how often do you see them?
Depends on what's going on. Recently, maybe once or twice a year.
Okay. And then up until, let's say, the summer of 2015, how would you describe Maya's health?
It was good. She wasn't different than a lot of my other pediatric practice. She had asthma, she had some allergy issues, but that's pretty common in pediatrics.
Now, as a pediatrician, are you required by the state of Florida that if you see any signs of confirmed signs of child abuse that you have to report?
Absolutely.
Overall, you can answer that question.
How could they say
You can answer
objection
the question.
relevance?
Yes, sir. I'm compelled to report it.
Tell the jury
Ridiculous.
about
Of course it's
Beata
relevant.
Kowalski.
He knows the family. He's the
Times that you
physician.
saw
He's a
her and know
mandated
her.
reporter.
What was she like in your professional view as a mother?
As a mother, she was very attentive, and I feel very loving towards her family and her children. Very concerned about them always when I saw her.
Did you ever see at any time any indications whatsoever that Beata Kowalski contained any signs, warning signs, troublesome indications that would indicate that she might be in any way abusive to either of her children?
No.
So then, as the care progressed, then did there come a time when Maya started to have unusual pain symptoms?
That was after her July admission, when everything started.
Okay. And so let's look at, if we can, 1066-003. And we can pull it up here for you, Doctor, I think. And the date of this, for the record, is a visit of September 2nd, 2015.
Yes, sir.
And we've got this before you here. So what was going on with Maya at this time, just generally?
According to my note, that this was a follow-up of a series of ER visits and hospital visits, and she had asthma exacerbations and had been requiring steroids, and had actually been admitted to All Children's on July 7, 2015 with an asthma exacerbation.
Does it say there how long she was? And I'm not sure it does. I'm not suggesting that it does, but.
She was discharged on the 11th, it says.
All right. So 4 days there at Johns Hopkins.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And so it says here she's had tremendous difficulties with pain control requiring high levels of analgesia. And did you see her then at this time and physically examine her on September 2nd, 2015?
Yes, I did examine her.
And what did the examination reveal, if anything?
Can you pop up to the next page, please?
Yes, that would help.
All right, that basically I did not have any focal findings on that particular time.
All right. Now, it says there, steroid-induced myopathy with severe intractable pain. Now, at this point, had anyone ID'd, if you will, CRPS?
No, sir.
That's to your knowledge. And had you seen Maya enough times at this point to be able, or strike that, had she expressed enough symptoms to you at that time to be able to diagnose that?
No, sir.
And then it says here at the bottom, number 8, behavioral disturbance with possible conversion disorder. Can you tell the jury whether during the time that you saw Maya, either here or on down the road, whether she ever actually exhibited this, or whether this was a diagnosis or possible diagnosis taken from somewhere else that you noted?
It was just, I didn't see it, but it was from findings in the records from the period, July till I saw her and follow up there.
So this came from Johns Hopkins, most probably?
Yes, sir.
But during the time that you actually saw her, did you, and you saw her in pain, can you tell the jury whether you ever saw any indications that Maya was making this up, or if either making it up out of whole cloth that she wasn't really in pain, or that she believed she was in pain, but she wasn't really in pain? Did you see any?
Yeah, it's a standard leading.
Oh, yeah. What, if any, signs did you see during the time you treated her of any conversion disorder?
I did not have findings over time consistent with conversion disorder.
And did you have any findings over time of factitious disorder?
No, sir.
And did you have any findings over time of Beata Kowalski being a perpetrator of Munchausen by proxy or any other derivative of child abuse?
No, sir.
You're wrong. Overruled. You can answer.
And your answer was?
I did not see any signs of that.
Objecting
Okay.
to this guy's
So then,
testimony is not
If we
helping.
go to the next, and for the record,
He's a
it's
doctor.
1066-0005.
He can answer these
And
questions.
this is your visit of October 15th, 2015. And by this time, what's happening under history?
Okay, so in this time, she had been seen by Dr. Kirkpatrick of pain management, who had diagnosed her with the complex regional pain syndrome.
Did you know of Dr. Kirkpatrick?
I did not before that.
And did you come to find out what he did?
Yes, sir.
And what were his specializations?
Well, he's anesthesia / pain management, board certified in that with a specialty in the CRPS.
And did you come to find out he was the person who started the RSD Foundation?
I was not aware of that. So.
What is the, is RSD another name for CRPS or an older name?
Yeah, older name is reflex sympathetic dystrophy.
All right. And so here, is there a particular treatment that she had started with? In the middle of history there, I think. She started on heated.
Okay, under her current medications, is there not a way for me to scroll this up? Or?
No, I'm just looking under history of present illnesses. It says that she was
Okay.
started on.
Okay, so improved. Okay, so it says that she had received some ketamine treatments and that she had improved following the infusion series. She was taking oxycodone, which is a opiate pain medication, and Valium, which is a benzodiazepine, which is a muscle relaxant and tranquilizer.
Now, were those medications prescribed to her before she came to you? The oxycodone and the.
Not to my knowledge.
So, and then she says she has recently been listed with glasses as she has been continuing having
Diplopia, which is double vision.
And visual disturbances. Now, prior to this, was there any sign that Maya had these conditions, or was this the first onset?
This is the first that I was aware of it.
And in your review, did it come to your attention that this is, in fact, one of the symptoms of CRPS?
In my subsequent reading, I was aware that it falls within the spectrum of CRPS. Yes, sir.
All right. And so then again, this is a carry forward on the next page, which is 0006. And again, it's carrying forward the same history of mood and behavior disturbance. But from this visit, again, did you see any signs whatsoever that Maya was actually exhibiting these as opposed to moving forward a previously made diagnosis?
No, sir, I did not see any signs, and I need to make people aware that when I do these impressions at the bottom, and a lot of that is for my purpose of keeping in the back of my mind as things roll forward, what they've been through and what might enter into their care in the future. So I will tend to try and list significant problems, even if they aren't presently active at the time.
Now, if you are going to reach a, and I'm not sure if it's called a working diagnosis or a current diagnosis can you explain to the jury what a differential diagnosis process is?
Okay, so Maya's complaints at the time were very unusual. In her extreme pain, it was difficult to manage. And so when you get that, you start running through your mind. Anytime you're talking to a patient, you're kind of listening to what symptoms they're having, what history they're giving, and you're kind of going through your mind, ruling things out or saying, no, this is still a possibility. And so when someone comes to you with terrible pain, history of weakness, you think about things like peripheral neuropathy, which is a nerve malfunction or damage. You think about rheumatoid conditions there are things called juvenile rheumatoid arthritis, which can give you pain and inflammation and disability. You think about Guillain-Barré, which is an ascending paralysis. So you're kind of, while you're talking to these people, you're kind of working through things, saying, okay, this needs to stay back there, and this, keep working it and seeing what happens. As I'm sure you'll get to at some point in the court proceedings, the complex regional pain syndrome is an unusual and uncommon medical condition that we don't understand especially well as far as what causes the symptomatology. We do suspect some autoimmune factors in it, but it is not something that I can do a blood test or I can do a CAT scan or some other test to say, okay, bam, she's got it. Okay, so experts in the past, when this was first described in the late 1800s, in pediatrics, 1970s, I think. But because it didn't have a hard and fast blood test you could do, or a CAT scan or an X-ray or something like that, a symposium of experts convened to try and standardize the description for complex regional pain syndrome so that they can make progress studying it and evaluating treatments for it, because you can't have everybody doing different things for something that's similar but doesn't fall into that category. So
What was the name of that?
the Budapest criteria was done, I believe, in 2010, and they came up with a series of requirements that this person needed to meet in order to be categorized to have complex regional pain syndrome. And then that's very important, because if you're studying treatments and you're studying outcomes and how they do over time, you have to have a similar population of people. And this is an unusual condition. There's not a lot of it that, there's not massive numbers of it running around. So if you want to study a rare condition, you have to make sure that your definitions are pretty strict and you're studying a similar group. So that's what they attempted to do with the Budapest criteria.
Okay.
Sorry, that was a long-winded answer.
No, that's informative. I want to go back for a moment to the issue over who first prescribed the oxycodone. Let me show you and the jury what's been previously marked into evidence as 1008-4. And if you can look down there, and I'm not sure if it's on this page.
Discharge, yeah, I see it. This patient was discharged on PO, Valium, oxycodone, Tylenol, ibuprofen.
And to your knowledge, was this her first opioid prescribed?
To my knowledge.
And this was by whom?
I'm assuming this is an all children's discharge.
Yes, it's an all children's. So now let's turn then to a couple months later, November 5th, 2015, and that's it previously admitted into evidence 1066-0007. This is your visit, as I say, November 2015. So you're about what? Just less than a month later. So tell the jury what's going on here.
Okay, I'm got a blank screen right at the moment.
That makes it hard.
But I have paper backup because I'm old school.
Get your tech working, folks.
100
What was the date?
10. I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. It's 1066.
This guy totally looks like a doctor, doesn't he?
0007.
I mean, he just looks like the stereotypical doctor with the black bag. I can picture him in a hat with a black bag. He looks like the doctor from Field of
Okay.
Dreams.
And is this your note?
This is my note.
What's happening now with Maya, and then we'll get into her family.
All right, so I go on to note that she was hospitalized at All Children's from October 20th to October 23rd with abdominal pain.
Was this then the second admission to the best of your knowledge?
To my knowledge, yes, sir.
Go ahead.
They worked her up for abdominal pain. They said she was noted to have obstipation, which is a fancy name for severe constipation. On workup, they put a tube down her nose into her stomach to assist the treatment of that condition. And she was giving something called Miralax, which is commonly used to resolve the condition.
So the jury's aware. This is before the Mexico visit, is it not?
To my knowledge, yes, sir.
All right. And so as of November 5th, 2015, this obstipation, that means that Maya was suffering from severe constipation right there?
That's what their assumption was, but as we can get into at some point, she has had ongoing abdominal complaints across time, of which there were some objective findings that I don't think that was the whole answer, is the long and the short.
Okay. All right. And so then she is seen by another pediatric GI. I'm trying to skip ahead here.
Okay.
And then it says there's something about the parents. Can you tell the jury what was going on with Mr. and Mrs. Kowalski?
So they were frustrated with the GI visit in that they didn't feel that her symptoms were being addressed. And I made the comment that Jack and Beata were taking turns attending Maya at night as her sleep was greatly disturbed and she would wake up with pain requiring the attendance of her parents. So both parents were having their sleep significantly shortened and attenuated by the ongoing symptoms.
Were the parents under stress at this point?
Absolutely.
And is that an unusual state for parents of a child with a painful condition?
Absolutely not. Any parent who's seen their child suffer and feels like they haven't gotten adequate resolution or control of that is going to be extremely stressed until that situation is met.
Now, underneath the current medications, can you tell the jury whether, and on the next page plan, it also talks about, what I'm trying to inform the jury of is what meds were you and what meds did you receive back from that had been previously described by All Children's or someone else?
Okay, so there's quite an extensive list of medications at the time I saw her on November 5th. Basically, all those, she came to me with those from other physicians. The only change I made was to put her on a more powerful acid blocker to try and get her some improved control of her GI symptoms.
And again, at this point, any signs of conversion or factitious disorder or any other psychiatric,
No, sir,
psychological problem?
not by my account.
Let's then go to what's been previously marked into evidence as 1066-0009. For the record, Your Honor, this is a visit of December 17th, 2015, again, about a month and a week after the last one. So what's going on here now?
Okay, so now She has come back to me from her trip to Monterrey, Mexico, where she underwent the ketamine induced coma for 5 days. And mother had reported that she had significant improvement following that treatment.
And I take it that you knew she was going to do the Mexico trip before they went?
Yes, sir.
And from your research, what were your thoughts of Maya undergoing this? And first, let me ask you, in your review, did it appear that Maya had already been treated with the typical, if you will, first stage treatment of CRPS by this point?
Check the form, Judge.
I'm not sure the actual question, so why don't we start with
It may not have been a question. What I'm trying to get at is, what, if any, investigation did you do in looking at whether Maya's trip to Mexico was warranted from prior care? That's a little
So basically, Maya had been tried on the usual things that pain management does. And we do a significant amount of these conventional things in primary care, use of different non-narcotic pain medications, things called like tramadol, and I think the ketorolac, and I see a clonidine in there. At one point, she was on things called gabapentin. So they had really run through the usual list of things that we try outpatient for pain control.
And had she been through the regimen of OT, PT?
Yeah, she's been trying that all along. Mm-hmm.
And for the jury, what are those, OT, PT?
Oh, sorry. Yes. Occupational
That's fine.
therapy and physical therapy. They try and improve her conditioning and use of her extremities and try and prevent long-term damage or contractures and loss of use. One thing I should say is that when you have difficult to treat conditions that aren't responding to usual modalities, it's not unusual for parents to seek other options and other treatment, especially if they see their child is having ongoing pain, it's not being adequately controlled by the medical establishment. So I'm not surprised. I have a lot of motivated parents that, start doing research, start contacting institutions and things to see, okay, the conventional stuff isn't working. What else do we have? And so that by itself isn't unusual.
So, and what was Beata's profession?
She was a registered nurse, specifically trained in IV infusions.
From your interaction with her, did she appear to have a good, bad, working, or excellent strike? How would you describe her medical knowledge for an RN of her experience?
So Beata is a very intelligent, assertive female with an excellent knowledge base. And sometimes medical professionals push back against that.
Mm-hmm.
But she knew what she was talking about. She was
Yes,
very
they
smart.
do. They hate being
And
told
so
by somebody who's not a doctor that somebody
there's
else
been
knows
some
something
testimony
more
about
than they
risk
do.
factors
They hate
in
it.
this type of treatment, the one in Mexico. What, if any, concerns did you have, and how did you resolve it? Within your mind as a attending pediatrician for the family.
Well, it's definitely an unusual line of treatment that certainly I hadn't had previous experience with. So, I know that the parents were looking to help their little girl and that they had tried all the usual things. And so they were going after this. If I can expound on a moment, ketamine has been used. Ketamine is now used in a wide variety of.
Hold on, Doc.
Sir.
You kind of need to wait for a question.
Okay, sorry.
This treatment involved ketamine. Can you explain to the jury a little bit about how your knowledge of ketamine influenced any advice you gave to the family?
Judge, Your Honor, calls for narrative answer.
Overruled on that one. You can answer.
I'm sorry, rephrase it one more time.
Sure. Can you tell the jury, insofar as the advice you were giving the parents about this, how your knowledge of ketamine and whether that influenced it?
I did not have adequate experience with the use of ketamine in that particular circumstance to give them a good background one way or another as far as whether it would be helpful. But I had heard of a wide variety of uses for ketamine in the past, IV ketamine.
And was there a physician involved who did have experience in these?
That definitely falls into the purview of pain management specialists,
Had she-
especially if they're trying to complete or treat something like complex regional pain syndrome.
And had she been to Dr. Kirkpatrick by that time?
Yes, sir.
And in your professional opinion, did Dr. Kirkpatrick have the necessary history, training, and specialization to advise the family in that?
Yes, sir.
Overruled that objection.
So now, can you explain a little bit about ketamine and how it functions in this CRPS venue to the jury?
I am not an expert on the use of the
How about this?
pathophysiology.
How about, what is the history of ketamine as a treatment?
Ketamine is used.
Yes, Your Honor, it's a lack of foundation. No knowledge or expertise been demonstrated.
Why don't you show
I'll let
more
you-
foundation?
Yes, sir. So through the course of your practice, have you had the opportunity to follow patients who have been through surgeries?
Yes, sir.
And have those surgeries involved sedation using ketamine?
Yes, sir.
And through the need to understand the patients, have you had the opportunity to perform research or otherwise inquire to ensure you had adequate knowledge of the function of this drug?
It came up during my training as far as pharmacologic teachings, but nothing extra on top of that.
While not an expert in it, are you familiar with the basics of ketamine insofar as its general uses in medicine?
Yes, sir.
Let me ask again, can you give the jury as a bit of an overview of the uses of ketamine in treatment of various diseases?
So obviously, we're here talking about ketamine to be used in complex regional pain syndrome. It's also been used in induction. It's also been used, induction of anesthesia. It's also been used in refractory depression that hasn't responded well to other of our conventional medications. And that one, actually, you can get IV infusions of ketamine in Sarasota now for refractory depression by,
All right. So,
trained specialists. And so it's not uncommon.
is it FDA approved for that use now?
I believe it is for depression.
And so the use of ketamine in this instance to treat CRPS, what is the term off-brand or off-label?
Off-label.
What can you explain to the jury what that means?
So frequently in medicine, a drug is originally approved for a very specific indication. Say, for instance, amitriptyline was originally approved for depression. We don't use it that much for depression anymore because it's not great for that. We have better drugs, but we use it off-label for sleep disturbance. We use it for recurrent headaches. We use it in pain management. So a lot of times a drug was approved for a specific indication by the government, the FDA, and later on through research and trial and error and things, it gets used for other conditions that originally it wasn't studied for. Most companies don't go back to the FDA and get those specific approvals because that's an expensive process and very time consuming and expensive.
All right, going back to the visit then, 1066-009, you noted that, quote, skin lesions she was suffering from have resolved. Tell us about Maya's skin lesions and the relationship to CRPS.
Well, one of the things that is described in CRPS is these nonspecific lesions that are on their extremities that sometimes can correlate with the activity of the disease, but to my knowledge, to the present understanding, these lesions aren't definitive proof, so I can't biopsy these lesions and say, okay, that's a CRPS lesion. They've been noted by other clinicians to occur during the course of the disease, but at this point of our understanding, they do not help you nail the diagnosis, if you will.
Were her lesions improving?
Well, they had, I didn't comment on my note there that there was anything unusual for me to see. So by definition, they must have improved.
But she had had skin lesions apparently before going to Mexico?
That's my understanding.
And this is after Mexico or before?
This one's after.
Okay. All right. And after Mexico, can you tell the jury whether she had improvement in her asthma?
Yes, she did have improvement in her asthma, and that is one of the things that her pulmonologist had commented on, that ketamine is sometimes useful for relieving bronchospasm and helping control asthma. So it has had a little side benefit there.
As to the latest research on the relationship of different skin lesions to CRPS, would you defer to the CRPS experts?
Absolutely.
And so it says still in a wheelchair, but can be touched and examined more readily than before. Can you explain to the jury what allodynia is insofar as Maya's CRPS and why this is important?
Okay, so that's a very important thing to appreciate, because until you've seen it on a patient, it's very striking. So allodynia is another fancy name for saying that a slight or a light touch, a normal touch, if you will, causes severe pain in an individual. So a light brush can cause excruciating pain. And it is one of the factors that's in the definition or criteria for CRPS by the Budapest criteria. It can occur in other conditions. I have another patient who had a cervical spine injury that had severe allodynia. And if you haven't seen it before, and I think that's part of the problem where some of these physicians, when they are assessing Maya, you think, well, this person's carrying on, they're being histrionic, they're exaggerating, okay? Because it doesn't initially make sense to you. Is, oh, all I did was barely touch her, and she, jumped back and carried on. And for those people, it's a real thing. It's a real, it's not a fake.
And those nurses put a
At
blood
some point,
pressure
they'll
cuff
talk to
on
you
her
about the
regularly.
pain score.
Those hurt when you don't have
developed
the
by the famous
CRPS.
Canadian Medical University, assessing different levels of pain attributed to different conditions. And it's very near the top. It's a difficult.
Responsible question.
What is the McGill Pain Scale?
It is a scale developed at McGill University to show levels of pain attributed to various conditions.
Do we have that readily, or can we find that? If we can't, we can wait and move on. And then if you'll let us know an exhibit number before we display it.
Imagine a little girl being in that much
Sounding good,
pain
yeah.
that she
Well, hold on.
screams in agony when you just
Okay.
lightly touch her. And they're putting
So then
blood
you saw her
pressure
again
cuffs on her and pretending that
February
she's making
22nd,
it up.
2016.
That's what they did at Johns
Um,
Hopkins.
I think we'll skip ahead of the interest of time on that one, and then go to what's been previously marked in evidence 1066-0013, which is your visit of April 1st, 2016. All right, so tell the jury what's happening here under history of present illness.
Okay, so she had been getting, this is April 2016, she had been getting ketamine infusions 3 to 5 times a week for the month of March and was having physical therapy. At that time, she had had a port placed in her left lateral chest.
By whom?
All children's, I believe.
By
Let me explain
Johns
to the
Hopkins, all
jury what a
children's?
port is and what they use it for real quick. It's just a device planted underneath the skin. We frequently use, say, in chemotherapy for cancer patients or for children who have blood conditions that require frequent laboratory studies or treatments. So it's a little device that's inserted underneath the skin. It has a tube that goes into their circulation. It makes access easier for their treatments.
And this was placed by Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so you say here to schedule to get some IVIG treatment. What is that?
Okay, intravenous immune globulin. So basically, that's a product that's used in medicine, a purified form of a protein that's important in the immune system. IVIG has a wide variety of uses, even in neurologic conditions. We use it to treat Guillain-Barré, which is the ascending paralysis condition. And in children who have immune deficiency and are susceptible to infections, we use it in that circumstance. So it has and actually there was a paper that they used IVIG specifically with.
Objection, Your Honor, medical literature being used to bolster.
Hasn't identified it and he hasn't stated it.
Just overruled that objection. You can continue.
Go ahead.
There is a paper that wrote about the use of IVIG in CRPS.
All right. And then it says here in the middle of present illness, her appetite is variable, but she looks better. Can you tell the jury from what you recall, how did Maya look better? What was significant to you, if anything?
Just that she had looked physically feeling better than on her previous visits with me.
More talkative, more
Yeah.
movement, a little better?
Mhm.
Okay. And then under impressions, your number one impression was? At the bottom?
The CRPS. Mhm.
Okay. Now let's move then to what's been previously marked in evidence as 1066-0015. And for the record, this is a visit with you of August 11th, 2016. So now we're 4 months later. And how's Maya doing now? She's some, 9 months post Mexico.
Okay, so she's doing her physical therapy in the pool 3 days a week. Make the remark that she's made significant progress. At the time, she was getting the IVIG treatments and scheduled to start ketamine treatments again.
And it also says she'd finished 40 hyperbaric treatments in mid-July. Do you know whether the Kowalskis were looking for other treatments to supplant the ketamine at this time?
They were investigating various options to try and bolster her and get her better. And that was one of them.
And ketamine treatments were fairly expensive, or do you know?
They're expensive.
So was this an attempt to find a more,
Objection, Your Honor, it calls for speculation and stigma.
well, I haven't finished the question.
Okay, well, let's finish the question, but let's make sure it's not speculation.
I'll rearrange. What, if anything, was their goal in using the hyperbaric and the IVIG insofar as the continued use of the ketamine?
What did I think about the treatments of the
I'll
IVIG?
withdraw. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
All right. So at this point, what's her weight there? Under physical exam?
29.4 kilos.
Okay. So what does it say there in this first paragraph under history? How was her appetite? It's a
Talking
less.
about the August 2016 visit.
Yes, sir. Under the history of present illness, that first paragraph, last sentence.
Appetite was good and she had a good weight gain.
So overall, now 9 months after the Mexico treatment, what was your impression of how Maya was doing insofar as her CRPS and overall health?
It was progress.
Let's then go to February 22nd, 2016. Honestly, am I out of the, no, sorry. I think we've already been through that. Yeah, we've already done that one.
I'm
One
going to
moment.
get a snack. I'll be right back.
All right. So I'd like to talk a little bit about Maya's weight before and after she went into Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital on that October 7th through October 7th, 2016 through January 14th, 2017 visit. We're here about,
Hold on, I'm listening to Dr. Wassenaar. Dr. Wassenaar just pulled out some files.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I told counsel he was bringing his files, and we previously marked into evidence the one that we're going to use, which I'll reference now, Your Honor.
That's fine.
There's 2792.0-001. And then Dr. Wassenaar, if you have other records that confirm this chart, let us know as we ask questions. But if we could bring up 2792-001 for the jury. Okay.
Can I explain what this is?
Yeah, can you explain what this is?
Okay. So in pediatrics, we use growth charts for height and weight. pretty standard from the time they're newborn up until 18. It's basically a graph constructed from measurements over thousands of children. It's standardized. The bottom of the graph is the 5th percentile, the top on this particular one, 97th percentile. Anything between the top and the bottom of the graph is considered normal. The dark line in the middle is considered the median, the 50th percentile. In pediatric, we use it to assess for deviations in the patient's condition. So for instance, if we get an infant that's failing to thrive, that they're following a particular line on the growth chart and suddenly they're falling off that line or falling below, or conversely, if it's going up, then that's your cue to ask more questions, do more investigations, what's going on that they're falling off their growth curve.
Now, did I ask you to go back and look at weights of Maya immediately before she went in to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital on October 7th, 2016, and your next visit immediately after her January 14th, 2017 visit?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury what your findings were?
Basically, that the weight in August of 2016 was 64.8 pounds, and when she came out, she was 64.6 pounds, so no real change.
But she'd actually gone down 0.2 pounds?
Yes, sir.
So there's been a representation here that Maya gained weight during her visit. From your records, is that confirmed or rejected?
By my records, by my scales that we normally weigh her on, she was essentially the same or slightly less.
No significant gain at Johns Hopkins from your weights?
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
What if any, weight gain at Johns Hopkins was reflected, if any?
Nothing was reflected as far as gaining weight.
Okay. Tell us about Kyle now. There was an allegation raised about Kyle Kowalski and failing to thrive or malnourished. Can you tell the jury about Kyle's?
An allegation
That's from the-
I'm not aware of.
Sustained. Let's just ask questions without the commentary.
Tell us about Kyle's weight.
Kyle's been a pretty healthy guy, and I don't get to see him very much. And he looks, like a lot of my other teenage males, long and slender, and can probably eat you out of house and home. So I don't have any concerns regarding Kyle.
Got it. Now, did there come a time that, hang on one moment, let me see. I wanted to continue on then to 1066-10017. And this is a visit, January 18th, 2017, noting for the record that Maya had left Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital on the 14th. Now, if you would, just review that again, it's 1066-0017.
This is the one in 2017 visit.
Yes, sir.
So basically, this is the first time I've seen Maya since coming out of All Children's, and it was, as I made the comment, a terrible ordeal. I made the comment that Child Protective Services stepped in and removed custody of Maya from the parents, and that they were accused of Munchausen by proxy, and labeling the child as having a fictitious disorder or a conversion disorder.
Again, had you ever seen any signs of that as the family pediatrician?
No.
How was Maya doing physically after the administrations of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
Not great, but she was grateful to be out of the hospital.
Okay. And it says that in the middle there, Maya continues to have great difficulties and is in worse physical shape than when she went in.
Yes,
You
sir.
see that? Was that your observation at the
That's my
time?
observation.
And then it says, prior to her being admitted, she was able to push herself around in the house with a wheelchair and do transfers back and forth from the chair to the wheelchair. And was she able to do that now that she'd been in there for 3.5 months?
She was much more sensitive to the pain.
Did it appear that the CRPS had improved or gotten worse from your
Gotten
perspective?
worse, in my opinion.
Then at the bottom of the third line, or fourth line up from the first paragraph, history of illness, did you note some scattered lesions on her arm.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury whether these appear to be substantially the same as the lesions that you had noted prior to her going in to Johns Hopkins?
Prior to-
Do they look the same, generally the same as the ones you've seen?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so she is going then to see a specialist in Rhode Island.
Yes, sir.
And by this point, her mother's passed.
Yes, sir. She passed on January 7th.
All right. Now, I want to ask you, if we can, about the time period when the Kowalskis went in on October 7th. Over this period, those first few days at Johns Hopkins, what, if any, contact did you have with anyone there?
I received a call from a resident physician from All Children's just asking some basic questions about her condition.
Speak into the microphone,
And-
sir.
How long was the phone call, would you say?
A few minutes.
And during that phone call, did he explain to you that they were questioning her CRPS diagnosis?
No, that was not made clear in my conversation with them.
Did they ask you anything about your knowledge?
did it get so
or your
quiet?
basis of knowledge as to whether there was any history indicative of Munchausen by proxy?
No, sir.
Did they ask you for any information about your knowledge of whether you saw any signs in Maya of conversion disorder or factitious disorder?
No, sir.
Did it surprise you when you learned what was actually going on?
Yes, very much.
Objection, Your Honor, surprise, irrelevant,
I'm sorry, what's the legal
Irrelevant.
basis?
irrelevant.
Overruled.
And can you tell the jury what's wrong with this picture? In other words, if it is, what are your concerns with the level of investigation with you under these circumstances?
If you're considering a patient having conversion disorder or Munchausen by proxy, in which someone is inflicting harm on a patient, it can be a very difficult thing to establish. And so you need to talk to multiple physicians and multiple individuals to get their perspective on, you basically get all the information, basically saying, does this have basis? Does this have merit? And it's very difficult. The consequences are high if you get it wrong, if you accuse somebody of it. And it's not the case, it's a terrible thing. If you have a case and they miss it, and the child goes on to be, subject to this, it's also a terrible thing. So it's very important that you utilize all the information at hand. And you certainly, in the articles I've read, talking to the primary care physician is one of the, in the articles I've read, talking to the primary care physician is one of the big components of that.
I'm switching
And
because
are
law
you
and crime
through
is
those
louder.
conversations?
Hold on one second, Mr. Anderson.
May we approach?
You may.
At least it appeared to be louder to me. Hold on, let me speed this up while they're doing sidebars. He's not wrong. The consequences of being wrong about a Munchausen by proxy disorder are huge. No, they didn't even speak to her physician, you guys. That's what we just learned. They never asked him for his opinion on this Munchausen by proxy bullshit. Can you imagine not asking the pediatrician who's been treating the child and the family and the mother? She was his patient. But I can tell you why they don't. Munchausen by proxy experts, the child abuse doctors, they regularly in their trainings say that people with Munchausen by proxy can pull the wool over the eyes of their treating physician. And their treating physician cannot see the signs. They're so full of their own importance. They have God complexes, these people. So they disregard the treating physician's opinion completely. Totally disregard it in favor of their own opinion. That's why they didn't speak to him. They didn't want to know. They just automatically assume that he is being fooled by the abusing Munchausen mom. This shit is so awful and toxic. I mean, in Cynthia Absuck's case, She had many doctors, Dr. Wong in particular, who was the one who was the treating physician who wanted
Members of the
her
jury,
son on seizure
I'm gonna
medication,
direct
and
that
they
you
ignored him
disregard
completely.
That last answer.
Oh, the
I'm gonna
judge
sustain the objection.
sustained it.
I'm going to remind you that the court has already determined that there was a good faith basis for the call to the central abuse hotline. Now, Mr. Anderson will be allowed to ask follow-up questions relative to the standard of care, though. Mr. Anderson.
Leaving aside anything about court order here, the initial two calls, but just dealing with the standard of care here for pediatricians in this situation. What is the standard of care in terms of contacting the prior treating physicians, including the attending pediatrician?
It would be my hope that that would be mandatory.
And what are the risks?
Yeah, you would hope.
If the doctor at the hospital in this instance fails to contact the prior treating physicians?
Then you're at risk of making a grave mistake, and child protection team is a difficult. It's a difficult.
We'll stay away from that.
Okay.
So there's no question pending, and whoever's cell phone's going off in the audience, let's turn it off, please.
Yeah, let's stay away from the truth of
sorry, rephrase
CPS
the
and how
question.
difficult they
Because
are
I'm
to
asking you a
deal with.
different question.
Yes. Okay. Now, prior to this, did I ask you to review
And how corrupt
Um,
they are. Let's not
the-
talk about that.
records of Maya's liver function? And those are related, among others, in 1066 -38 through, and we don't have to pull these up, it's just for the record.
Is that the end of the question?
Yeah, not yet. I'm trying to make sure I get the record straight here. Among others, 1066, 38, and 39. But did I ask you to review the Maya's chart insofar as her liver functions around the time that she returned from Mexico and from there on during the ketamine treatment?
Yes, sir.
And
Do we have a clarification of where these records he's been asked to review come from?
Please do that.
yes, have you, all right. Through the course of your care and treatment of Maya, did many of the providers provide you with their notes and test results?
I saw the lab results performed by Dr. Kirkpatrick and Dr. Hanna on occasion and saw their liver function test. Yes, sir.
And your chart, does it not, reflects notations from, among others, Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital and from Tampa General Hospital, does it not? And if you
My
have,
recollection, sir.
okay, and from Sarasota General.
Yes, sir, but I don't have those open in front of me right now.
Okay. Well, for example, as to, I think this is Sarasota. Yes, Memorial at 1066 -3038 to 1066 -0039. And on to 1066 -0040. 1066 -0041, 1066 -0042, 43.
Is there a question, Mr. Anderson?
Yes, I wanted to make sure I had the record clear of what was in evidence, Your Honor. Based on your review of the records provided to you, the blood work done on Maya Kowalski, first, did she have any issues insofar as cholesterol or other typical
I had
issues?
seen
Shit. Great. Fuck. Hang on, guys. Sorry about that. StreamYard freezes. Oh, it was the court stream, not me? I thought it was me. All right, here we go. Hang on, guys. Sorry about that. StreamYard freezes. Hang on.
That the ketamine treatment was causing any damage or problems to her liver.
Joining the program is Rachel Bruno. She's been through all this shit with her own family. Hey, Rachel.
I'm say I'm here looking like a crazy person.
It's all right.
With cognitive function.
How you doing?
As a result of her ketamine treatments. Did you see, and I'm just asking this, I don't know, and did you see her enough times to be able to tell if she was displaying some?
I never saw any evidence of cognitive dysfunction with Maya.
There was a medical referral form, and I think this one, make sure I've got the date here. I believe it's 1066-0097.
The one thing I like about watching it late is that I can speed them up.
Relapse.
They talk too
We got the right
slow.
one here. This is evidence and part of his record, Your Honor. All right. Now, did there come a time on a medical referral form where you had written to the school board various reasons why Maya should stay in her homeschooling program rather than going back into school? This is before the Johns Hopkins admission.
Okay. Yes, and I've done this in a number of circumstances with other children with chronic medical conditions. It was my opinion that in this circumstance, with her complex medical history and the things she's been going through, that she was best served by continuing her hospital homebound status, meaning that teachers would come and work with her at home, and that way she could go get her treatment, she could get physical therapy, she could get the things that she needed to do. And it was my opinion that she would be best served by doing this.
So, for instance, where at least one of them reflects that some of the medications that Maya takes may cause some lack of function. Was that because you're actually observing it, or because the school board needed some reasons why?
School board needed a reason. It wasn't trying to work within the parameters they give me. The medications that she was on, in theory, could have caused difficulties, but I did not witness those.
Was this a chance? Was this just the family asked you to help them, and you were trying to help them with?
Yes.
All right. Now, I noticed also in your records you received several notes from Johns Hopkins, both before and after the Mexico trip. And I'd like to take you through one before and one after. There is one which has been previously marked into evidence as 1066-0103. And this is from Dr. Tony Kreisman. It's dated August 17th. That's the wrong one. Make sure I got the right one.
Get your shit together, counselor. Nobody wants to hear you got the wrong one. Oh, the paper shuffling again. It's the ASMR section of the trial, guys. Guard your ears.
Lawyer drives me crazy.
Oh,
Let's show it instead, wrong year.
I know.
Instead.
Oh, he's got the
Exhibit
wrong year. He's got the wrong exhibit.
106 and 1066-0107. So it's 0106, 0107. First, on dash 01006, at this time, how many medications did Dr. Kreisman at Johns Hopkins note that Maya had?
There are 17 on her medication list.
Another witness prior.
Let's just go with legal basis. And sustain the objection.
Okay.
Yeah, still sustain.
All right. And so does it reflect there that Dr. Kreisman was noting that Maya was receiving ketamine infusions
Same
at the
objection.
top? It's part of his file. It's a
No,
no.
we'll overrule this one, but we're not going to read the entire file here.
No, I don't plan to.
this is the first piece of his file he
Does it
picked up.
indicate also that she had begun hyperbaric oxygen therapy?
Yes, sir.
If you look then on the next page, can you tell us the note from Dr. Kreisman back to you under the physical examinations, what he was reporting to you in terms of, let's see.
Same objection, Judge. We apparently need to approach him.
Do we need to approach Mr. Anderson because I'm going to sustain the objection?
Judge, I'm just asking him whether he was advised by the hospital on a particular point.
Sustain the objection.
Why is that sustained? He can't say what he was advised by the hospital, I guess on hearsay. Yeah.
So how is Maya doing of late? Strike that. Did there come a time after she left Johns Hopkins that she had a relapse of her CRPS?
She had a period where
Oh, the paper shuffling. Here it comes
went down
again.
dramatically, and she again developed pain in her extremities.
And was it necessary then to hospitalize her?
It became necessary to hospitalize Maya when all our measures trying to get her weight up and to treat her effectively as an outpatient failed. And we were very sensitive to the fact that the last thing that Maya and her family wanted to do was go back in the hospital, and we tried as long as we could until it was clear we were at a dangerous point that we needed to hospitalize.
Did Maya want to go in or not go in?
She didn't want to go in.
And did this involve a feeding tube?
Yes, sir, it did.
And Maya was complaining of pain in her midsection and extremities at this time?
Yes, sir.
And do you know, if you do, whether this was caused by something physical or emotional? And I'm not asking for the actual event, but if you know which it was.
I think it was caused by both. I think she was under extreme stress at the time, and I think things went south on us in a hurry.
Now, insofar as how Maya is let me show you trial exhibit for marker identification 2375 and ask you whether this appears as part of your medical records. I'll have it brought up there. I have a copy for you.
Yes, this was a letter sent to me by Beata after the protective order was put in place.
All right. And then why did you place this in your file?
Just because I thought it underscored that, she wasn't being abused, that people weren't doing things to her that she, put her in pain and was, it underscored to me how much she loved her parents and how much she wanted to be reunited with them.
Did it advise you of her a medical and emotional condition?
Yes.
And this has been previously admitted, Judge?
Yes.
Permission to publish the original to the jury, but I need to show the witness first to elaborate on what's in the back.
God, this is sad.
One from the clerk. The clerk has the original.
Now, on the back side of this, Are there any imprints there that you noted?
There was some areas of increased coloration that were, I assume, corresponding to the kiss issue, the nature of her family.
Permission to publish physical?
You may.
I'm upset that the court already ruled that they had a good
Members of
faith
the jury,
basis to
you're gonna
make the
have all
phone call to the
exhibits
state.
in the,
What good
back room
faith
when you
basis?
deliberate. So this will not be the only time you get to see this or any of the other exhibits.
They never even talked to her physician. Never got his opinion.
They never do. Remember, they gave my son 13 vaccines without calling the pediatrician.
Yeah, right. Without asking why there might be a reason why he was on a delayed schedule.
Right.
Rachel
May I proceed
Bruno
while
was
they're-
accused
while they're-
falsely of child abuse.
We're having the
If
jury
you have
look at
not
something,
heard
we
her
should do it.
case, I have written about it. I'll post the link in the chat for you guys so you can read it.
Doctor, can't be looking at your phone right now.
And Rachel sued, by the way, and won. She sued the state, she sued the hospital, and she won. Big money.
I'm still trying to wrap my head around how they let CPS and the cat pediatrician go.
I know. Well, they settled for 2.5
Yeah.
million with one of them, and then they dropped the case against the social worker.
Right.
We
Makes
don't know
no
why yet. There's no statement about why they did that. Why would that be dropped? I want Sean McMillan on here to
I
talk to us.
know. I've asked him, and he's so busy with so much stuff. He hasn't looked at this case.
I want him to sit on a stream with us and watch it.
Right?
I would love to hear his opinion on it. I need to email him. I'm
Yeah.
going to email him right now and ask him what he's
You know, we
doing.
want-
What are you doing?
20 minutes, so
What are you
Get on
doing?
stream.
At some point in the next 15 or 20 minutes, we need to
I will
take
be,
a break.
I will be done before 10:30. Two more areas of questions, Doctor. You previously testified concerning the standard of care in these circumstances. The standard of care in this area, do you have an opinion based upon your background, training, and experience and knowledge of the standard in this area, as you previously testified, as to whether failure to advise oneself, a physician's failure to advise himself or herself of the history of the family with, among others, the treating pediatrician, is a breach of that standard of care?
I believe so.
Overruled.
I believe it is.
I want to take you back to one other point. On the 5th of August, 2015, and I'm not sure whether we've got that one to bring up real quick, but there was a prescription for Xanax and Celexa to Beata Kowalski. I don't know if you recall prescribing those to her.
Yes, sir.
What was the purpose?
Maintenance medications. I'd say half to a third of my patients are probably on SSRIs or benzodiazepines these days. And so it's a stressful world out there, and we use the tools we have to try and get them through these stressors.
And were the Kowalskis going through at this point in 2015, before anyone diagnosed what was wrong with their child, a stressful period?
Yes.
And did you then diagnose her as having any type of psychological disorder, or was this simply an episodic event?
No, I did not diagnose her as having a psychological disorder. It was simply given to her to try and help her cope with the stress.
Thank you, doctor. Their witness.
Is your cross going to be more than about 10 minutes? Just trying to figure out when we're going to take a break. It sounds like we're going to take a nap. I see that one of the jurors had is that a question? Is it a question for the doctor? We need to wait until all the questions are asked, and we should move on to members of the jury. We're going to take a break. Let's try to keep it to 15 minutes. Do not discuss
All right.
this amongst yourselves. Do not do the investigation and receive no information about this case.
All right, they're going to take a break. All right, Rachel.
Yes.
Rachel Bruno, always good to see you. It's been a while.
You too. Yes.
So I dropped my article about your case in the
Mhm.
chat for everybody. For those of you who don't know Rachel, why don't you tell them a little bit, a recap of what do you think, what does this case mean to you, Rachel? Why does it capture your attention? And the reason I found out about it is because you were texting me going, oh my God, are you watching this? Would you
Yeah.
explain to people why it grabbed you?
Well, both my children were seized by Child Protective Services in 2015 because my infant son sustained a cranial fracture in the care of his nanny. Problem is, they never investigated the nanny. Oh no, within 12 hours, both my children were wards of the state.
Mm.
In those 12 hours, they seized my 20-month-old son from my mom's house, asleep at 2 o'clock in the morning, took him to the county children's shelter, where they proceeded to give him 13 vaccines without our consent, a
Mm.
full cervical survey without our consent, an anal wink test without our consent. And it was just crazy to me, right? I had no idea such a system existed in this country.
And for
And
those of you who don't know what an anal wink test is, this is a test that they do to see if the child has been sexually abused. So they basically sexually abuse your kid to test if they've been abused. It's a horrific thing. Making him lay naked on a table and put his legs over his head like a frog. And like, it's a total nightmare.
right. And again, we wouldn't have known any of this had we not sued them. So I didn't find this out until 2 years later.
Mm.
But anyway, so we sued the hospital, we sued the social workers, we sued the sheriff's department, we sued LA County, we sued Orange County. This all happened in
Sued
California
everybody.
back in 2015. Right. So when I saw Take Care of Maya, I'm like, this is same script, different cast. Right. The
I mean,
medical
people are
stuff.
trying to tell me that I have people saying, why do you care about this case? And how do you know maybe she was faking it? Maybe it's because I know too many people like Rachel. I know too many people like Rachel Bruno and like Cynthia Absug, whose children were wrongfully taken from them, and they were falsely accused. And in Cynthia's case, she was accused and convicted falsely of attempted kidnapping. Just an absolutely ridiculous story. And the state will make up this stuff, and the hospitals will make up this stuff to cover their own liability. Is that your feeling, Rachel, that the reason why they do these things is to protect themselves on the back end from lawsuits?
Absolutely. So, what I find fascinating about this, like we were talking about, they let the social workers and CPS go, but they're suing the hospital. Whereas in my case, I was told the hospital is not going to be held liable
Mm-hmm.
because they have to follow whatever the court has ordered, whatever CPS has ordered, the hospital has to follow.
That's why I'm so concerned about this case, Rachel.
Me too.
The plaintiff has an uphill battle. It's like a Sisyphean battle here where you're pushing a huge rock up a hill and it's going to roll back on top of you because the hospitals are never held accountable, very rarely. The fact that you got a payout from the hospital is kind of a miracle.
Right.
But I think it helped that you were also suing the state, so they couldn't like go back, well, we were just doing what we were told, like Hitler's boys.
Right. Right. Well, in my case, like we found through discovery when they took my 20-month-old son, right? My 20-month-old son had no injuries, had no signs of abuse, had nothing. They're the ones who took him, seized him at 2 o'clock in the morning, took him to the county children's shelter, and they performed all those invasive medical exams on him. The social worker, in order to get the doctor to perform all these exams, wrote in the report that there was a suspicion that my son had been thrown against the wall.
Instead of maybe rolling off the changing table or nanny dropping the baby. Oh, the other one?
Yes.
The one without the injury?
Yes.
I didn't even know that. Oh my God.
Yes. So I remember talking to Sean and I'm like, are these people stupid or are they flat out lying? Right. And Sean is like, well, that's up to the jury to decide. So he basically said, so if a social worker tells that to a doctor, the doctor has to assume that the social worker is telling the truth, right? Is doing it in good faith, and that they are asking for these exams, such as the bone x-ray, such as, any type of things to see if there's any internal bleeding, anything internally happening, assuming that the child was hit against the wall, which never happened, which I never said.
He had no injuries.
No injuries. He had no external signs of abuse whatsoever, which is documented.
Baby, it was the baby who was hurt. It was the baby, not your other son, your older son. And what they did to you is totally inexcusable. And you know what's interesting, it's similar in this case too, is that Beata Kowalski volunteered to move out of their home if they would let their child, Maya, come home. And they wouldn't allow that. Now, in your case, that was what saved you. That was what saved your kids. You moved out because
Yeah.
the allegations were only against you, and your husband was out of town at the time. And
Exactly.
so they couldn't accuse him, and that
Right.
meant they couldn't keep them in foster care if you moved out of the house.
Yep.
But
Yep.
the idea that you had to move out of your own house, and this is how you get around these people, you have to actually, mom has to move out of the house. It's crazy. They had no evidence that you abused your child. They had no evidence. They had way more evidence than that the nanny did it, because she
Right.
was the one who was with the baby.
Right.
You were sleeping.
Right.
So, and they never even talked to her, as far
No.
as I remember.
Well, they talked to her after they had already seized my children. So 24 hours
Right.
later, they had to go talk to her. And she failed her polygraph. We later found out that she was married to a police officer.
Mm-hmm.
And my private investigator basically said they're not going to go after her.
Awful.
Yeah.
Absolutely awful. So yeah, I'm worried about this case, Rachel, because
Yeah.
I feel like the stronger case is against the state, the DCFS workers. Her name was,
Unless we find some kind of smoking gun that we don't know about yet, right? About the hospital colluding with social services. I mean, that's
Right.
possible because we saw that in the documentary, kind of, the nurses talking behind the patients' backs. And was it the doctors that were telling social services that the mom was, Munchausen by proxy or was crazy or whatever, and they were going along with the doctors, or was it the other way around? So
well, what are the allegations here? The allegations are false imprisonment.
Right.
And I forget, what's the other thing? Medical
Fraud?
neglect or fraud and false imprisonment.
Yeah.
And I just don't know about that, because false imprisonment, isn't that the state?
It is.
With court orders, saying that this
Right.
child is barred from seeing her parents. So I don't understand the legal strategy here, and I wish I did.
Yep.
And I don't really particularly love this plaintiff's attorney. I think is
Yep.
slow.
He's so unorganized.
I know, he's unorganized. He keeps making mistakes. He's also kind of boring, and like, you've got a story here that is so traumatic. It's got so much emotion and drama in it, and you're putting everyone to sleep.
Yes.
How do you even do that as an attorney? And like, you've got this great case.
Yeah.
And you're putting us all to sleep. Now, I personally am very invested and I'm paying attention, but I'm just wondering about the jury.
Right.
And the fact, did you hear the jury's questions yesterday?
No, which one?
Or not yesterday, but last week. So the jury comes back in at the end of the day on, I guess it was Friday, and they forgot to ask their questions. And their question was, did you ever see Maya in a wheelchair with a strap? And they asked the teacher, how did you balance Maya on a stool?
Mm-hmm.
When you put it, so the jury is already questioning whether or not the kid is making it up.
Right.
That's
right.
basically what they're doing. They're believing the hospital that she was maybe making it up. And it's like, wait a minute, everyone just told you it's not in dispute. Her legs didn't work.
Right.
So they're not even paying attention, Rachel. I don't think that this is going well.
I don't either. Nope. I was like, from the beginning, from his opening statement, I'm like, oh my gosh, what is this guy doing? Like, my cat could have done a better opening statement than he did.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
And I'm getting like OJ Simpson vibes, right? Where the prosecution had like everything going for them, and still
they
seem to mess it up somehow.
Well, I am just completely confused as to why, and I wish we could get an interview or something from someone who knows about why was this case dropped against the social worker who was I found out yesterday, who was arrested for child abuse before this.
Right.
She literally knelt on a kid and smothered him and was arrested for child abuse at her job. And they allowed her to continue being a social worker with children.
Yep. All the people in my case got promoted after we sued them.
Oh yeah, that they always do that. They never ever get fired or reprimanded in any way.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Oh my God.
And the interview with the doctor, they keep like comparing her primary care pediatrician, the guy who actually took care of her, with the doctors in the emergency room, and brought flashbacks to me. I'm like, my pediatrician had been taking care of my children since they were born, right? He's known me for 2 years. And yet the expertise of an ER doctor who has known me for 10 minutes overrules everything that my pediatrician wrote to the court.
Right. Same here. Same thing.
Yeah.
And the child abuse doctor in your case, the child abuse doctor, did that doctor work for the state as well as the hospital?
Yes. Yep.
So same thing, and in this case as well. Child
Yeah.
abuse doctors, from my research, what I found out is that they often and pretty much always disregard the treating physician because
Right.
they believe that you dastardly, lying Munchausen mom has managed to pull the wool over the eyes of your treating physician, the guy who sees you the most, who sees your
Right.
kid the most. Somehow you're so good at manipulating that you have pulled the wool over their eyes. And so nothing they say matters at all to these
Nothing.
people.
I mean, I had 23 character letters, Megan. In one weekend, I was able to get 23 character letters from my neurologist, from my gynecologist, from my obstetrician, from the pediatrician, like from all these professionals, right, that have known me, aside from people that I worked with, aside from college, I mean, everywhere. I like across the spectrum of my life. And I went to that court 72 hours later, and they didn't even look at them, right? Nothing. They didn't read
Nothing.
them. They
They
stuck
don't
me in
care.
trial and
They have
whatever.
a narrative and they're going with it, and that's it.
Yep.
All right. Well, we'll get back to we're back from the
Okay.
break, and the doctor's going to continue his testimony.
Okay, everyone, please be seated. Members of the jury, I want to confirm while you were away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? Yes. Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please go. Morning. We've met before, haven't we, Dr. Long now? Sorry, sir, you have met before. Yes, sir. Nice to see you. Let's kind of get a couple things squared away up front if we could. You've been treating with the Walsall family.
What the hell
for
happened to the
several
sound?
years, correct?
Turn the mics on.
And you agreed to appear here to testify on their
There we
behalf,
go.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you have occasion to meet with Mr. Anderson before you appeared here today?
I did.
And he had a discussion with you about what your testimony would consist of?
We had some discussion about possible things that we discussed. Yes,
Well,
sir.
he asked you to review some records for him, correct?
Yes, sir.
And testify about those records.
Yes, sir.
Right. And you.
Ooh, he's getting
are
more
appearing here
aggressive
today
than he
as
was,
an advocate
than he
for the
has been so
Kowalski family.
far.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you're not just a witness, you're an advocate.
Yes, sir.
Shouldn't your doctor be an advocate for you?
Let me take you back, if I could, to the first time that you saw Maya Kowalski. That was in 2014.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to belabor this, but she came in at that point to just establish a relationship, a new pediatrician in Florida.
Yes, sir.
And she came in with a diagnosis of asthma, correct?
Yes, sir.
And she had an action plan for the asthma.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? Did you ever get her records from her previous physician?
I have a copy of their action plan.
Would you ever get her records from a previous physician?
I don't think I had anything from the Chicago hospital.
Well, you never talked to her previous physician who was transferring care to you, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
Now, just for kind of a baseline here and for future reference, I've got 1066-1, but the only reason I mentioned that is to call attention to the weight at that time.
What was the date of that, sir?
That was 11/25, check that, I'm sorry. Yeah,
Okay.
11/25/14.
Yes, sir.
It's 25.3 kilos.
Yes, sir.
Is your math good at that 2.2 times conversion, better than mine?
I have it converted someplace.
It's about 64 pounds, isn't it?
See what I do with that. Well, we can do the math, but well, there it is. So the conversion is 55.7, yes, sir.
Okay. 55.7 pounds.
Pounds.
And that's as of your first visit with her.
Yes, sir.
And then you didn't see her again until September of 2015?
Oh, the paper
June
shuffling.
19th, 2015.
I'm sorry?
Oh, no, that was my partner. You're getting correct. Yes, sir.
So at that time, back in 2015, I think you told counsel that you were still doing hospital
Work.
practice,
Yes,
right?
sir. Mhm.
And you mentioned something about you were on the medical staff at both hospitals.
Yes, sir.
That would be both Sarasota Memorial and Doctors?
No, sir. That would be the two campuses of,
Sarasota Memorial.
Mhm.
Did you have privileges at Doctors?
No, sir.
So were you aware at all of her ER visits and admissions to Doctors Hospital in the summer of 2015?
I don't think I had records of that until she came in to see me in September.
Did you know she had been to Venice Hospital in 2015, in the summer of 2015?
I don't have those records, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
But I was aware that she'd been to a.
You were, you weren't called in consultation to see her,
No, sir.
either Doctors or Venice,
No,
correct?
sir.
And when she went to Sarasota Memorial, you weren't called there either,
No,
correct?
sir.
And were you a part of her admission to All Children's on the 2 or 3 admissions she had in July of 2015?
No, sir.
You weren't involved in that at all?
Admissions are different than
And you weren't
taking
involved in her
custody.
final admission
Way
in
different.
July of 2015 at All Children's before she went?
No
to
one
work,
was trying to
correct?
take her away from her
Correct.
parents at those other places.
And can we agree?
That's
that
what I would
but
redirect
you did get
on.
the records from those,
Yes, sir.
and you did see the discharge summaries from those.
Not all of them, but I've seen some of them. I'm sure.
Well, when you saw this patient in September, she had not just had those several admissions to All Children's, and she had not just had this generalized pain that she presented to you with. She had also been to Lurie's Children's Hospital, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you have any records at all from Lurie's?
Not that I recollect, sir.
Did you have any indication from Lurie's of the psychologists and pain management folks who saw her there?
Not at that time that I saw her in September.
Okay. And that was after she was discharged from All Children's.
Lurie
correct?
Children's Hospital is in Chicago.
For the July admission, sir?
Right.
Yes, sir.
And then she went from Lurie's to Tampa General, correct?
Yes, sir, for physical therapy.
Okay, and she was under the care there of a Dr. Kornberg?
I remember seeing the name, yes, sir.
Okay, do you know who Dr. Kornberg is?
Yes, sir.
You know he's a pediatric
I have no
rehabilitation?
knowledge of Dr. Kornberg.
Have no knowledge of it, okay. Did you know that she saw a psychologist and a psychiatrist at Tampa General?
I was aware.
And you know what her discharge diagnosis from Tampa General was?
I don't have those records in front of me. I think it was conversion or somatization or something to that effect.
Okay. So when she presented to you on September 2nd, 2015, you had not seen all the discharge summaries from her admissions to All Children's. You had no knowledge of Lurie's, and you had Tampa General's discharge, but you hadn't really read it. Is that a fair characterization?
That's fair.
Okay. And you knew in general that there was a suspicion at Tampa General after a month of hospitalization, or close to it, that there was a somatic syndrome or conversion disorder suspected. You knew that.
I'm aware that that's what they thought.
So you see her in September 2nd.
It doesn't mean they were
2015.
right, because they weren't. They were
What, 2 or
wrong.
3 weeks after her discharge?
That sounds about right. I don't have that
Okay,
exact
all
timeline
right.
in front
Well,
of me.
let's
She has
ballpark.
CRPS.
Who was she seeing for physical therapy then?
Post Tampa General?
Yes, sir.
I'm not aware.
Do you know how many times she'd been?
No, sir.
Who was she seeing for psychological therapy at that time?
I am unclear whether she was still seeing Eagle's Wings at that time or that was later date, sir.
Well, when you say Eagles Wings, you're talking about a practice. Do you know who it was she was seeing and what their credentials were?
No, sir.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
The reason I
The
ask
pediatrician isn't going to know all those
details.
details.
That September, you talk about her stormy course over the summer. She was wheelchair bound, correct?
Yes, sir.
So she was unable to get out of a wheelchair, unable to function. And the history was that the specialists at Tampa General and the specialists at Lurie's were suspecting a conversion disorder.
Specialists can be
Correct.
Yes, sir.
wrong.
Okay. You just didn't think that fit.
I did not think that.
It didn't fit.
Well, they had seen the patient for a several week hospitalization. And then that which followed a several day hospitalization. They had done, well, let me just stop there. Did you pick up the phone at that point and talk to any of those doctors and ask, this is your diagnosis. I just don't think it fits. Can we reconcile this? Did you do that?
No, sir. Did you know that she underwent an EMG study? At Yes, sir. I was aware of that.
Probably because
Did
they
you know
weren't
she had
trying
an
to take her
MRI?
away from her parents
I
yet.
know at some point she had an MRI of the brain. Yes, sir.
Okay. So that figure in your thinking at all?
All data for
Okay. Now, reference was made to an oxycodone prescription she had this morning.
Yes, sir.
Do you know who wrote that prescription as opposed to the one that she got a month and a half before when she was discharged from All Children?
No, sir, I do not know.
Okay.
Why would he know
Did you
that?
continue that prescription yourself?
I do not believe, I may have written it on one occasion, but I don't believe, I certainly wasn't the one that supplied her on a regular basis.
But you continued the oxycodone prescription that day, did you not?
I'd have to reference my record, sir.
Well, did you know at that point who she was getting that prescription from if it wasn't you?
I'm sure it was in his notes when he prescribed it. He's
No,
just
sir,
not
I-
going to
I-
know it off the
unless
top
it
of
was
his
entered
head.
in my chart, I did not give it to her.
Okay. Now, with what you knew of what the diagnosis had been or the suspicions had been at Tampa General or
Mhm.
Lurie's, did you hear anything about CRPS being suspected?
Not at that time, sir, no.
Did you know that one of the specialists at Lurie's had a special interest in CRPS?
No, sir.
If he objects, you just stop.
Oh, for God's sake, all he said was no, sir. I mean, look at that. Oh, when there's an objection, you stop. Oh, for God's sake. You know, unfortunately, though, these defense attorneys are way better than her plaintiff's attorneys.
Are.
You know, he's
Yep.
tearing them apart right now. He's making them look dumb in front of the jury. And
Yep.
her attorneys don't do a good, they're not doing a good job.
Yep.
Where
I
did
don't
she
know.
find these guys? And I
don't
looked up
know.
her attorney's background. He's got 33 years in litigation. He's appears to have a very successful career, but boy, he is not charismatic at all in front of a camera. And this guy is acting like a bulldog. And it's just going to go to, in my opinion, the jury's going to have questions in their head. Like, well, why didn't he know this case backward and forward? And why wasn't he advocating for her then if they were claiming at Tampa too that this was in her head? Why wasn't he advocating for her and picking up the phone? It's a good question.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, for AP, I had the same thought. I was like, did he say oxycodone? Yeah, put the
Right.
syllable in the proper place. We all know what oxycodone. I don't know what he said. He was like, oxycodone. That was so weird. What? God, these people. Wait, where's my, I'm trying to speed this up a bit so we can skip forward here.
Yeah.
Whatever they're conferencing about here. All right, here we go.
Turning, if we could, to your physical examination on September 2nd, 2015.
Yes, sir.
Did you note allodynia?
I did not.
Did you note any skin changes in terms of color?
Not documented in my record, sir.
Did you note any skin lesions in your record?
Not at that time. Did I?
Did you note any
Documented.
Let's ask the whole question, and Dr. Field, let him ask the question, and then we'll listen to your whole answer.
Okay.
Sorry, I thought I had it. Sorry. Did you?
Yeah, he's going
document-
after him hard.
Did you note any changes in skin temperature?
I did not document that, sir.
All of those things I've just talked about are potential findings for CRPS, correct?
Yes, sir. I'm aware of that now.
And to this point in your career, you had never seen CRPS in a child, is that right?
That's correct.
You had seen it in adults,
Mhm.
and you knew what it looked like in adults,
Yes, sir.
but you'd never seen it in a child in 30 some odd years, correct?
Correct.
And you saw no indication of that in the records from Tampa General or All Children's that you saw?
Are they truly going
Oh, the
after
CRPS, sir?
Yes, sir, a suspicion of CRPS.
No, sir.
trying to make the jury believe she doesn't have this?
Now,
I thought
on
it
that
was
date,
confirmed that she was diagnosed with it.
what was the patient's weight?
Well, that's part of the fraud because they were billing insurance as if
They
she
were
did.
billing it, yeah.
No change in close to a year?
So they're really trying to make the jury believe that maybe she didn't have this
Um,
thing that they were billing the
you
insurance
next saw this
company
patient
for.
Right, or just trying to
on
discredit the
October
doctors.
15th?
And I have no faith in juries, Rachel. None.
This
Yeah,
was
see that,
after,
Deshaun?
They're stupid as
You saw
hell.
Dr.
That's
Kirkpatrick.
why he told
Yes,
me to settle.
and you
He
talked
he
to
was
what-
right.
The council about what you knew of Dr. Kirkpatrick or didn't know. You'd never heard of him before, right?
Correct. Prior to that. Okay.
And you thought he was board certified?
Yes, sir.
Where'd you get that idea?
I thought that came up in deposition, sir.
Is there a AMA recognized specialty in CRPS?
No, sir. Pain management.
Pain management. Did you know whether Dr. Kirkpatrick was board certified in pain management?
Like I said, I assumed he was.
Yeah, because board certification really means everything.
Right.
I thought that was.
Trust
told
the
you-
experts, Rachel.
I told you that.
I thought the parents.
Trust the experts.
Did they also tell you he was board certified in neurology or something else?
Trust
No,
science.
sir.
But you thought he was board certified in pain management?
Yes, sir.
You think he was board certified in anesthesia?
That's part, basically, you have to be board certified in anesthesia and then have a subspecialty in pain management.
In other words, you have to have an anesthesia in order to get pain management.
Yes, sir.
All right. And you thought he was board certified in both?
That was my impression, sir.
When you examined this young lady on October, well, first of all, let me back up a little bit. By this point, in October of 2015, your patient had already had several doses of high-dose ketamine from Dr. Kirkpatrick, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you know what the doses were?
No, sir.
At that time, did you have any familiarity with the use of ketamine, high-dose ketamine to treat CRPS?
No, sir.
Never heard of that, had you?
Unclear.
I'm sorry?
Not sure.
Certainly never had one of your patients suggested to it.
That's true.
Had you had any of your adult patients treated that way?
No, my adult patients did not receive IV ketamine.
So what?
So you don't use ketamine in your practice?
No, sir.
Yes, that's why he
You've never
referred her to
heard of
someone
it
else.
being
Yeah.
used in a child with CRPS?
Why not try
All
it?
right.
Ketamine is actually quite
Up
safe,
until that point,
even
correct.
at high doses.
And you never heard Dr. Kirkpatrick?
That's true. He was operating out of Tampa.
Well, you knew who the folks were at All Children's, right?
I knew some of the folks at All Children's. I don't know a lot of their staff. Yes, sir.
You know how to contact them, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you still refer to All Children's, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Fairly frequently, correct?
I pick and choose.
Okay.
Probably not anymore.
Sent a number of cases up there this year, right?
Fair to say.
All right. Point is, you know how to contact Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. Is that right?
Mhm.
You know, there's a special line for doctors to call in.
Yes, sir, but that's not how it normally works.
Okay, well, you know how to contact the doctors up there, don't you?
Yes, sir.
And you get a dial pad on your phone.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Don't
In any
be
event.
condescending, asshole.
In 2015, when you saw this
You have
patient and heard
buttons
about
on
the
your
ketamine
phone,
she was
right?
getting,
What
heard
an
about this
asshole.
treatment you'd never heard of before, did you call Dr. Kirkpatrick?
No, sir.
Did you never, have you ever talked to Dr. Kirkpatrick?
Not directly that I can recollect, sir.
Okay. So you never picked up the phone and called him and said, what's this treatment that you're giving my patient?
No, sir.
Well, he knew what it was. He knows what
So
ketamine
when you
is.
saw her that day in October of 2015, what did you find on a physical examination?
Well, physical exam was pretty unremarkable other than, couldn't be examined to touch,
Didn't want to be touched?
Yeah.
Hypersensitive?
Yeah.
That's a new finding, right? Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you didn't note that
No.
the previous month? Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So after the first round of ketamine, she's got a new finding that makes examination of her more difficult, right?
That's my understanding, sir.
And on that particular day, when you did your physical examination, did you find any indication of skin lesions?
There's nothing documented there, sir.
Well, given the diagnosis, that would be significant, wouldn't it?
Again, the skin lesions aren't used for criteria for diagnosing CRPS.
But they're significant to the diagnosis, correct?
It's not what I would use to make the diagnosis, sir.
It's one of a constellation of symptoms you might consider, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if you're considering making a diagnosis of CRPS and you find skin lesions, that's a significant finding, isn't it?
I disagree. It's not part of the criteria used to diagnose that.
But it's
something-
consistent with the disease, right?
Can be.
you
Can
can
be,
have
right.
skin lesions
Caused
for
by a
different
million
causes. We already
things.
established they're
Why doesn't he just
nonspecific.
say it
Okay.
can be?
So you couldn't tell. Well, I'll back up. I'll cover that in a minute. Let's do this.
I don't think
Let's
he's
talk
doing
about
so great on
and
cross, to
skin
tell you the
temperature.
truth. The doctor
Find
is
that
not holding up
on
well.
Oh,
5th,
poor guy.
excuse me,
Yeah.
October 15th,
I
2015?
expect him to know everything
Yes,
and
sir.
all her
I was
medical history and all her
already in
doctors
agreement
and all
with
the
Right.
the
prescriptions. Everything.
Diagnosis from Dr. Kirkpatrick and was not performing that kind of exam on her.
So you just accepted his diagnosis.
It fit, she met the criteria based on his description, his notes.
So you had his notes.
I did have them.
I'm sorry?
Yes, sir. That's my recollection.
Your recollection.
Yes, sir.
He
Have you
said,
seen a
yes, I
video?
have the notes.
Not at that time, though.
Don't make him repeat it 3
Have
times.
you ever seen a video of his first visit with this young lady?
No, I have not.
At that time, what medications was this young lady on?
We're talking October 15th, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right, she was on albuterol, which is a bronchodilator for her asthma, baclofen, which is a type of muscle relaxant, clonidine, which can be used for pain relief. She was on diazepam, which is Valium, which is a tranquilizer. She had access to an EpiPen, which is an epinephrine if needed in a severe asthma attack or allergic response. She was on Flonase, which is a nasal steroid, fluoxetine, which is a antidepressant, melatonin to help her sleep, Miralax, bronchodilators, more asthma meds, and an acid blocker.
How many medications was she on?
Looks like 11, 12. Some of them are as needed medicines. They're not given regularly.
Now, you refilled her oxycodone at that point, correct?
On that one occasion, yes, sir.
All right. And did you have any idea?
He says
how long that was going to go on?
oxycodone. It's the
No, sir,
weirdest
but
thing
that wasn't-
ever.
You know, that was a one-off sort of thing that normally she would be getting her meds for pain
Oxycodone.
management.
Did you know that pain management, that Dr. Kirkpatrick expected you to do it?
No, there was no communication to that effect.
Um,
And that would be not following with the protocols for pain management. They tend to like to handle that.
Okay. You noted that she had been to all children's for acute abdominal pain, correct?
There was so many, let's see here. You talking that specific note?
I'm sorry, I've gotten ahead of myself here. That's the next note. We'll come back to that.
Okay.
Okay, so you renewed her prescription for oxycodone and said you'd see her in 2 or 3 months. Is that
Yes,
right?
sir. Mhm.
So you next saw her, as counsel indicated, on November 5th,
Yes, sir.
and that's, what, about 3 weeks later?
Yes, sir.
And at that point, she had been to all children's
Yes, sir.
with what proved to be obstipation.
Mhm.
Would you tell the jury what obstipation is?
I believe we discussed it, but it's basically a severe form of constipation.
That can be caused by narcotics and
Can be caused by
oxycodone.
medication use, yes, sir.
Can it be caused by oxycodone?
Absolutely.
At that point, there was a conversion being made to put this young lady on a dilaudid IV dilaudid patient-controlled anesthesia device, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you discuss that with Dr. Kirkpatrick?
No, sir.
That's a situation where there's an indwelling IV line.
Yes, sir.
That's a PIC line,
Mhm.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Incidentally, do you ever order PIC lines to be placed?
Order PIC lines on people getting long-term IV antibiotics, yes, sir.
And when you do that, do you expect the person placing the PIC line to endorse or second guess your diagnosis and your treatment?
No, sir.
They're just a technician, right?
Well, you place the order for the PIC line, yes, sir.
And you expect them to put it in and not question why it's being put there.
Normally.
Now, the dilaudid is a synthetic form of narcotic, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that also has a number of potential issues with it, doesn't it?
Yes, sir.
Did you know how long that was going to go on?
No, sir.
Did you ever discuss with Dr. Kirkpatrick how long that narcotic was going to be given to your patient?
No, sir. He is the person controlling the pain management routine.
Okay. Now, you did know at this point that
You don't need too many cooks in the kitchen.
the patient was planning to go to Mexico
You only need one.
for a ketamine coma. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe that was the.
Ketamine coma. They're really trying to use that to
Not sure
scare
if I need
people.
that date or not, sir.
They
Let
put
me
her
ask
in
you
a
to have reference,
ketamine
please, to your
coma.
note regarding your first visit with Mrs. Kowalski of that same day.
Okay.
I think you'll find in there that there's some discussion of
Okay.
going to Mexico. Okay. Did you have any idea what the coma would consist of in terms of how much ketamine the patient would be given or how long she would be in a coma?
I understood it was to be 5 days, but the dosing was not discussed.
Had you ever heard of that being done before?
Again, we were on new grounds there with, complex regional pain syndrome. And so I don't have a extensive background for people having received it.
I'm sorry?
I didn't have a large pool of patients to draw experience from for that, sir. It's an unusual condition.
Okay. Well, let's talk a little bit more about that as long as you made reference to it. It's an unusual condition in adults, correct?
Yes, sir. It's an uncommon condition in adults.
Uncommon. But it's rare in children, correct?
More rare, yes, sir.
Okay. So rare you've never seen it before.
Correct. Not in children.
And sufficiently rare. Had you ever seen it presenting as a generalized pain syndrome?
Have I ever seen it?
Yes, sir.
No, sir.
Because usually it's regional, right? Name implies. Chronic regional pain syndrome.
More common in adults to be regional. Okay.
So you were dealing with a doctor you'd never heard of, a disease that you've
Because
never
he's supposed to
seen
know
before
every
in this
doctor
setting,
in the world.
and 2 sets of treatment. The initial ketamine treatment by Dr. Kirkpatrick and now this coma. 2 sets of treatment that you've never heard of before. Is that right?
That sounds accurate.
Okay. And you had no discussion with Dr. Kirkpatrick about any of this?
No, sir.
When you saw her on the 5th, had her condition changed? Was she still wheelchair bound?
Yes, sir.
She was still non-functional?
Yes, you're still having this severe extremity pain.
And so she was still unable to go to school?
That's my understanding.
Now, at that point, you basically just kind of let Dr. Kirkpatrick drive the ship, so to speak. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you didn't provide him with any input at all, correct?
Correct.
And you never tried to reconcile his diagnosis with that of the other specialists who had seen this patient, right?
No, I think that when you looked at his criteria, it fit the best of existing explanations. Chronic regional pain syndrome fit her better than anything else.
Okay. So you then next saw her on December 17th,
Yes, sir.
after she'd come back to Mexico, from Mexico,
Yes,
right?
sir.
She's still in a wheelchair?
Yes, sir.
She's still not functional.
I made a note that she could be touched and examined more readily than previously.
But in
Ooh,
terms
there's a
of
woman
function,
coming up
really,
wearing a
still in
hat.
wheelchair.
That'll be fun.
couldn't walk. She's still in a wheelchair.
Yes, sir.
She's still non-functional, correct?
But improved.
Improved. And improved meant her pain wasn't as bad.
Yes, sir.
Didn't go away, it just wasn't as bad.
Yes, sir.
Now, at that point, she's about to go back to Mexico again. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And she's anemic,
Yes, sir.
and she's actually lost some weight
A little bit.
previously.
Yes, sir.
Did you know whether she was getting any physical therapy at this point?
I know there was ongoing attempts to give her physical therapy, but sometimes if she couldn't be touched, it's hard to achieve if she can't tolerate being touched.
Let me ask you this. Did you ever talk to a physical therapist?
No, sir.
Did you know where she was getting physical therapy?
I think there was different places at different times, sir, so I'm not aware at that particular moment.
Were you under the impression that she was still getting psychological therapy?
Don't make a comment on that, sir.
So you didn't know one way or the other?
Yes, sir.
And have you ever spoken with any of her psychological counselors or mental health counselors
At any point in time or at this point in time, sir?
at that point in time?
At that point in time, no.
So you didn't know who they were?
No,
If
sir.
any?
No, I'm confident she was seeing some
But you don't know who.
discussions with the parents. Mhm.
You don't know who, and you don't know under what circumstances.
Correct.
So you saw her for a illness visit in February. Is that right?
Correct.
And then you also saw her as counsel and you have discussed in April of 2016, April 1st, 2016.
Yes, sir.
At that point, did you know who was treating her with ketamine?
I'm trying to think whether it was Dr. Hanna or Dr. Kirkpatrick at that time. I'll have to go back and look.
Okay. Well, did you know how often, you made reference to multiple ketamine treatments think you say 3 to 5 times a week for the entire month of March.
Yes, sir.
Did you know what the doses were?
No, sir.
Did you know why it was she was receiving that much?
Because that was what was felt was helping her.
Well, then let's talk about that for a minute. Was she still in a wheelchair?
Don't comment on it at that particular time.
Did you think she had gotten out of the wheelchair?
No, sir.
Is your recollection she was still confined to a wheelchair?
That's my recollection.
And she's still non-functional? She can't walk.
Okay. You're being generalized and saying non-functional.
Well, is she back in school?
She's still homeschooled.
Does she have pain in her upper as well as her lower extremities, or did you note that?
In that visit, I did not necessarily note that.
Did you note any complaints of lack of sensation or weakness at that point, other than recalling that she was still wheelchair bound?
No, nothing else is documented, sir.
So at that point, well, let me back up. Did you note at that time any allodonia or dystonia with the patient?
The fact that I didn't comment at all on her neurologic exam means that she wasn't tolerating my touching her.
And by this point, can you just tell us how many medications she had gotten up to?
See it in my notes, sir. I'm sure you know the number.
But they weren't everyday medications. Some of them were, some of them weren't. They're trying to make it sound like she was on 100
Right.
things at once.
All right, well, we can do that.
Oh, Lord.
And a lot of these are, there's some vitamin supplements in there. There's some what we call PRNs, which is as needed. So we can do the count. 1, 2, 3. 19 or 20.
More.
Yeah.
Then you have a gap in your treatment of this patient between that day, April 1st, and August 11th of 2016. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't see her at all between those two points, right?
That's correct, sir.
Were you aware she was getting hyperbaric oxygen therapy?
I was aware.
How were you aware of that?
Beyond it told me.
Is that something you recommend for CRPS?
Let's diverge for hyperbaric treatment, okay? Number one, I'm very comfortable with hyperbaric treatment because I used to work as an attendant and an operator for hyperbaric.
It's just
treatment when I was a
oxygen,
medical
for
student.
God's sake.
All right, so I'm familiar with the different applications of hyperbaric therapy. And so
How
I'm very
dare you
comfortable with
prescribe
hyperbaric therapy.
oxygen for your
There's actually been a
patient,
paper
sir?
reviewed for CRPS utilizing hyperbaric treatment. So I understood the parents wanted to try something different. Something that might
Oxygen
help her.
cannot hurt you.
Were you aware of any recommendation that CRPS patients try hyperbaric therapy?
I know that they had found that through their investigations online.
Did you refer her for that?
No, sir.
While I'm on the subject, did you ever refer her for any psychological therapy?
It was my impression that she was under therapy at the time she needed it. At no point did I see that she was crashing and burning and wasn't already established with a counselor.
So back in
So he didn't need to.
fall
She already had one.
2015, if I can back up just a minute.
Okay.
When Dr. Kirkpatrick first saw her in September and October, you were never aware of any situation in which she was becoming
God, I wish they would
suicidal?
speak up.
Mentioned being suicidal?
It was
The
never mentioned
microphone
as a-
keeps going in and out.
Did you ever see that in Dr. Kirkpatrick's record?
Don't recollect that, sir.
Let's go back to August of 2016.
Yeah, you know, living in pain makes you want to kill yourself. It's true.
Did you ever refer her for immunodeficiency?
No, sir. She was already seeing allergy immunologists.
You know who that was?
She saw several.
Are they whispering now? Is this the whispering
You
trial?
referred to him?
No, sir.
Look at this
Did you ever see
guy.
the report that he sent you? You saw it just before your deposition was taken in this case, is that
No, I
right?
saw it at some point before that.
We can't hear
Did ever
you.
Call him and
No,
ask
sir.
about any of his impressions on the
Shit.
potential for Munchausen by proxy?
I saw the notes, sir, but I didn't.
It's a legal basis.
Oh my God, law and crime. Get your audio together.
Subject matter.
I saw the comment, but I did not believe it applied to Maya.
So you never talked to him about it?
No, sir.
And you saw that he did not diagnose an immunodeficiency?
I saw several other allergy notes that did document IG subclass deficiency in Maya. Okay, that I've seen laboratories and I saw notes from, I think Dr. Tan was one, and there was perhaps another who did document her IG subclass deficiency.
Well, did you ever refer her to any of those doctors?
No, sir.
Did you ever talk to any of those doctors about how to proceed with her care?
About what, sir?
How to proceed with her care?
No, sir.
So when you saw her in August of 2016, was she still wheelchair bound?
She'd been doing pool therapy and she was still in a wheelchair.
And she was still complaining of generalized pain, correct?
Correct.
And if I could ask for Joint Exhibit 1073, page 75, be put up. Council asked you about your medical referral for homebound learning.
Yes, sir.
It was filled out at or about this time, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And
They're going to say he's a liar.
Look at it with me here. You answer yes.
You're muted.
No, they're trying to discredit him this whole time.
Yeah.
That's all they're doing.
This I knew when they asked about this that the defense was going to bring it up
Answer
and
yes
say,
to
so
the
you
question of
lied
whether
on
the
this
student is
form.
Suspected to be absent from school
Yeah.
due to a physical or psychiatric condition for at least 15 consecutive school days or 8 on a block schedule.
But when
Answer
dealing
yes.
with bureaucracy, you know, sometimes you have to just
And
tell
then
them
you
what
skip
they want to
down
hear
some.
in order to get what you want.
Exactly.
And it asks,
Oh.
that was a nice increase in size there. It asks at the bottom, is the student confined to home or hospital and full-time homebound or hospitalized? And you answered yes.
Yes, sir. I was trying to do what was in Maya's best interest,
Well, you believe that to be accurate, correct?
more or less.
Well, you weren't telling the school board a lie, were you?
No, sir.
And they said, do you recommend the student be placed in the most
Yeah, because
restrictive
lying to a
environment?
school board is
You
just
said
the
yes.
worst thing you could ever
Is
do.
that correct?
I wanted her to qualify for hospital homebound, sir, so that she could pursue her treatments and get her therapy.
Yeah, be
Certified.
forceful, sir, because you were right.
Yes.
Right.
You're advocating for your
That is the
patient
student under
Yeah.
medical care
to get
for
past
illness or
red
injury,
tape. Don't
acute,
apologize.
catastrophic, or chronic in nature.
Chronic in nature.
So at that time, she gained weight, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you were asked to comment on her weight at all children's, did you compare her weights in the hospital or just those at admission and discharge?
No, sir. I didn't have the linear weights done in the hospital. I just had my records.
Okay, so you never saw the indication in the chart that she got up to close to 70 pounds.
You're talking about controlled and uncontrolled circumstances. I don't know if they're using different scales. I don't know if they're weighing her clothes, what situation. In my office, we weigh her on the same scales, the same circumstance. So I put more trust in my weight.
There you
than in the
go.
hospital.
Yours are closed, correct?
Sorry, yes, sir.
But the answer is you never looked at how the hospital weight changed during the admission.
Yes, sir.
Incidentally, when you were seeing this patient, did you ever consider
I need this doctor to
diagnosis
get
of temporary
angry.
spine?
No, sir.
Ever in your mind?
Yes, sir.
I really need him to get indignant.
You saw.
Well, the audience might be seeing him
this
getting
patient
bullied
after
and
he was
maybe like
discharged from
him.
all children.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You told
He
us what
seems to
your
be
impression
losing
of her
his
condition was at
patience,
that time.
so that's good.
Yeah, I would be
Yes,
too. I'm already
Um,
losing my patience. Like, get on with it. What's the
first
point of all this
I know.
questioning?
January 18th, 2017, 106617,
That's correct.
and she's up to 29.3 kilos, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's 4 days after her discharge.
Yes, sir.
And you described your impression of what her condition was at that time. But it makes reference in your note to following up with psychology and physical therapy.
Yes, sir.
Did you talk to her psychologist or a physical therapist at that point?
Number one, we don't routinely contact the physical
Oh my
therapists.
gosh,
Usually if they have
They
any
don't.
case and that's
had a
notes or
neurosurgeon, a
requests. So, no, I did
neurologist, a
not. Yes,
hematologist, a physical
What is it?
therapist, an
I don't know
ENT.
if
None of
she
those
already
doctors
had a
They don't
communicated.
talk to
physical
each
therapist at
other.
the time, or if they already-
Right.
if they requested one, I would have given one.
They read the records, you know, back and
Yeah, you
forth.
would go by what I would say.
Yes.
You're right. And then you
And didn't know
report
who
what
she
they
was seeing
did.
for psychological.
Right.
No, sir.
They're just
Yeah.
grasping at straws here. It's just, this is just a time waster.
If we fast forward here,
Slisha, how could this be the same judge? It's not. That judge was a
Following
family
fall.
court judge. This could not be the same judge, or you would
No.
they would have had him
September
recused off the
2017.
case. That could not be the same judge. No.
Okay.
was she improving?
Family court is a whole different court.
Yes, sir. I
This
made the
is
comment
civil
that she was
court.
doing markedly better.
Yep.
Able to
Kangaroo
get out of her
court.
wheelchair.
Family court is
And at that
Full
point,
of-
how long had it been since she had any ketamine?
I can't even what's the
Since
word?
Prior to
Well,
going into the hospital.
morons, appointed
Moron.
morons.
Well,
Thank
she got
you.
some
Morons.
information.
Yes, that's the word.
And you
That
don't
would have
know
been
what-
October.
You don't know what dose it was,
No, I don't.
and you don't know how that dose compared to what she was getting. from
I know it was
Danya.
less than what she was getting from pain management. Yes, sir.
Substantially less.
I don't know substantially. I know it was less because
Okay.
Beata was requesting more.
I'm slowly sliding down in
Danya
my
saw
chair. I've been
September
getting lower and
2017.
lower
What
as this goes on.
analgesia
I'm
she
pretty
was
soon. It's gonna
At
be
that time, there's no
under the
prescription allergies
desk.
that I see on my records.
As a matter of fact, she's down to 3 medications on your record, is that right?
Correct?
And
Take
she's
a little
not
nap.
taking clonidine or opiate or
Yep.
anything like that.
Yeah,
That's
in the
correct.
couch here. I'm about to lay down.
I know,
She
right?
didn't
We're gonna end
continue to
up
improve after
sleeping,
that?
snoring through this.
The next time I saw her was January of 2018.
And she had made huge strides, is
Mm-hmm.
that correct?
Yes, sir.
And she kept improving from that point. Is that right?
To a point.
To a point. And then she had a hospitalization in Orlando, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever talk to doctors over there?
I talked to Dr. Bornstein.
Okay. And his impression was of an eating disorder?
No, sir. Was not.
What was it?
He distinctly did not make the diagnosis of an eating disorder. Okay. And basically his endoscopy showed limited gastritis, and he
Eating
felt
disorder? That's
my
new.
impression was that this was stress induced and that she had limited. This is a response to her stress at the time.
He didn't indicate to you that he thought there was a restrictive eating disorder secondary to stress and anxiety?
Restrictive eating disorder means that you're not taking in the calories, okay, and you're doing that because she's having abdominal complaints. That is not the typical eating disorder that I see in young females. The typical eating disorder I see in young females, they have
Trying
disturbed
to throw
body
this
image.
in
They
as an
think they look
additional
good.
diagnosis that he missed.
They don't see anything wrong with them, and they're
Yep.
extremely difficult to treat.
With bulimia and that sort of thing.
I kept saying I had
That's one
postpartum.
aspect of it, yes, sir.
And she's never had that.
No, sir.
But she's continued to do well since then, after that.
She got better, fortunately.
Okay. And today, is she doing better still?
Try and sit up
She's obviously under
Pay
a lot
attention.
of stressors. Stressors make everything
before I
worse.
fall asleep.
So I think the jury's out on that, no pun intended.
Well,
Pun intended.
she's been, what, 6 years without ketamine?
Yes, sir.
And, you know, no plans for her to get more?
None has been discussed with me, sir. I don't see any indication for it at this point.
Talked about what went on when she was admitted to all children's. Were you told about the court proceeding that was going on?
At some point, I was told that there was motions made to try and get visitation for the parents.
Did you offer to help with that?
I did.
Did you ever, after you talked to this resident that you spoke of, did you ever call all children back?
No, I didn't.
You know the attending physicians there, you referred to them, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you ever pick up the phone and call them?
I did not know any of the physicians that were on the service taking care of Maya. I had previous experience with the child protection team, which
I'm
included
not
Sally
disputing,
Smith.
sir. I'm not asking about the child protection.
Doesn't want to talk about CPS.
Nobody wants to talk about CPS and how
You
bad
remember,
they
you know
are.
that- You know how to get in touch with all children's hospital,
I
right?
do.
Phone's got a dial pad.
This guy also had a bunch of other patients at the same time. She's not his only patient. He's
Right.
not dedicated to one person all the time. So, yeah, this
Yeah, like
is
my
so
pediatrician
frustrating.
never contacted Dr. Wong, right?
Right.
Mr. Anderson.
Insofar as not being able to use ketamine,
Oh, speaking in the microphone.
patients before anesthetics
Oh, Jesus.
manage to get over their illnesses, don't they?
Yes.
Mm.
And the pain meds are not designed, if I understand your testimony, to be a cure. They
There
are
we
to
go.
make things better.
That's my understanding.
So whether or not Maya had ketamine and could get through that easier and faster, she had to go through this without ketamine and just grit it out.
Yes, sir.
Have we,
Leading compound, that's,
from what you saw, was it more difficult for
Come
Maya
on,
to
Greg.
try to stabilize and get better without the ketamine?
Do better, Greg.
Without ketamine?
Yes. Did she need the ketamine to get better quicker from what you saw?
It might have been helpful in that circumstance when she had the second presumed episode.
Meaning she had another episode, another relapse after she got out of Johns Hopkins?
That is my impression.
Now, getting to the number of meds, let's pull up what's been marked in evidence as 2002. I'll show you what is in your file, I believe. Well, actually, I know it is.
So now we know who the culprit is. It's
and
Greg.
If we
Greg
could go to the
Anderson.
next one here. with
Jeez,
the
Greg.
number. All right. So this is the discharge summary from Johns Hopkins as of January 13th, 2017. So I want to go over what Johns Hopkins had her on or recommended. You see here where it says home medications and new prescriptions.
Yes, sir.
All right. So is Aquaphor a topic that can be used?
Oh, I use
in
that
lesions?
every night. I love
What is
that stuff.
It's an acid blocker.
All right, next.
Aquaphor, I put that on my lips.
Okay, here we go.
Great.
So the next,
Acetaminophen, pain reliever. Albuterol is a bronchodilator for asthma. Baclofen is a muscle relaxant. Cetirizine is an antihistamine.
right? And what's the,
Cholecalciferol is vitamin D.
Okay.
Ferrous sulfate is an iron supplement. Fluticasone is a nasal steroid. Oh, in that case, that was an inhaled steroid. The Fluticasone nasal is a nasal steroid inhaled for
Okay.
spray through your nose.
all right, and we have another one. This is the last page.
Neopirocin is a topical antibiotic. Polyethylene glycol is Miralax for constipation. Pregabalin is Lyrica, which is used in pain management. And multivitamins.
So was Maya Kowalski discharged from Johns Hopkins with only 3 medications or with 13 or 14, depending on whether you see a vitamin as a medication?
On the list, there's 14.
And was she checked out with a pain med or medicines designed to combat her CRPS pain?
That was the pregabalin, which is Lyrica.
How about the baclofen?
Baclofen would also be used for that.
The following hospitals and doctors were cited on your cross-examination about why you didn't call them back. And there was Doctors Hospital, Venice Hospital, Tampa General, Lurie, and I think another doctor. To the best of your knowledge, none of those doctors were accusing the Kowalskis of Munchausen by proxy. were they?
Sustained.
That's to my knowledge, yes, sir.
Sir, the jury will disregard that answer.
What? Why? Why?
To the
Oh,
best of your knowledge, there
hearsay
was no
again.
reason for you to need to call them back.
Correct.
And Beata Kowalski was, in fact, reporting back to you the next visit on what was going on.
Yes, sir.
Did she
Exactly.
give
Let me
a
go by
thorough
what she says.
history to you about the events in Maya's medical life, like a better term, since the last time you saw her?
She brought me up to speed on what was happening at that time.
Thus, was there any need for you to call physicians once you had the data from Beata Kowalski, the infusion nurse?
Objection, Lee.
The Beata was an extremely good historian, very knowledgeable medically, and they were very good about communicating to me what was happening with her and what the plans were and what they were hoping for.
And do you recall, as to the school homebound, whether that issue of whether she was going to go back to school in a wheelchair as opposed to
I think you
staying
want to get
at
to the habit,
home
baby.
at
I
home?
do. I'm done with this.
Were you aware that that was denied? That she
I'm
was
speeding it
supposed
up
to go to
some.
school rather, in other words, that what you wrote down didn't work.
I want to know who Hat Lady is.
I thought, number one, I knew she didn't.
We're going
want
to the
school.
Kentucky Derby here in a minute.
I thought it was not in her best interest to go back to school and be stressed and upset when we've had this track record of having great difficulties when the stress levels go up. I was aware, which was the first time I've ever had them decline an application for hospital homebound. I still to this day don't know why they declined it, but I've never had that happen before.
And did it come to your attention that this emotional issue by Maya to having to go back to school, in fact, precipitated another relapse?
I know she was upset.
Anything further?
Finally. All right, we
Yes.
get to
Members
the
of the jury,
hat
any
lady.
questions? Dr. Wilson?
Oh, wait, we get jury questions now. Let's hear how stupid they are this time. This is when we get to hear how dumb the jury is today. What didn't they listen to? Again, there's a question. The bailiff just gave it to the judge. Let's see what it is. I don't like this jury asking questions thing. I mean, on one hand, it gives you kind of an insight into what they're thinking. But on the other hand, it also gives jury members who are attention-seeking whores the chance to be attention-seeking whores and take over the trial and like just be heard for no reason. Like
Right.
it just, ugh, hate it. I don't like it. Juries, man. Juries are not trustworthy. Sean McMillan is 100% right. The juries are stupid.
They are finicky. They're like, they may not like your voice. They may not like
Right.
who you remind them of somebody that they didn't like in third grade.
Oh,
it
I
could be anything.
guarantee you the jury in Cynthia Absug's case just did not like her. They
Yeah.
didn't like her. And they decided she was guilty based on no evidence,
Yeah.
but the fact that they didn't like her. The prosecutor actually admitted to us afterwards on camera that he was shocked that he got the charge of, what was the other? Oh, the attempted kidnapping. Yeah.
Mhm.
He was shocked.
Wow.
which really is negligent on the behalf of on the state, because
Right.
if the state doesn't even believe in their own charges and they don't think they can get a conviction, they shouldn't have brought it in the first place.
Yeah.
That's bullshit. I can't believe he
Crazy.
admitted that. I can't wait
Yeah.
till people see that one, because that's gonna be fun.
Were there any other questions?
All right, here we go.
Or just the ones that were presented? Okay. Okay, Doctor, who made the note of Kyle appearing malnourished, and who had he been examined by to reach that opinion and notation of record?
Is this in reference to Kyle?
Kyle, yes.
I'm not sure who made that reference.
The next question from the jury: is it common for doctors to collaborate with other doctors about their patients' care?
No.
In a perfect world, would be very nice.
Yeah, but it's not.
Not.
It is easier when you are part of the same system, such as my current group. We have we have a wide spectrum of specialists. We share the same medical record. So communication there is much easier because we can look on there and tell what's been done, what's been ordered. We can see the labs. Unfortunately, in the real world, when we are utilizing outside specialists and outside physicians and tests, it is very difficult for us to we don't always get comprehensive records. There is problems with communication sometimes, and it is, we can request records. I'd say half the time we get it, half the time we don't. So if there is when we communicate currently, most often directly is usually when I'm trying to get someone seen on an urgent basis to address a medical problem, because the current logistics, it'll take way too long for them to get in there and be seen by the specialist. So the most common scenario in which I pick up the phone and call someone.
I told you, they're stupid.
Yeah.
They're stupid, okay?
When I'm trying to get somebody seen urgently.
They are
for an urgent
believing
medical
that this
condition.
family was abusing and neglecting their children. That's what
Plaintiffs,
these
any
questions
follow-up
are about.
questions?
The jury is not on Maya's
Jurors,
side
any
right
follow-up
now.
questions?
Yep.
Okay, and may Dr. Rossmeyer be excused?
these juries really believe also that they're very special and that they have special knowledge because they're being called on to make these decisions. They're a bunch of freaking narcissists. I mean,
To the extent you're under a subpoena, it's possible you might have to be called back
Today or another day or what?
another day.
Okay.
I'm assuming it's another day.
Poor doctor.
Okay, no, that's fine.
poor guy.
You know what it
He's
is.
like, I don't have anything else to do.
No, you don't need
Yes.
to hang around today.
Thank you.
All right, let's get to the hat lady. I can't wait for her. All right, let's speed up a little bit.
I'm looking for timing based on the
Judge
witnesses you have this
Tuft.
afternoon. Is there a short witness or?
Shave it, sir.
Relatively, our next witness would probably be 20 to 30 minutes on direct, and I'm gonna guess 5 to 10 across, but
Given the other witnesses you have this afternoon, should we take a lunch now, or
I'll leave that to the jury.
I'm asking you, given the scheduling that you have?
All of our witnesses are
Speaking
here
of
and can be
lunch,
here for the
I'm
duration.
hungry.
Are y'all okay to go another, sounds like 30 minutes, or do you want to take a lunch now? Yeah, I'm hearing, let's call it your next witness.
Right. Witness call Linda Brown.
Linda Brown, wearing the fashionable hat in court, which is actually a little questionable, if you ask me. It's a little distracting.
Attention
The
seeking.
jury, a little attention seeking. But however, it's fun for us because, you know, their questions are dumb. Yeah, the jury's questions are dumb and pointless. But I think they're showing us in a little window into what at least one of them is thinking, which is there's something up with this family because somebody said Kyle looked malnourished. You know, I have very skinny children. I was a very skinny kid. Wish that was still my problem. But genetically speaking, my family has very small children. And I was accused of failure to thrive with my daughter. The doctor scared me and said, if I didn't take her for these gastro tests, they were going to call CPS. And I was like, oh, hell no, I'm getting a different doctor.
Exactly.
She's not, I'm not neglecting her. She's just small. So a lot of doctors can say weird shit that has nothing, no basis in reality about your kid.
Yep.
Good morning, just early.
She looks insane.
For the record.
Linda Suzanne Martin, Native Brown.
And you and I have spoken on a couple of occasions, but we've never met in person, have we?
Not till today, sir.
Have you been called here to testify as a member of Epiphany Church?
Ooh.
Oh, she's
you a
holding a
member of-
rosary.
Yes, I am.
Are you also a member of the Legion of Mary?
I am.
And on occasion in 2015 and 2016, did you come to know the Kowalski family a little bit?
Through Sister Francis, yes.
Just
I
briefly.
wonder if she's
give
one
the
of these
jury,
Catholics who always covers her
background
head.
In terms of how long you've been a resident in Venice and how long you've been a member of.
But that's just for church.
I've been in Venice since
It's not for court.
1997.
It's weird.
I've been a member of the church pretty much since then because I had my daughter.
She's wearing her Sunday best.
Maybe.
And the Legion of Mary, would you explain for the jury what the Legion of Mary is?
There's two groups for the Legion of Mary. The first group is the main group that meets every week. They have meetings and discussions about places to go and people to see, to help and pray for whatever their needs might be. They also have what they call a traveling Mary or a pilgrim Mary. She's about 3 feet tall, and she comes in a big kind of black box, almost looks like a golf club kind of bag, but it's all square. You know, it's long and rectangular.
About a
she has
statue?
a box, and she has
Yeah.
a beautiful crown.
Oh,
that
okay.
that we put on her
I was
head, and there's a
person.
ceremony that goes with it, with the book that's inside of this box, all contained with Mary. We put rosaries around her neck, and then we
They
pray
take her
with
to
the
pray
family.
people.
We engage them with certain prayers that are in this book to leave the Mary with them so that they continue to do the rosary with
Yeah.
this pilgrim Mary who's present in their home. And she's there for healing and hope and health, and gives a lot of us Catholics a whole lot of hope.
You happen to live in Stonewalk, which is the Kowalski's neighborhood, right?
It is.
And did there come a time in 2015 when you learned that Maya had a pain condition of some sort?
Was it 2015? Gosh, it was that long ago. From Sister Francis, I was at church with Sister Francis. I used to went to daily mass when they had it then. And excuse me, I don't need to.
You're doing fine.
Yes, I just need to breathe. Sister Frances was speaking to someone about saying prayers for the Kowalskis. And she saw me and said, they live in your neighborhood. And I said, oh, I will bring them the Traveling Mary, because Sister Frances was telling me that their daughter was ill and my heart went out to her. So I wanted to bring Mary there so that they all could pray for the healing of their daughter.
All right, listen, I'm going to stop the chat right now. I'm not going to allow Catholic bashing here. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to tell you when no one is worshiping idols. This is a cultural thing that you don't understand. And in fact, tonight at 8 p.m., I'm going to be on with Steve Gosney about Catholicism. We're actually going to be talking about Catholicism tonight at 8 p.m. on Steve's channel on Rumble. But no, stop it with your, see, you're worshiping idols garbage. This is a cultural, religious thing that you don't get. And you can have your opinions on it, but let us please keep the Catholic bashing to a minimum here. Thank you.
And so did you take the Mother Mary to the Kowalski's house?
I did. That was the first time I met Beata. And I went into the home, and her sister was there from Chicago. I did not see Maya at the time. And the husband was there as well. And they were getting ready to go somewhere for some function. So normally when you come into the house with this Traveling Mary, you do the whole ceremony with the family and you set her up.
While we wait for the next question. Okay.
All right. So you went to the home, you met Beata, you met Jack, Maya, you didn't see her. You brought in the Mother Mary. You explained a little bit, but what is the normal process that you go through with the family when you unbox her and set her up?
We unbox her and put her in a prominent place. And then we put the crown on her head and the rosaries around her neck. And we say the prayers that are in this particular book that comes with. And the family gets books as well so that they can all look at the prayers so they can say them together.
And on that occasion, you already mentioned that the Kowalski family was on their way out or something. So did you go through the ceremony with them at their house, or did you leave Mother Mary and trust that they would do that?
I left Mary with them to trust that they would do that.
And then how long does Mother Mary typically stay in a family's home or a sick parishioner's home after you deliver her?
A week, or if she's not in need for someone else, if they need her longer, it can be extended. So the duration is who needs her next and who's waiting for her, or who needs her the most at the moment.
Did Beata and Jack appear appreciative that you were there with the Mother Mary?
Oh yes, absolutely.
And after a week, did you pick Mother Mary up or someone else?
No, sir.
Meaning someone else picked her up?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so that was in 2015. And then fast forward a little bit, sometime in 2016, you saw Maya during the 4th of July parade. Is that right?
That is correct.
Can you tell us a little bit about your interaction with the Kowalskis on the 4th of July, 2016?
Well, it was our whole neighborhood, and it was the Kowalski family and a family across the street, and we intertwined. And there was a big, huge slide. And my immediate thing I first went to do was to go see Maya, and I did. She was in her wheelchair, and I gave her a big hug. And I thought she looked so well. I thought that she could just.
I'll be right back. I'm going to get my lunch.
And I gave her a stick of huckleberry chapstick, and gave her a big hug, and just continued to be at the party. And
So typical 4th of July in your neighborhood with the parade, and you saw Maya that day. Is that right?
I did.
And then is it true that the next time you interacted with the Kowalski family was when you got a phone call from Beata?
That is correct.
What was Beata's mental and emotional state at that point?
She was absolutely distraught.
Could you understand what she was telling you on the phone?
No, I could not, which is why I went over there to speak with her so I could try to understand what she was saying to me.
And what did you learn when you got to the Kowalski home that day?
That Maya had been taken away from Beata.
And so you resolved to do what you do and deliver the Mother Mary?
Joyce and I were bringing the Traveling Mary to Maya.
Let me ask the question.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's okay. You show up at the Kowalski home. Beata's distraught. What did you decide to do to help Maya?
I went over to see Beata because she couldn't speak over the phone, and I didn't know what was wrong. And when I got there, she was crying and, you know, snots everywhere and just so upset. And I kept saying, she kept saying that they took her. And I'm like, who took her? And she said the hospital took her. And I didn't understand any of that.
Some legal basis. Is there an exception in this motion?
Excited utterance, then existing mental state.
Overrule the objection. You can that's your answer.
You were saying the hospital took her. You can continue.
And I didn't understand what she was talking about at all. I didn't understand that. So I was just sitting there with her to just, you know, help her breathe. And then Jack came home and I left to let the two of them be together.
In the next couple of days or the following week, did you decide to then deliver Mother Mary to Maya?
Yes, we decided that we would go, we would bring her to the traveling Mary to the hospital that Maya was in.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sure.
Man, what are they doing now? Now, just so you guys know, they took my son at 2 o'clock in the morning from my mom's house where he was asleep. They showed up with 3 police cars and they told my mom that they were taking my son. And my mom said, "No, you're not." And they said, "If you don't give him to us, you're going to be arrested." And my mom says, "If I get arrested, go to jail, do I take him with me?" And they said, "No, he's going to go to foster care and you're not going to be able to care for him because you're going to have a criminal record."
Mr. Whitney, you may proceed.
But that's how mean these people are.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Evil.
So we were beginning to discuss your decision to take Mother Mary to Maya. And you said we. Who's we?
Joyce Sacco and myself.
And who is Joyce Sacco? She's another member of the Legion of Mary?
She is a member of the Legion of Mary.
All right. So you knew at that point that Maya was at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, and you made a drive up there. Can you describe a little bit the drive up there?
I drove with Joyce in her vehicle, and we just prayed the entire way. We didn't discuss anything because we didn't know anything other than we were praying to help a little girl who was sick. That's all we knew.
And you arrive at the hospital, and you get up to Maya's room, and if you could describe the scene as you enter Maya's room.
I went in her room and she was sitting there crisscross applesauce, and I went over to her and she reached up to me and I hugged her, and then we were.
What happened next?
Just like darkness was there, and we were told to get out of the room. We weren't supposed to be in there. We I wasn't supposed to be touching Maya, and that what were we bringing? What was that? We tried to explain that it was, the miraculous, Mother Mary, and that we were bringing her to be with Maya so that she could pray. And they said that was not allowed and that we had to go. So we left the room.
And who's they? Nurses or doctors?
Just whatever that dark force was behind me. I didn't really. It just was dark. That's how the only way I can explain it.
And it was explained to them. You mentioned this is the Mother Mary. She's here to pray with Maya. Is that right?
That Maya would pray with her, yes.
And so did they give you any reason that you couldn't be there with her?
They did not, no, sir.
But they kicked you out of the room immediately?
Yes, sir.
Where did you go?
To the chapel.
What did you do in the chapel?
Prayed.
And where was the chapel?
Downstairs in the hospital.
And were you praying for Maya?
Yes.
I missed something. Were you allowed to leave the Mother Mary with her in the room there?
No, sir, I was not.
You weren't allowed to leave the rosary beads that would go with
No,
Mother
sir.
Mary? You weren't allowed to leave the prayer book?
No, sir.
And you went down to the chapel and prayed afterwards?
Yes, sir.
How long did you stay there?
An hour at least. Maybe more, because other people came in and saw us in there, and they had sick children, and they asked us what we were doing, and we said we were praying, and they came in and prayed with us for their children as well. So it was a whole group of us praying for sick children.
At some point before this incident at the hospital, had you given Maya a rosary or a medal or something like that?
I've probably given them I pass out miraculous medals, which I carry with me. Where are they? There you are. And she's a miraculous medal, and it has Mary on there, and it's on a chain, so you can wear it. And then there's a card that shows you the miraculous medal. It's a miracle that happened, and it explains, if I may.
I love her. She's right.
Okay.
They are dark.
It's given to people for.
Let's wait for a question.
Yep, violating religious rights. But they have the nerve to have a chapel.
Yes.
But they don't let the patients pray.
I'm not aware of that, but I can tell you what she said to me when I gave her a hug.
How did you know when you were in the room that you couldn't leave the Mother Mary statue?
We were told that we had to leave the room and take whatever was in the box out.
I heard your earlier testimony that no reason was given. Did they ever present you with some sort of list of who was allegedly allowed or not allowed in the hospital to see Maya?
No, sir.
The witness.
Ms. Rose.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I love your hat.
Thank you.
I just have a couple questions for you. Before, well, first of all, you, as you said, you live in the neighborhood, same neighborhood as the
Yes.
Kowalskis, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you talked about the first time you went to the house and you brought Mary, but they had company or they were leaving, so you did not stay and do the whole ritual, correct?
Correct.
All right. And then you had the second time when you went because Mrs. Kowalski had called you and you went there and she was very upset.
Correct.
Right. Almost incoherent.
I'm sorry.
Almost incoherent.
Yes. I mean, she got
what
it out.
next?
I had to physically be there with her.
Right, understand. And it was after that visit that you went to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
Correct. And when you went to the hospital, you don't recall checking in with security
No, ma'am.
or getting a name tag.
No, ma'am.
Right. And is it fair to say that you were unaware as to whether or not DCF, the Department of Children and Family Services, was requiring background checks for anybody who would be visiting Maya?
Objection.
Legal basis.
That's not evidence.
Overruled. You can answer.
That's
Just
not something
repeat
you
the
were aware
question.
of, correct?
I was not aware of any of those facts, ma'am. No.
Right. You had no knowledge as to what restrictions there were or were not with respect to visitors for Maya, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Now, you would certainly understand that, well, let's try that. When you went to the hospital room, you were only in there briefly, correct?
Seconds.
Seconds. And you indicated that you saw Maya and she was sitting crisscross applesauce on the bed.
Mm-hmm.
She seemed happy to see you.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes,
You gave her a big hug.
I did.
She hugged you back.
Yes.
And then you were told that you had to leave, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you said that there was some dark force. You're not talking about the room was dark. You felt some sort of
Yeah, it was like the
dark
devil was
energy.
behind me. We were the light coming in, and there was the devil behind me. It's what it was. It was dark. There's
Normally, this would not play well. But if anybody's
Um,
ever
and
had
then,
any experience with CPS, this is the perfect way to describe them.
You saw Maya in Easter of 2020. You recall seeing her then?
that was during COVID. If I may ask the question, it's
Um,
all those years sort of.
Yes, I'm just going by your deposition testimony you previously said.
Can you
recall seeing her
refresh
at
my
Easter?
memory?
Do you recall
I
seeing
do.
her at Easter?
Yes.
Okay. And your description was that she was walking like a beautiful, thriving young teenager when you saw her, correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Whitney.
Did any of the nurses that entered the room tell you to go downstairs to get a badge? You missed the security desk or something like that?
No, sir.
Did any of them mention to you that these DCF background checks were being done on supervisors, but not just plain visitors?
No, sir.
Were you there as a spy or were you there to give Maya hope?
I was there to give Maya hope.
Overruled.
Were you there as a spy
No,
or were you
sir.
there to give Maya hope?
I was there to give Maya hope.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Royals, anything further?
No.
Members of the jury, do any of you have a question?
She seems like a really sweet, sincere person. I mean, I think she's pretty likable. I mean, she's a little, woo
You
woo.
changed. That's just crazy.
Well, well, she looked crazy with the hat, but now she's like, you know, her demeanor and everything.
Yeah.
She's just a really sweet lady, you know.
Yeah, she's nice. Like I said, my mom, anytime she saw a social worker or their counsel, say, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus.
That sounds like what my mother would do. They need that. They have demons.
Yeah.
And then just spray some. It wouldn't hurt to flick them with some holy water too. Just yeah, jury questions coming. Where did you get your hat?
Good one.
Let's hope there are no atheists on the jury who will just hate
Right.
her immediately.
Ms. Brown,
Yes.
question from the jury is, did the Dark Force people say they could not pray with Maya?
They could not, or you could not.
Yes.
The Dark Force people.
The Dark Force
Any
people,
follow-ups
right?
for the-
She's got the jury saying it. I think that worked.
Yes. Ma'am, isn't it that you were there for a few seconds, they came in and they told you that you had to leave, that you could not be there, correct?
Joyce was explaining to them that we were there to pray, and they said we could not do that.
They said you could not stay, correct?
We could not pray or stay.
Not stay, could not pray.
Members of the jury, are there any other questions?
Yeah, I like her. She's likable.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, yes, sir.
I love that she's got the jury using the words Dark Force people. That's awesome. They couldn't have planned this witness better. The Dark Force people. It was the Dark Force people in the hospital with the syringe.
Okay, members of the jury, I'm going to go ahead and let you go for lunch here in a couple of moments. And Debbie Coley, I'm going to want them back, ready to go. Let's call it at 1:30, so it's a little bit shorter than an hour and a half today, okay? Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves.
Ooh.
Do not do any investigation.
I think we're caught up because I think they're still at lunch.
Okay?
Yeah.
Feel free to go have a
Dang,
good
I
lunch.
thought I was going to get to eat. Now I'm going to have to chew in your ear because now we're going ahead and here we are. We're still 15
waiting.
more minutes. I'm eating a thing though that is so good. My boss at work, she's like all into organic food and she had a bunch of food that was going to expire and she was like sending it home with all of us. And it's this like soba noodle bowl with tofu and broccoli and carrots and peanut sauce. God, it's
Nice.
good. It's so tasty. All right, so Rachel, what give me your thoughts so far?
So far, I feel sorry for that doctor, poor doctor. But I think they are trying very hard to discredit him, right? And all this back and forth about whether he communicated with the doctors, whether he didn't communicate with the doctors, like trying to insinuate to the jury that this is what normally happens and it's not. And as far, as this new witness, this is good.
Yeah, I liked her a lot. I mean, that
Yeah,
was
she
short
talked
and
about
sweet and
how
to the
distraught-
point.
How distraught Beata was, right? And I
Mhm.
just, shared with your audience, like they showed up at 2:00 in the morning to pick up my son.
Yeah, I heard you while I was getting my lunch. I was listening.
Yeah.
And I mean, they
Threatened
really
her.
are a dark force. Like, honestly, the way she described them is damn near perfect because they are. They're
Yeah.
so evil. They do these evil things. And really, you have to ask yourself, like, what would cause people to behave this way other than pure evil? It is dark. It's a darkness. So I really
saw
love the way she described that. I like how like, well, who said it? I don't know. It was just this dark force behind me. It was like evil. It was dark. I'm glad she said it because isn't that how you felt? Like you were being attacked by darkness?
Oh, absolutely. Spiritual warfare at its finest.
Yeah, it's really weird. I mean, I've known a lot of people who have interacted with CPS. I covered a lot of these stories and everybody has this, the bad ones always end up with someone who's malicious. It's never somebody with good intentions or like they just made a mistake.
Right.
Discovery always proves that there was malicious intent behind it.
Yeah. All the ones who had good things to say about me were removed from my case. So
See?
within a 6-month period of time, we had about 8 social workers. And every
that's
time
another-
they had something good to say about me, they would disappear and somebody else would show up at my house.
That's another reason why all of these things get so convoluted too, because they never keep the same person on the same case. And so then files get, messed around with or something isn't written down or somebody else takes notes a different way, things get left out. Sean McMillan, your attorney, is really good at catching these people doing leaving out exculpatory evidence. If you watch his channel, you guys, if you are not subscribed to Caps and Stems Law, I think it's called Caps. Look up Sean McMillan, SHAWN, Sean McMillan, Caps and Stems Law. He every night they do a live stream of his previous depositions of these people.
Yep. And they all have the same look, the evil look. Like they all have this expression on their face that is like dead.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like these.
Oh,
kids
and you
are
can
just
tell
smart.
they're malicious. You can tell. Robin wants to know, a traveling Mary, is that a thing? Never heard of it. Yeah, absolutely, it's a thing. And you know, you have to understand that Catholicism is huge around the entire world, and each culture has a different way of celebrating Catholicism throughout that culture. So Beata was Polish, and it's possible that the Catholic church she goes to is a Polish church, and this is something that they do in Poland more often than they do in America. You will find that Polish Catholics are like really, really Catholic, kind of like Mexican Catholics. Mexican Catholics are really, really Catholic, and they have different cultural traditions, right? And the Traveling Mary is not just a outside of America thing. I've heard of it.
Yeah, they have them in Brazil.
Yeah, it's a cultural thing. And by the way, I mean, I know there's always people in the chat. Are you Catholic, Rachel?
No, but my husband was, and he went to Catholic school, and he
Okay.
actually broke one of the Marys one time.
Oh no, purgatory for him for that. No, I'm just kidding. But you here's the thing about never get your information about Catholics from Protestants, and vice versa. Don't get your information about Protestants from Catholics. Always go to the source. You know, everybody always says, well, why are they praying to statues? And no one's praying to statues. It's just like so historically speaking, many years ago, not many people could read. And so you'll see that in Catholic cathedrals, there are many carvings of stories, right? So there's, like, for instance, the Stations of the Cross. If you've ever seen the Stations of the Cross, it's literally carvings of the story of the execution of Christ. So, oh, wait, are they back? They're back. Hold on, they're coming back. And it's because people could not read, and the priests wanted to make sure that the people could follow along with what was being said. And and that's why there are all these icons, right? They're not for praying to like a statue of Baal. Catholics use them as a visual reminder and a meditation tool. That's it. No one's praying to statues. Everyone's praying to God. All right, we're back from lunch. That was a quick lunch break. Great. Now I can go back to my lunch.
And those objections on 2365 and 2530-045.
I'm sorry, can you say the first number again?
2365. Oh, I'm sorry, that one's
2365. It says Jack Kowalski's notes.
yes, and it's a 5-page document, Your Honor. We'd leave out page 5, which is some sort of cover sheet to the attorney. But page 1 through 4.
Can someone put it up so I can look at it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Looks for me.
Your Honor, we just need
I just turned it on.
you to turn it on. Thank you.
Don't forget to hit that like and subscribe. If you're following me on Rumbles, make sure you hit that sign up button to go to Locals and turn your notifications on. Follow me there so you get all the notifications when I'm going live. If you're not following me on Locals, go and do it now. We'll speed this up. They're just stapling things. Oh, I can't speed it up anymore.
You're live.
Oh, wait, no, I'm not yet.
Is this document? Where does this document live?
We're not quite live.
Where does the document appear, Your Honor?
Almost.
Part of Dr. Duncan's medical file for psychological diagnosis.
Man, could they speak up?
And what is she going to testify as to?
Psychological diagnosis.
And what is she going to testify as to?
Why is it so quiet?
To inform
Nobody's at the microphone.
each of the family members and provide psychological
Honor, they're hearsay. They're actually hearsay within hearsay. Sometimes
Hearsay, they
opinions
accept that in family court.
Dr. Duncan
That's all they accept.
Spoke to them directly for her evaluation. She certainly can testify to that, but this is hearsay and hearsay within hearsay.
Hearsay within hearsay. Yeah.
It's the next page.
These are notes written again by Mike Kowalski, provided directly to Dr. Duncan.
By Mike Kowalski?
Maya Kowalski.
Oh, Maya.
My apologies.
Well, she'll be able to get those in because if they put her on the stand, she can put them in that way, her own testimony. God, she better be getting on the stand.
Was this given to Dr. Duncan? I mean, what?
Yes, Your Honor.
Was this at Dr. Duncan's request?
I don't know.
Judge looks
the genesis
confused.
In that regard, Your Honor, I know that in each of the reports, she lists the documents that she reviewed as part of her report, and this appears among them.
Let me see the next couple pages. Who's?
Again, Maya.
Kathy is scared if I go on the computer, I'll connect with someone or go on a sex website. Not doing anything for pain, saying literally this is psychological, talking behind my back. Amanda talking about humor. What does that say? Rumors? Asking what I do at home for pain, telling lies.
Well, was she lawyered up at this point?
I don't know. I don't know, but she's taken a lot of notes.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, my
These
lawyer
are
told me to
great.
do this.
She was like 9 years old. She was 9 or 10
Right?
years old.
Wow.
Is this the last page?
I wonder if her mom told her to do this.
Boy, my 9-year-old does not have handwriting that good or spelling that good, but she was very gifted. She was in
Yeah,
the
yeah.
gift. We heard from her teacher yesterday that she was a gifted student, and I can tell that from her handwriting.
Yep.
When was
I
this?
mean, my mom was
these
in
pages
therapy.
developed?
So they were telling her lies about her mom.
Well, her evaluations occurred in December of 2016 and January of 2017. Maya's examination, for example, contact date with Maya was on January 6th, 2017.
Microphone, sir.
And again, it appears as part of that file, things that Dr. Duncan reviewed in preparing her report, and the reports are in evidence.
Headphones are making my ears sweat. I don't like that.
For the purposes of evaluation,
Yuck.
they contain hearsay within hearsay.
It's like hot under here.
Checked on both of those days.
I may
Was
have to
Dr.
switch to
Duncan
earbuds.
retained to actually provide medical care for Maya Kowalski?
No, Your Honor.
Not counseling, Your Honor, but diagnosis.
Judge, this is the one where there was a request for, before the shelter court, for suggested names and for Maya to be evaluated. Now, it's not a CME.
Guys, it looks like my
but
local
it was
stream
an
ended,
agreed
and I don't know
upon,
why.
two people.
I didn't do
One
that.
was
So if
Shoshana
you were
Duncan,
following
and the other
along
was
on
Dr.
locals, I'm
Pradeep
sorry.
of Brown Medical School will be here, I think Thursday or Friday. But in any event,
The heck
her
happened?
job was to obtain this kind of information.
Oh, we hit the
and
3-hour
provide a
mark.
report
That's
to the
why.
court, which she did. So pure treating physician, no, but clearly outside of hearsay.
Anything further?
No, other than I think the plaintiff has conceded that these notes were not done for the purpose of medical diagnoses. They were done at the request of the attorney. And this is a forensic examiner hired by the plaintiff. This is not an independent exam or a court-ordered examiner.
At present, 2365, I'm sustaining the defendant's hearsay objection. There's no exception that applies at this point.
Wow.
The next one.
Note for the record, Judge, that we believe that 80323 statement by a child with physical, mental, emotional, or developmental age of 16 or less, describing child abuse or neglect, sexual abuse or unlawful sex where in the presence of the child is admissible. This, I think, can be classified as child abuse or neglect. And the court would have to find reliability. And then Maya would testify as a corroborative evidence
Okay.
in a criminal
Well,
matter.
you haven't done what you need to do for child victim hearsay.
Not yet. obviously.
I've done many of those hearings. I can tell you, you haven't done what you need to do for child victim hearsay.
I'm aware of this.
Uh-oh.
Several
And
times.
it's not going to happen in the next 5 minutes either.
Probably not.
I know not. So what's the next one?
Next one, Your Honor, is 2530-045.
So they're not allowing her notes in?
Maya.
How
I believe
can
in
that be?
July Or June or July of 2016. Again, part of Dr. Duncan's file.
Just put her on the stand. Let her look at her
The
notes.
objection is cumulative. However, we don't have a photograph from this date, and it's during or at or near the time of her hospitalization at, oh, excuse me, that's incorrect. It's during or at the time, during her recovery before the relapse in the fall of 2016.
Anything from the
Our objection is to the nature of the cumulativeness, and we would just love some direction to the court for how many photos they are going to be admitting. We're trying to prevent a family photo album from being introduced in evidence as well.
there are quite a few photos. I'm going to let this one in, but just planners, you need to understand you're getting kind of close to the maximum number of photos that you're going to be having. So
Why do we
this
need a
one's
family
okay,
photo album?
but
Well, that's what the defense is
there's a whole
saying,
bunch
that
of
the
photos of,
prosecution is kind of
Monica
placing this like
Walsh
family photo
different
album,
points
which
that
I
show
understand. They're trying to paint the picture that the family is this
overrule
beautiful,
as it relates
perfect,
to
normal,
25, 30,
right? Would
Yeah.
not be
dash
abusive.
045, and we'll admit that.
Like, I understand.
That's all from the plaintiffs, Your Honor.
Anything else from the defense before we bring in the jury?
Just very briefly.
They
Your
sure
Honor,
didn't
again, the
fight
defense
for those
raises,
notes, did
grave
they?
Concerns for the continued
Yeah.
muddling.
I wonder if he's going to establish it later on and then bring it on later.
Robin, just read the subtitles. Sorry, but we talk over this stream sometimes. If you want to hear just the court, you can go to Law and Court or Law and Crime and listen to nothing but these people drone on.
That pattern's going to be repeated with the next expert, Dr. Duncan. We would just want to be sure that any questions regarding visitation with Maya, to the extent she's going to testify on that, come with the corollary that this was all pursuant to DCF orders, so we don't continue to muddy the waters of this.
Well, as I've said before, and I said on Friday, I anticipate giving a detailed instruction on this. The reality is some of this evidence is applicable to some of the causes of action. So I can't just say you can't put it in, but I'm waiting on defense to provide me that instruction. I know Mr. Altenburn gave a draft on Friday, and I know he was going to talk to Mr. Elegant, and my hope is by tomorrow in the morning, either there's an agreement from the sides, or I'm going to either draft my own or modify whatever one that folks have submitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. We did not introduce our corporate representative today, Dr. Smith, Catherine Smith. Oh, sorry, Michelle
Mr.
Smith.
Howard Hunter did.
Wasn't she?
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
Not to the jury, Your Honor. That's
Not to the jury.
Yeah.
Your Honor, if I could just respond briefly to the allegation that we're muddling the record. There is no, eventually, if these court orders come in, there is nothing limiting spiritual services, prayer in the hospital in these court orders. So the allegation that we're muddling the record by bringing forth that testimony is just inaccurate.
Yeah, that's
My comments stand. Anything else?
They're going to intersect. There's no way to not talk
we
about
bring in the jury?
DCS during this.
Let's bring in the jury.
that's vital to the case.
Right.
And I thought the ruling was if it's not in the court order, it's fair game. That's what the judge said. If it's not in the court order, it's fair game. And there's, like you said, nothing about prohibiting religious practice in the order. So that's on the hospital, not CPS.
Right.
And I didn't like the look on that lawyer's face as he shook his head and drank his water after that, because I don't think the judge gave him a positive response.
Mm-hmm.
And what is the deal with not letting her own notes in? That's crazy to me. It was a real-time recording of what her observations were in the hospital. That
He said
what?
something about them not establishing the minor
The
child.
child hearsay. Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Right.
I'm gonna look it up.
Right. So maybe they're going to do
Mr.
that
Jury,
in
I
the
wanna
next few days,
confirm
hopefully.
While you were on lunch break, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation, and you received no information. Is that all correct? Are you gonna get tired of me asking you that question all the time? Can't tell you the number of times I've said that to any number of juries.
All right, I've got an answer on it.
Plaintiff, your next
Let me
witness.
just pause for a second real quick. Exceptions to the hearsay rule in child abuse cases. The first covers statements that the victim made if they were a minor at the time of trial or under 12 when the alleged abuse occurred. If this happens, then the court would conduct a separate hearing without the jury to determine the statement's reliability. So they would have to have a separate hearing in order to admit her statements, and they didn't do that. This is not the first time in this case where her lawyers were not prepared. They didn't have evidentiary hearings before this. They didn't get their evidence in on time. What the hell?
I know.
Are you telling me all they would have to do is have a child hearsay hearing to get her notes admitted, and they didn't bother to do that?
Right.
Come on now. Come on now. Greg Anderson, get it together. What the hell are you doing?
Yep. Wow.
Dr. Tashana Duncan.
I'll go get my snack and I'll be back.
Okay. I'll allow it. Snacks
Thank
allowed.
you.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
I can look around and see that.
Good afternoon. Could you please state your full name for the record?
It is Tashana, Tashawna.
And have you been called here this afternoon to testify to the psychological evaluations you did of each of the Kowalski family members, Jack, Beata, Maya, and Kyle?
Yes.
Before we explore your evaluations, will you please briefly describe your education as it relates to the field of psychology?
I'm a licensed psychologist in the state of Florida. I'm a licensed school psychologist, and I attended the University of Florida to obtain all my degrees.
And what is the highest degree?
Wow, that voice is going to be hard to hear for
A
the
PhD.
next however
What was
long.
your PhD? What was the focus of study?
Psychology.
How long have you been practicing in the field of psychology?
I don't have my CV in front of me, but I believe that I got licensed in 2001 or 2 for my licensed psychology. My school psychology was the year following.
And you maintain an active practice in the vicinity of Venice, Florida?
My practice is located in Bradenton, Florida, but I see a lot of individuals from this area.
By this point, you've been practicing in the field of psychology for 20 plus years?
Yes, approximately.
And describe, if you would, your clinical practice.
As part of my practice, I see a lot of children and adolescents for therapy. In addition, I do parent coordination, and I complete social investigations. So I do a lot of evaluations of parents as well.
In this instance, you were retained back in 2016 by the Kowalskis,
Yes,
and they ultimately approximately how much you charged for your services during that time? These evaluations and opinions.
I'm not sure I understand your question. Do you want me to?
I can break it down.
Okay.
As part of your evaluation, did you receive medical records?
I did.
And did you conduct collateral interviews?
I did.
Can you explain a little bit about what a collateral interview is in your field?
In this particular case, I had asked the parents to provide me names of individuals that I could speak with to get to know the family better. For the children, teachers would be considered a collateral interview. So I spoke with the classroom teachers. Some of them I did written interviews. I had them fill out information on the parents.
You spoke with physicians that had treated Maya.
I did.
You spoke with friends and family.
I did.
You spoke with neighbors, teachers.
Yes.
These were all collateral interviews that were part of these evaluations.
Yes.
And then further ahead of reaching your opinion for each of them, you conducted a one-on-one interview with the subject, whether that was Maya or Beata, Kyle, or Jack.
I did, and I do not have my records in front of me. They're with me, and I can get them out if I need to.
Sure.
But I do know that I met with the parents on multiple occasions. Kyle, I believe that it was one occasion, but I would need to look at the chart. But Maya, I know that my evaluation was completed with her at one occasion because it was at the courthouse at the time I met with her to do it.
All right. Your Honor, trial exhibit 2006 has already been admitted into evidence. May we publish for the jury?
You may.
All right. This is your psychological evaluation for Maya Kowalski, is it not?
It is.
And just looking at the header, the subject was Maya Kowalski, and it says contact date January 6th, 2017. Is that the meeting or the evaluation you conducted at the courthouse that you previously mentioned?
It is. It was that day.
All right. And the report was issued February 1st, 2017.
It was.
And by that point, Maya was 11. She turned 10, had her 10th birthday in the hospital, right?
Correct.
All right. If we'll look down towards the bottom of the page, you list all of the medical records and documents that you reviewed. For example, the fourth one down, you reviewed the records from Dr. Wassenaar, who the jury heard from this morning.
I was not aware the jury heard from him this morning, but I did review records from his office. Some were provided to me and some I requested, my office requested directly from him.
All right. Turning to the next page, you reviewed and received the neuropsychological evaluation of Maya Kowalski dated October 20th, 2016. This is the third entry on the page.
Yes, and I believe that was completed by Dr. Lewis, I believe.
Dr. James Lewis?
I believe that was his first name. I don't have it in front of me, but it sounds familiar.
You also reviewed psychiatry and psychology notes from Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, did you not?
I did.
And if we look down approximately 8 or 9 down, you see a psychiatry consult signed by Mark Cavett, MD. Do you know Mark Cavett to be a psychiatrist at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
Yes, he's been there many years.
You also reviewed approximately 20 entries down Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital's records for the period October 7th through November 10th, 2016. And then importantly, 3 from the bottom, you reviewed all of the inpatient psychiatry, psychology, and physiatry notes from Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
I did, if it's listed.
All right. Turning to page 4, and that list continues through page 3, now to page 4. You reviewed, among the items you reviewed were a photo of Maya Kowalski at Tampa's Lowry Park Zoo. You see that?
Yes. I actually recall that picture.
All right, if we could publish for the jury 2530-045, previously admitted into evidence.
You may.
And this photograph, do you see the date?
It is dated June 21st, 2016.
And so this would have been approximately 2.5 months before her admission in October to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
Yes, if that's correct.
It looks like,
Mr. Whitney, can you hold on 1 second? Let me try to cycle the presentation system.
yes, sir.
Oh, geez, tech problems. The technology never works in court, ever.
And not sure if you can tell, is that a walker or a wheelchair behind her? But she appears to be standing, does she not?
She is an I cannot identify, and I do not recall what was behind her, what I was told, but she appears to be standing.
All right. Back, if you could turn back to page 4 of the report. You also reviewed and you were aware that she was being followed and counseled at Eagle Wings Counseling Center. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did you have any knowledge or know by reputation the counselors and psychologists at Eagle's Wings?
Through the years, I've had an opportunity to interact and consult with several of the therapists there. And I was familiar with specifically one of them. And I believe that may have been the first case that I got to know one of the 2 therapists that were working with her.
Do you remember either of their names at the moment?
Lauren Mock is the one that I've had the most experience in working with. And unfortunately, I think maybe it was Rebecca, but I don't remember the last name without looking at my notes. I have them here if you need to look.
Turning to the bottom of the page, clinical interview, is that referencing the one-on-one interview with whoever the subject was, whether that was Maya or Kyle?
Yes.
All right. And then teacher interview, the jury's already heard from Ms. Dieter, and then the other gifted teacher was Diana Shepler. You interviewed both of them?
Yes, I actually had a written interview, which is listed as the teacher questionnaire, and then I had a verbal interview as well.
And then last on this page, you not only did you review the psychology and psychiatry records at Johns Hopkins, you conducted an interview with Jennifer Katzenstein at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, correct?
I did, and I spoke with her a couple of times in the process.
All right, turning to page 5, the jury will have this for review during deliberations, but I'm going to focus on some of the more pertinent entries. I'm looking at, after background information here, 3 paragraphs down, the last sentence, you say, as a result of the lack of a coherent approach, it appears that she received little to no medical treatment while hospital administrators and DCF insisted her condition was psychological. Do you see that, Dr. Duncan?
I did make that statement.
Would you explain a little bit about what you meant by the lack of a coherent approach at the hospital?
Based on the information that I reviewed, I never was provided any type of treatment plan or a multidisciplinary treatment plan. I know that.
Oh, yeah, maybe she's the one with the cold.
References that in her notes and the therapy notes. I didn't ever review.
She sounds a little raspy.
Treatment plan, even for therapy. In fact, during the course that she saw her, I was able to review the notes provided to me, which would have been every contact or attempted contact with Maya. So I read those as part of the process as well.
And in reviewing Dr. Katzenstein's notes and the limited notes of Dr. Cavett, did you come to learn approximately how many hours of cognitive behavioral therapy they provided to Maya Kowalski during this 3+ month span?
My understanding is Dr. Cavett did an assessment on her based on the records I reviewed. There were 2 contacts, I believe, that he had with the family, but he evaluated Maya in one of them. And then following with Dr. Katzenstein, she did an intake with Maya's parents and Maya in October. And then based on the treatment records that I received, they have to document the minutes of therapy sessions. It's pretty standard in the field, even for outpatient therapy. And it was approximately 3 hours of individual therapy provided to Maya during the course of from October to when she was discharged, based on the notes I received.
So there, just to clarify, there have been representations that what Maya was in need of during this time was cognitive behavioral therapy. And your testimony is that over 3.5 months, the hospital provided her approximately 3 hours of cognitive behavioral therapy.
Yes, after the initial intake with her and the parents, based on the records reviewed.
If we could, and Your Honor, Joint Exhibit 1001 is in evidence. It's the Johns Hopkins medical record. If we could publish for the jury page 3824 from that exhibit.
You may.
I think she's feisty though. She's a redhead, and on cross she might fight.
Yeah,
This-
I like her so far.
If you would focus,
Yeah, so far she looks like she
before you
could
zoom
throw
out, sorry.
down.
Dr. Duncan, do you recognize this as the psychology progress note of Dr. Katzenstein at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, signed on October 14th, 2016?
I do. Thank you for enlarging that.
Actually, if you go down below the solid line there, it tells you the date of the record. Okay, at the bottom of the screen there, this is a note from October 13th, 2016, correct?
It is.
All right, and if you'll focus on the last paragraph there on the bottom of the page, it begins, I spent a significant amount of time in conversation today. If you'll just read that briefly to yourself.
The school board
Did you
should be
become aware during the course of your
horsewhipped.
evaluation that there was a back and forth, if you will, over Maya's hospital homebound services, and that had caused her some stress?
I was aware of that.
And zooming out for a second again, this begins, I spent a significant amount of time in conversation today with Maya's parents. I want to give the jury a picture of when you testified to 4 hours of treatment. I believe you draw that from the visit information above. It says type of visit, length of visit. Is that where you're drawing that from?
Yes, and Dr. Cassis would note, for example, if it was very brief, she might put 1 minute, she might put 25 minutes. In this case, it was 60. She even documented if she went to the room to provide services. And for example, in some of those, Maya was not in the room. So she would document the services weren't provided on one occasion. Her father was there. She noted that, but there weren't services provided. So she would put 0 minutes.
So in the tabulation that you did of 4 hours of therapy over 3.5 months, you included the 60 minutes, which included apparently a lengthy conversation with Maya's parents. Is that right?
I did.
All right, we'll turn back again to Dr. Duncan's evaluation of Maya Kowalski, page 5. Go down a little bit further, please. And the last paragraph, last sentence of paragraph 4 here, it begins, however, prior to Maya being removed from the home, there was no evidence that Maya's mother, Beata, had ever suffered from mental health problems. Do you see that, Dr. Duncan?
I do now. I'm triple. Okay, it's highlighted. Thank you.
We'll try to catch up on the highlighting. In stating that, you had reviewed the counseling records from Eagles Wings and the other providers?
I had, in fact, after Maya was diagnosed, it's not uncommon, like in her case, she sought out therapy and learning to develop some coping strategies to deal with that stressor. And that was in the notes that I reviewed.
But in your review of those records from outside providers, you never saw a mental health diagnosis of Beata Kowalski?
No, not that I can recall. Beyond the one I said that she saw a therapist, but it was noted for her having stress related to her daughter's illness.
Thank you. Turning down to the footnote here, we referenced Dr. James Lewis before, and the footnote 3 says that Dr. Lewis suggested that variability in Maya's composite scores on the assessment may be indicative of psychomotor slowing secondary to central nervous system depressant side effects. This evaluator would suggest that there are many possible, and if we can turn to the next page, and then continue with the footnote.
I love how they describe it as a
Many
mood
possible explanations
disturbance.
for variability in
When
the
your
composite
child is
scores.
taken from you, cause
Dr.
it
Lewis's hypothesis
a
cannot be
mood
supported nor
disturbance.
ruled out without baseline
Right.
data
I had to
and
take
further
an
testing.
MMPI.
It
The
remains
questions were
unproven
crazy.
hypothesis. First question. Please explain a little bit about the importance of baseline data.
In this particular case, Maya had some significant differences across her scores. And we know that statistically that's pretty unusual, but it does occur. In fact, the manual will go through and tell us the likelihood that occurs. The problem that I saw with the hypothesis was he was linking this discrepancy between scores to medication that maybe she had been prescribed in the past. And there was no prior testing that we do not know. There was some other reason that she may have had the scores. She may have been born that way, her brain working that way. For example, if somebody had head trauma or you had seizure disorder or different neurological conditions can impact, your cognitive functioning. And so he did use the word likely. I testified to this in another hearing that in this particular case, I think even if Dr. Lewis was here, he would use the word likely because there was no data previously to, prior to the medication being administered.
In reviewing Dr. Lewis's report, had he made any statements about whether Maya had been administered medications near the time of this assessment that he performed?
I recall reviewing that that day he made a comment that she was not on any medication, but there was some indication in the records that prior to that she had been on some. I don't have his report.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Paper shuffling, more paper, not prepared, don't have the right stuff. It's brutal. Be careful what lawyers you choose. Going
If
up
we could
against
pull
Johns
up
Hopkins,
Joint
they're going to throw
Exhibit
everything at you with
1046,
millions
which
of
is Dr.
dollars.
Lewis's report. May we publish for the jury, Your Honor? It's been in there.
You may.
All right, so here we have Dr. Lewis's report, neuropsychological evaluation dated October 20th, 2016. This is 13 days into Maya's hospitalization at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. Focusing on page 5, if we could. Third paragraph from the bottom, if we could highlight that. Dr. Lewis there discusses the selection of a pediatric neurologist is crucial. What was your finding regarding Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital's involvement of a pediatric neurologist?
None of the information that I ever received or reviewed indicated that the consult, the neurological consult that he recommended was followed up on. In addition, I'm going to, I assume that Dr. Lewis didn't have this information, but Maya actually had been evaluated by a neurologist that was on her insurance panel as well. He was referencing some of the fee-for-service, I believe, providers that she had seen in this report.
So Maya Kowalski had seen pediatric neurologists prior to admission to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
I know that at least one, because I reviewed the records recently and I recall.
And so to the extent that Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital claimed or claims not to have had a pediatric neurologist on staff to conduct this evaluation, there was at least one in Maya's history that could help.
Nice work, Rumble. We are up on the front page, trending under news.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure.
Keep hitting that thumbs up. There we
Very
are.
sad that you were aware that
Number
there was at least
3.
one pediatric neurologist.
I'm beating the
that's seen Maya
quartering.
Kowalski before her admission.
Yes.
So my question is, to the extent that Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital claimed or claims that they weren't able to follow up on this recommendation by Dr. Lewis because they did not have a pediatric neurologist on staff, they could have reached out to her existing pediatric neurologist.
Overall, you can answer.
I had the information, so I have no reason to believe that they didn't have the same information. The families, it indicated to me they provided.
All right, if we could turn to page 8 of his report, please. And let's turn to why that was so crucial for Maya Kowalski. We're 4 paragraphs from the bottom. It begins with the diagnosis of factitious disorder by proxy is a working diagnosis, but this needs to be confirmed by a pediatric neurologist who would work with the attending and consulting all children's medical staff to definitively rule out whether this child actually ever had RSD or CRPS. And from your review of the records, that never happened.
That never happened based on a review of the records that was provided.
Now, turning back to Dr. Lewis's hypothesis about
To confirm
the
the
evidence of
diagnosis, they
psychomotor
need to
slowing
take a kid away
in
from
Maya
her
Kowalski,
parents.
in his statement that she was not on any medications at the time of her evaluation on October 20th, 2016. Let's put up Exhibit 1001, page 429 to begin. And at the bottom of the page below the solid line, you see this is a progress note from October 17th, 2016. Do you see that?
I'm sorry, what am I looking for?
Just looking for the date.
Oh, I see the date, yes.
All right. And if we'll turn to page 431, the note continues. And page 431, it lists her active medications. If we could zoom in on her active medications.
I can see them.
All right, you can see them.
But I can read them.
Great. His evaluation occurred on October 18th, 2016. On the October 17th, 2016, if you look at that list of medications, do you see any medications on there that would have the effect of a cognitive effect or a psychomotor slowing effect?
I really can't answer that question because I'm not a medical doctor. That's something I would consult with a medical doctor who's prescribing to inquire about those medications.
All right, you'll defer to the medical doctors.
I'll be right
on the
back.
effect of those medications.
Yes, yes.
Understood. We can take that down and turn back to trial exhibit, Maya's report, trial exhibit 2006. Page 6, please. All right, so in the top paragraph there, you're in the middle of the paragraph, you're recapping Dr. Lewis's report here, and you wrote he suggested a working diagnosis of factitious disorder by proxy, but said that this needs to be confirmed by a pediatric neurologist. This is what we just discussed, right?
Yes,
And it never happened.
not to my knowledge.
And then he also recommended that Maya should begin individual trauma therapy. 3 lines from the bottom of that paragraph. Do you see that?
Yes,
Did you see any indication in the records that Maya was ever provided individual trauma therapy?
not based on the psychotherapy and psychological progress sense that I was provided. It didn't reference, it was trauma therapy.
Okay. Turning to findings and impressions below, you wrote JHATCH, which is an acronym for Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, correct?
Yes,
All right. Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital would not permit professionals without staff privileges to meet and evaluate Maya on JHATCH premises. Would you explain a little bit about your collateral interview with Maya Kowalski versus your evaluation at the courthouse and why those accommodations or arrangements were necessary?
sure. Initially, I was asked to evaluate the parents and Kyle. There was some disagreement, was my understanding, on whether my would be having additional evaluation beyond Dr. Lewis's evaluation. And so as part of the process, I asked about speaking with Maya to interview her. It wasn't to evaluate her, but just to gather information about her family, her parents, because I was evaluating them and her brother. So I contacted the hospital, staff at the hospital. I do not have staff privileges at All Children's Hospital. I'm not on staff. And I inquired about making arrangements to go up to meet with Maya. And the person that I spoke with let the hospital know that I would be, coming up to expect me. And I believe it was on a Saturday morning. I drove up. And when I met with Maya, she was initially in the rec center. And so they did offer to try to find us a room, but the there were these long corridors where no one was really present, and they were having some difficulty locating a room. So I met with her in this corridor. I mean, there was privacy. And so I met with her to interview her there. And as I previously testified, that was not an evaluation of her. Subsequently, later.
Let me stop you there. Okay. She's in the rec room. You walk down the hallway with her. What stands out to you about the interaction that you had with her in the hallway as you're conducting this interview?
Certainly one of the things is her condition. You know, during the time she was in a wheelchair, and so I helped wheel her out. And I was, I believe I was sitting on a bench. It may have been a chair, but my back was against the wall and she was adjacent to me. The way that her feet were turned, I think it would have been impossible, you know, to maintain that posture for a period of time that I met with her. In addition, she was very concerned about people overhearing our conversation, even though the hallway was, I mean, I think maybe a couple people walked by, but we would quit talking. It was very isolated. And what else stood out for me about the interview is she told me that she had not been able to speak with anyone privately, and that she wanted to speak with her priest in private and her attorney, and to please get messages to her attorney that she could not have private calls with him.
Now, turning to that versus the courthouse, why was it necessary that you evaluate her at the courthouse?
I did not have staff privileges at Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital, and it's with many hospitals. It takes a while to go through the accreditation process, and they have to have a meeting to approve you. I have been on at other hospitals. I just haven't there. And so because of their policies, you know, that you, in order to do an evaluation on the premises, you have to be staffed, and this was time sensitive. It was made arrangements for her uncle to pick her up, was my understanding. I mean, he's the one that brought her to the courthouse. And the court made arrangements for me to use a private room. It was well ventilated. There were windows, but, you know, it was private location. It was the appropriate place to do assessment.
The long and the short of it is that Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital did not grant you emergency privileges so that you could conduct this evaluation in the hospital.
Objected to form, I'm sorry, objection on foundation and
Were you allowed to conduct an evaluation of Maya Kowalski in the hospital?
No, because I didn't have staff privileges.
Turning down within this paragraph here, findings and impressions, you wrote she was not observed to move her legs or feet for the duration of the meeting. You described this earlier with her feet turning in, correct?
Yes, this was description. That was when I was doing the evaluation at the courthouse, not early on. I mean, I saw observed similar behavior at both times.
All right. And then at the courthouse, then the next sentence begins, several small wounds were observed on her face and hands. And then you, Maya denied harming herself and conveying the wounds were lesions. Did you observe these wounds?
I did. And I didn't, these were not visible when I met with her previously, when I interviewed her.
Okay. And you described a second ago that because of the staff privileges issue.
All right, I have to stop for a second. Dennis, thanks for the Venmo. Not sure that I love your message though. Venmo says $10 for nudes. LOL. Thanks for the coverage. Thanks a heap for those notes in my Venmo records. I'll have fun explaining that to my husband. Yes. Love you though. Thanks for the support. Appreciate it.
To the courthouse by her uncle. So the hospital had to discharge her for that purpose. So the next sentence begins, at the onset of the meeting, Maya apologized for her appearance, indicating her hair was messy. Then you wrote, her hair was not noticeably disheveled. However, it did appear that it needed to be washed. Was it your impression that the hospital had not washed her hair recently?
I could back and refer to my notes, but I visibly remember that it looked like it had not been washed in quite some time. There was a noticeable amount of maybe greasiness, I don't know if that's the appropriate term. And she seemed to be embarrassed about her appearance, when she came in.
Oh, poor
And
thing.
of course I told her,
They
it
weren't
was
even
fine,
bathing her.
that I just wanted to be comfortable because we were going to talk some. I explained the process that we were going to work on that day.
All right. At the bottom of page 7 of the report, you begin to summarize your clinical interview and sentence completion with Maya. And then we'll turn, it's just a header there on page 7. We'll turn to page 8, which continues with the clinical interview. Second paragraph, you wrote about Maya. She did not express any concerns regarding her parents or the care her parents had provided her. She did say she worries about her brother, as she knows he cries about her health. Do you recall any further detail about those statements?
Those were very similar to the statement she had provided me earlier when I met with her, as a collateral to gather information about relationships with her parent and brother. Earlier, she didn't express concerns about their treatment of her. She did express concerns about her brother being very upset and concerned about her.
Maya had just turned 11 years old at this time. Did she appear to be bright and a good historian of her medical history?
She had an advanced communicative demeanor for her age, and that was pretty consistent with some comments that Dr. Lewis observed as well in his report.
And so did you feel that what she was relaying to you was accurate to the best of her abilities?
I believe she was being truthful, and in her reports to me, I understood as a child her perceptions might be different than an adult, but again, her communicative demeanor was pretty advanced for her age.
As we
Turning
can
further
see
down
by
the
her
page,
handwriting.
Fourth full paragraph
spelling.
there. On the right side here, it's split screen now. Next paragraph.
I
Last
swear, this guy
sentence
talks like
or
he's
two
trying
here.
to put me into a sleep hypnosis.
Maya offered that she particularly disliked the hospital social worker, Catherine Beatty, as she is one of the people that interferes with her ability to communicate with and see others. What additional detail do you recall from your interview with Mike Kowalski on that point?
I know that Maya, her understanding was that I think she saw Miss Beatty as a gatekeeper. And it was unclear to me whether Miss Beatty was following rules that were in place or she was taking it upon herself, or maybe Maya's perceptions were not the same as maybe another observer would be. But she indicated that if she tried to make calls even to her attorney, that she would sit in the room.
That is so bad.
Yes.
Denying attorney-client privilege.
Next paragraph.
Lock
Maya
her up.
repeatedly expressed significant frustration over professionals not believing that she was physically ill and in constant pain.
I wish Maya
Now,
had Jose Baez.
You had already,
That's
by
who
this
I would
point,
like to see try
conducted
this
your
case.
collateral interview with Dr. Katzenstein. Is that true?
By this time, I had spoken with her on 2 occasions.
All right. And you were aware of Dr. Katzenstein's diagnosis?
I recall seeing an initial diagnosis, one of the early.
Let me show it to you.
Okay.
How am I still
We could
hungry?
turn to Joint Exhibit
I'm still
1001.
hungry. What are soba noodles made
page
out of?
3828.
I feel like that didn't fill me up at all.
Nothing but
This is a
carbs.
continuation of the October 13th progress note from Dr. Katzenstein that we looked at earlier. This is the 60-minute evaluation. And if we look here, page 3828, towards the bottom of the page, there's kind of a white space there. There's a break. And then it says diagnosis. Would you read that diagnosis to the jury, please? And if you can, explain a little bit about that diagnosis.
It's psychological factors affecting other medical conditions. F54, which is the coding for it, says severe, as there is a close association between her significant stress, anxiety, and exacerbation of pain. And so I will note that this was on the early notes, and I did not see it in later ones. And Dr. Katzenstein did not reference this diagnosis when I spoke with her at a later date, but on this particular date where that diagnosis is present, which is consistent, which told me she believed the child had some medical conditions, but there was a psychological component to the illness as well. So for example, a lot of times, for example, if people are diagnosed with cancer, they may have a lot of anxiety, and the anxiety might impact their ability to adhere to treatment. And so in this case, she saw her as having some type of medical condition. She said that to me when I spoke with her. Like me, she is, not qualified to make a medical diagnosis. We rely on the other professionals that have that training to do so. But she did recognize that she would benefit from therapy to help learn to manage some of her stress. And that's a lot of the notes were focused on anxiety management, I noticed, in use of cognitive behavioral therapy.
So this diagnosis, psychological factors affecting other medical conditions, am I correct that this is psychological manifestations, symptoms overlaid on top of a legitimate medical condition?
I think that that's a fair summary of what she was suggesting.
All right.
With this diagnosis.
And on one occasion or more than one occasion, Dr. Katzenstein expressed to you that she believed Maya had a physical condition.
She did. She never referenced this diagnosis to me. I spoke with her after she had seen her 8 or 9 occasions, and the date that I spoke with her, the notes, I have from her, what she reported to me verbally matched the medical records that she provided me. And at that point, again, she didn't mention a specific diagnosis, but she was concerned about her mental health, and she was concerned about the child expressing that she was stressed and feeling isolated because she was not able to see and
The
spend time with
hospital
people
gave
that
her a
she
mental
wanted to.
disorder.
All right, if we could turn for a second.
The hospital exacerbated her condition.
3817. It's another progress note from Jennifer Katzenstein, dated October 19th.
Seriously, sir,
2016, so
put
about a
some
week later.
feeling behind
And if
your
you'll,
tone.
Highlight the interval history, all of the following, the 3 paragraphs there.
You're getting very, very sleepy. Count backwards from 5.
And in the first paragraph,
4,
I want to focus on
3. My
Maya
God!
was relating in the middle of the paragraph to Dr. Katzenstein that the physical therapy, especially the physical therapy at TGH, was the worst thing for her RSD. Did Maya explain that to you?
Every time he speaks.
She did not speak
Toothpicks
of
on the pillows.
TGH
I know.
a lot with me.
Yeah. Just get some
She
tape.
spoke more of
Oh, God.
the therapy at Johns Hopkins All Children Hospital.
And she also discussed here hyperbaric oxygen therapy.
The
and
jury
Maya's
just
thoughts
had
that it had
lunch,
been
by the
helpful.
way. They're all in a food coma on top of it.
And
this
then
guy is
second to
whispering
last
in
paragraph
dulcet
there, when asked to
tones.
define her pain,
Who taught him
Maya
to do
stated that
this?
she has pain all over and it is really
Yeah.
bad. Subjective reports of pain, how do you treat those in your practice? If a patient reports pain to you, especially a pediatric patient, a child, do you take that at face value, or how do you account for that?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation. Overruled.
I believe one of the reasons that Dr. Katzenstein was employing cognitive behavioral therapy is because Maya did believe whether she was experiencing, not her perception is her reality, that she was reporting experiencing significant pain. And that's why if you look at the psychological progress notes for the therapy, she focused a lot on cognitive behavioral therapy. She used some patient education, and she used some biofeedback based on her notes.
In the last sentence there of that second to last paragraph, she described her parents as her main form of coping, and that she stated she would eat more if they were here. She asked me if she could send her parents a letter, which I deferred to the medical team. In your conversations with Dr. Katzenstein, did she ever explain to you why she needed to consult with the medical team before allowing Maya to communicate with her parents?
I know that topic never came up.
All right, we can turn back now to the report of Maya Kowalski, Exhibit 2006, and we're back at page 8.
All right, listen, my ass is literally numb. We have to take a small stretch break. We've been here for 4 hours and I have not made anybody get up and do squats. It is time because for God's sake, we're all going to fall asleep because of this dude and his hypnotic tones. And also, we're atrophying. We're sitting here atrophying. We need to get the blood moving. Otherwise, we're just going to become fat asses. And so we can't do that. So let's take a minute and 21 seconds instead, do some moving.
You impose fatness on you. You did it by going, oh, I want the butter on the popcorn. Oh, I want the butter on the ice cream. Oh, I want the butter on the sandwich. Oh, I want the butter on the salad. Stop eating butter. Can you just get up, walk 1 mile? Do squats! Walk farther. And if you can't walk, crawl, roll, get dragged by a goddamn forklift. Whatever is wrong with you, just move. Ever. Get off the chair, get off the couch. No one is coming to service you while you sink into that furniture, while you become one with the pleather your poor ass got on that Walmart couch. Can you try not floating into sadness? Stop eating, stop drinking, start walking, start doing anything that you haven't been doing, you fat piece of shit.
All right. That's better. That's better. Am I right? You get some blood going. And now my fat ass is going to get more food. I'll be back. I'm hungry. Those soba noodles didn't do it for me.
The last paragraph there begins, Maya repeatedly expressed significant frustration over professionals not believing that she was physically ill and in constant pain. Well, Dr. Katzenstein believed she was in pain, but apparently some of the other professionals did not.
Objection, Your Honor. Argumentative and legal. It's also mischaracterization of the report.
Let's get the whole question. Can I hear the question again, please?
I don't know if I can recall it perfectly, but I'll just re-ask it. This statement, Maya repeatedly expressed significant frustration over professionals not believing that she was physically ill and in constant pain. Was that a reference to the professionals at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
It was when she spoke with me.
All right. Moving down to the middle of the paragraph, she expressed frustration over physical and occupational therapy at JHATCH. She stated that they were the worst. She stated that therapy has exhausted her and the pain is worse after participation in them. Any further detail that you recall?
That's generally a summary of what she shared with me. And as I mentioned earlier, I think that that's one of the things Dr. Katzenstein was trying to work with her when those brief meetings she had with her is compliance, to get her to comply with some of the therapies. In fact, they initiated like a behavior chart with some incentives in place to try to get Maya to be motivated to do those, even though they were uncomfortable for her.
All right. Turning to page 9, first paragraph. She conveyed, that's Maya, she conveyed that she liked the therapist, Rebecca Johnson, she was seeing prior to her admission to JHATCH. Rebecca Johnson, from your knowledge, is with Eagle Wings?
She is. That's the individual. I could not recall her name. And I will say that I know when she first started working with Maya, she worked with Lauren Mock. I think she was finishing up her licensure requirements. But I do know at the time, like in December, she was fully licensed because there was some discussion, or in January, about her continuing to be able to see her, because one of the current concerns was making sure somebody was qualified, given some of the concerns about diagnosis.
Do you recall, in your review of the records of Eagle Wings and Rebecca Johnson, the frequency with which Maya was attending therapy?
Based on the reports obtained from Eagle's Wings and also the family and Maya, she was seeing her on a consistent basis, like weekly.
And that would be more appropriate than 3 or 4 hours over 3.5 months?
Based on what I know about this child, I was shocked when I learned the little psychotherapy she was given, particularly since a lot of people were attributing her issues to psychological issues rather than medical and maybe psychological.
And it looks like on the third paragraph, one of your exercises was a sentence completion exercise. Would you explain the usefulness of this in a psychological evaluation?
Sure. Often when you can do this with adults, I tend to use it more with adolescents and children. It's considered a subjective psychological measure, which means that you can't derive a score for it. I like to tell individuals that often you look for themes and to see if they're consistent with things maybe the child or the adolescent, could be an adult if you administer it to an adult, or sharing with you, or maybe information that you're getting in other records. And so what happens is I start a sentence and the child completes it. And it can be given one of two ways. Maya is very bright. So I could have had her fill it out. What I ended up doing is reading it to her and filling it out. Just part of it had to do with the time because we were limited in the courtroom. It's not a measure that you follow up and say to the child, why did you answer that way? Again, it's more about looking for things that are consistent with maybe the information in the clinical interview or from other people that may have concerns about the child.
All right, if we could highlight the prompts and the responses here that were conducted. It's the italicized text there. So you would prompt her, for example, you would say, most of all I want, and then Maya would respond?
Yes, she'd say to go home.
All right, and you would prompt her, turning the second to last line, my mother won't.
Second line here.
Second to last line.
Oh, second to let's see.
So
There's my mother won't. Like I said, my mother won't, and she responded, hurt me.
all right, and then the last one, mother and I.
That would have been the prompt, and she responded, we like swimming, shopping, and hanging out. We like everything. Sorry, that wasn't highlighted. That was part of it.
Next page is page 10 of your report. Now, if you can just back up for page 9 for a second, this is page 10 is a continuation of the bottom there, which is an interview with Rebecca Johnson. That's the counselor at Eagles Wings, right?
Yes.
And in the middle of that top paragraph on page 10, Rebecca Johnson reported to you that from November 2015 to October of 2016, she saw a significant improvement in Maya's mood. Do you recall that?
Yes, that was in my notes from speaking with her. I don't recall her saying that, but it's in my notes that she said that.
Right. And she also believed that Maya's parents played a large part in Maya's progress.
Yes.
Now we get to your interview with Dr. Katzenstein at the hospital. It begins discussing that, she had seen Maya for individual therapy sessions while Maya was a JHatch, and that she had hoped to see her weekly, but sometimes she was not able to see her on a weekly basis. So this gets to the 3 hours of therapy over the 3.5 months.
Yes.
And then below in that paragraph, she stated that she believed that Maya was physically ill, confirming that earlier diagnosis.
Yes. Sorry, I wasn't sure what you're referring to for a second.
You conducted next an interview with Dr. Ashraf Hanna, one of Maya's pain management physicians. And how did he describe Maya's parents?
He used the word amazing parents, which is why I put in quotes, as well as loving and caring.
All right. Next, you did a clinical interview with Dr. Anthony Kirkpatrick, her treating physician that provided the first ketamine infusions. And he confirmed that he has diagnosed Maya with CRPS. Is that true?
He did. He confirmed that to me.
And at the bottom there, he said that the doctors at Johns Hopkins have failed to consult with him. Is that correct?
That was my understanding from my communications with him.
Turning to page 11. You conducted a clinical interview with Pradeep Chopra, a pain specialist in Rhode Island and
He
Brown
talks like
University, correct?
he
I
talks
didn't
like
conduct
he's
an interview. I actually,
trying not to scare the
after
jury.
I had met with Maya before this report was issued.
So weird.
She actually was evaluated by him early on when I first met with the family. I'd ran across an article on Dr. Chopra because he works a lot. My understanding is with children with pain, and the article was on how these children are often misdiagnosed with psychological disorders.
Okay, my mistake. You didn't speak with him directly.
No, I did not. So I got his
You read his
comprehensive evaluation.
All right, so
Oh my God,
I'm sure
exactly.
you'll hear from him at a later
He's
time, so
Toby on the Office. Yes, Kim Jong-un breaded. That's exactly
let's
it.
get to
He's Toby.
your summary and recommendations after you went through this process, clinical interview, all these collateral interviews, review of medical records. I want to focus on the second paragraph in that section and the second part of that paragraph. It begins, or the part I want to focus on begins, this 11-year-old child's mental health condition worsened as she was persistently limited in her contact with her mother, father, and brother, and then persistently treated by hospital staff as if she or her mother were lying about her pain syndrome. Do you recall any specific statements from Maya Kowalski about the hospital telling her she was lying about her pain syndrome?
She communicated. I'm sorry.
Any response?
Yes, Your Honor. It's for purposes of medical diagnosis, it's then existing state of mind.
I'm sorry.
You can answer.
Could you repeat the question?
The question is, do you recall what she told you about the hospital staff claiming that Maya and her mother Beata were lying about her pain syndrome?
I object to the compound of the two. In terms of which one.
She can answer.
She wasn't specific to what hospital staff. She used the term broadly. And again, I can pull out my specific interview notes, but this is a summary of the interview. But she expressed a lot of concern that they were not believing that she had a physical health issue, that it was all psychological.
All right. I'll focus then on your statement here after Maya was warehoused for nearly 90 days. Now that's your word, warehouse. So I'd like you to explain that word to the jury and why you chose to use that.
Looking back, it's probably a pretty strong statement, but based on all the information that I got, this child, it didn't seem she was getting a lot of mental health treatment. Based on the information, talking to the medical doctors that had previously diagnosed her, I'm not qualified to do that, but said that she had this rare disorder. It seemed that all children were unwilling to accept some of this information. I know to get Dr. Chopra's evaluation, that the court had to order that for her to be permitted to be able to leave and get that evaluation as a confirmatory, was my understanding. And so she sat there from like October till January. She had very little contact with family and friends. I know early on, she even told me she couldn't even see her priest. They would not allow people from her congregation. I have it in, it's discussed in the report that Maya was an active member of her church. In fact, I talk about that some in the evaluation as well.
Let me move on to the next
Okay.
question. That paragraph ends with no less than 3 medical doctors have diagnosed her medical condition. And then I want to juxtapose that to the next paragraph, begins with that the hospital had suggested conversion disorder and that was contraindicated. How does one affect the other? How does the fact that she's been diagnosed by 3 medical doctors with a medical condition affect the diagnosis of conversion disorder?
If you have an identifiable medical condition that is cause and symptomology, you cannot say the symptomology is a conversion disorder if there is a medical diagnosis and medical etiology for it. And so the medical doctors that I spoke with, information I reviewed, indicated that she had this rare disorder. A lot of people aren't familiar with it, but that the symptoms that she was displaying were consistent with a diagnosis of the chronic regional pain syndrome. That's what they shared with them.
All right, and turning to the last page, page 12. This evaluator does not agree that factitious disorder by proxy or conversion disorder are appropriate diagnoses in light of Maya's documented medical conditions. Based upon your background, training, and experience, and to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty, is it and was it your opinion that conversion disorder was a misdiagnosis?
It was not an accurate diagnosis based on the information that I was provided by the medical doctors.
All courts have shits down because they don't really want us
And
to know what's going
based
on.
what we've discussed here in this report,
They don't have any
your
interest in
background,
fixing
training,
it
experience,
because they hate the fact that there are cameras in there.
and to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty, do you have an opinion whether it was a breach of the standard of care for Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital to provide only 4 hours of cognitive behavioral therapy over the span of 3.5 months?
Objection.
Yes, Linux. Oh my God. This is always what they do. I'm in severe pain. Let me put you on an antidepressant. No, manage the pain. Doctors are notorious for saying that people made things up. If you shoot that Nerf gun at me, you're going to be grounded for the rest of your life, young man. He just can't. Well, he's gone now.
I know the joys of working from home.
Hey, close my door. Silly, close my door. He's not listening now. But I mean, that would have been really funny if Nerf bullets just started raining down on me. He had like his big one, the one with the like it goes around in a circle. It's like an automatic Nerf.
Automatic.
I just happened to turn my head and he was standing there with it. That would have been funny. Someone wants my attention. But doctors are notorious for not believing patients. My mother had Epstein-Barr back when everyone thought it was a psychological disorder. And they told her she was lying and making it up.
An opinion.
Told her to
based on
see a
your background,
psychiatrist.
training, experience, and to a reasonable degree of psychological certainty that it was a breach of the standard of care for Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital to only provide approximately 4 hours of cognitive behavioral therapy over the span of 3.5 months.
Yes, based on the information that I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, yes, based on the information that I reviewed and was provided.
Do you have an opinion, to adopt your term, that warehousing Maya for 3.5 months in this fashion caused or contributed to psychological injury in Maya Kowalski?
Same objection.
Overruled. You can answer.
I don't have any current information on her current psychological functioning, so I can't answer that because I haven't seen Maya since I evaluated, other than today when, I saw them in the hall.
All right. Let's turn now to, you did a report for each of these family members, and I'll try to speed this up.
Let me, so we're shifting to a different.
We are.
This might be a good time for a break. Okay. Members of the jury, we're going to take
We all need a break
I'm going to
from
try to keep
Toby.
it 10
Oh
minutes,
my
but it could
gosh.
be closer to 15
Ugh.
minutes. Do not discuss this case amongst
they have
yourselves. Do not
found
do any investigation. And
More
receive no
boring
information.
attorneys.
Right. As boring as he is, I think she's been a good witness.
I agree. She has been a good witness. Seemed credible to me. Answered the questions, as best she could.
Right.
We'll see how the cross goes.
Yeah.
Looks like we're a little behind here, so let me see if we catch up. Break. They're still on break. Are they back yet? No, we're still on so we're live now,
Okay.
and they are still on break. If you are just joining us, because I know we've been here for 4 hours now, I am talking to Rachel Bruno. Rachel is the author of Fractured Hope, which is her story of being falsely accused of child abuse and having CPS remove her children from her care with no investigation into what actually happened. And the fight that she took the fight right to them and ended up suing them, just like Maya's family is suing. And Rachel won, and she won big with Sean McMillan at her side because it was all garbage. And one of the terrible things they did to your son was take him and vaccinate him with 13 vaccines all at once without your consent and without consulting his doctors, which is horrific. You know, the state and these hospitals really truly believe they own your child, that they have a right to your child and a right to make the decisions for your child without your input. So if you disagree ever, and that's what we're seeing in a lot of these cases, like the Drake Pardo case in Texas, his parents just wanted a second opinion, and they didn't agree with the doctors at the children's hospital and just wanted to hear from somebody else, from a third party, if the doctors at the children's hospital there were correct. And because they reached out for third party advice for a second opinion, their son was taken from them. The cops kicked in their door and came and took their child and held him for 4 months in the hospital. These types of cases are way, way, way too they happen too often.
Right.
And I think that's what we're seeing. And I'm so glad that this case is televised, Rachel, because we don't get to see this very often, do we?
Right. No, never. And, you know, people think we're outliers. People think there must have been some miscommunication. There must have been something wrong in your case. I'm like, no, this happens all the time. I'm an outlier because I got my kids back.
Right.
How many people?
Yeah, people
not
do.
get
There is a
back?
stigma, right? That if you say CPS took your children, people will think you must have done something wrong. Did you face that, Rachel, when this was happening to you?
Thankfully, not with my family and not within my circle, but I know a lot of people do. Yes.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I thought that when I got Discovery, you know, that we would see, you know, there must have been some miscommunication. I still had an inkling of hope that somebody in there said something that might have confused somebody or whatever, and, you know, got this ball rolling. But no, what we found were text messages. You know, I think I've shared with you the text messages where the social worker, before they even got to the hospital to interview me, she sent a text message to her supervisor saying that she was on her way to the hospital and that there was a child with a cranial fracture. The sibling was with grandma per mom. And then the supervisor replies, OMG, do you think it was the nanny? And the social worker replies back, no, think mom.
Yep, they already thought it was you without even speaking to you, without ever doing any investigation into what happened, nothing. It was
Yep.
all predetermined.
Nothing. So, and people
No.
talk about California, you know, unfortunately, this is federal, this is national, it's federal funding. That is promoting this. That is their motivation. You know, before I even had a hearing, they asked my mom if she would adopt my 2 sons. And she was offered $680 a month per child. They would qualify for a Medi-Cal. They would qualify for WIC. They would qualify for all these social welfare benefits. And my mom is like, I don't want your money. And the social worker says, well, this is how we help the families.
By breaking them up.
Right.
Yeah, and they're not interested in placing kids with family if it won't get the payout from release the funds from the federal government. This whole thing is so corrupt. It's so bad. And I'm just really glad that this one is being televised because we don't get to see this very often.
Yeah.
I wish your case had been on TV. God, that would have been great. I would have loved to have seen Sean tear them apart piece by piece. But, you know, look, the thing is, and if you want to see Sean McMillan tear people apart, you can do that on his YouTube channel. It's Caps and Stems Law, Sean McMillan. Look that up because he posts his depositions every night. He does a live chat where he discusses deposing these CPS freaks that do this to your kids, these dark forces like that woman said on the stand today. And you get to see up close how these people really think and how they behave and the things they do and leaving out exculpatory evidence. In this case right here, it seems unthinkable, but it's happening all over the place. I can name so many people. Justina Pelletieri, it happened to them at Boston's Children's Hospital. Drake Pardo in Texas. Cynthia Absug in Colorado. So Rachel Bruno in California. So many of these cases happen, and they don't get the kind of coverage because the news media has been historically reticent to do these child welfare cases because there's so much secrecy and it's hard to get your hands on evidence. And so media kind of, shies away from it.
Right.
There's
But we
only a
only hear the
handful.
horror stories, right?
Right.
When
And
they-
now AJ Frund is on. So, and here's a good comparison. So now we've got AJ Frund. His family is suing the Chicago DCFS because they left him in his home where his parents murdered him. And they have been called 19 times, and 19 times they failed to take him out of that home.
Yep.
So they're being sued for that. And in the case of the Mormon cult that's going on
Ruby
right now,
Frankie? Yeah.
Ruby Frankie, the social media influencer who her children were found, taped and chained in a basement with wounds, deep wounds in their wrists and malnourished. They had CPS called on them 12 times, and 12 times CPS refused to do anything and didn't even get to interview the children. And they pretend like, oh, well, we weren't able to. They didn't make the children available. Rachel, could you have made your children unavailable for CPS?
Nope. I mean, I took them to the hospital, right? What was I supposed to do? And when they stormed my mom's house, they just came into my mom's house
They
and
just
told
took
them
him.
we're taking him. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
With
threatened
police.
my mom with arrest, right?
Yeah.
What was my mom supposed to do?
Uh-huh.
And people always say, if it was me, I would have kicked them out. I would have done this. I would have done that. You really don't know how intimidating it is.
Right.
Until you're there.
Well, and they threatened your mother and said, if you make us arrest you, then he can't come live with you because you'll have a record and we'll press charges.
Right. Which were lies. I mean, they didn't even have a warrant, right? They didn't have a court order.
Right.
They didn't have anything, but they will do all the psychological tricks they can to get you to comply.
They will lie. So the idea that they couldn't go into Ruby Frankie's house
Yeah.
and interview her children is just totally ridiculous. They shouldn't be able to,
Right.
but they do.
Yep.
They violate that Fourth Amendment every single time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Thank you for bringing this up. Band Geek for Life says it's like CPS never gets it right, either one extreme or the other.
Right.
And that is what we see on a regular basis.
Right.
And I don't know the answer.
I don't know if I'm cynical about it, but I think that the children who actually do need to be removed, they're traumatized already, right? They're problematic. And most people, when they do get placed in foster care, they give them back. They're like, we can't deal with this child, right? This child is too damaged. This child is not placeable. This child, we don't want it.
Yeah, in a lot of these DCF offices, they have kids sleeping in the offices because there's no place to put them. There are no foster homes. There are no group homes. The group homes are too dangerous. There's drugs or whatever. One foster child I heard of recently was actually sexually assaulted in the offices of the child welfare building because that's where they had the kids staying. These are not well-run offices. These are not well-run government bureaucracies. Okay, not at all.
Yeah, the statistics are horrible. I mean, the government's own numbers are horrible. This is a failed social experiment, basically.
Yeah, it's time to defund child welfare. There isn't anything that we could do that would be worse than what we have. Yeah. No child welfare services would not be worse than what we already have. 60%, according to our State Department numbers, 60% of foster care children end up in sex trafficking.
Yep.
60%.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Crazy. And 87% of child removals are based on neglect?
Right. Unfounded. That's the other thing. 80% of the investigations are unfounded, and yet that doesn't stop them from removing the children from those homes.
Right.
And that doesn't mean just because you got an unfounded result, you don't get your kid back.
Yeah.
Sometimes you never get them back because it's too much red tape and bureaucracy, and it falls through the cracks, or maybe they sold your kid. Who knows? I don't know.
6 months. They could have adopted my kids within 6 months.
That's right. 6 months. Imagine that.
So, but they're court ordering me to take a child abuse class, which is 53 weeks. It's 1 year long. Right. But within 6 months, if the social worker tells the judge that I have not successfully completed my parenting services, now what?
Your kids get adopted out. That's the law. So they give you a year's worth of courses to do, but you only have 6 months.
Right.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep. So they call it concurrent planning. So kind of like what the social worker did with my mom. We don't know what the judge is going to order, but in case they order the removal of the child, are you willing to adopt them?
So
they
all
do
right,
that
they're
all the
coming back from their break now.
Here we go.
Here we
Your
go.
approach, or have the witness excuse, whatever your preference is.
I'm fine doing it this way unless there's a reason to do it at sidebar.
The witness, Your Honor.
Dr. Duncan, if you could go sit
I'll
outside.
save you myself. I'm happy to.
Thank you.
I'm happy to. Just let me know.
Oh yeah, the parents have to pay for it too. Yep, you have to pay for all the classes they order you into. They're not services. You have to pay for it. And God help you if you don't have any money, because then they'll say that you were
The transcript will
non-compliant.
reflect that both the jury and Dr. Duncan are outside the court's presence.
Yes, Your Honor. Again, we want to renew our motion to strike the testimony on standard of care on 3 bases. Number one, it is surprise testimony in terms of this witness never being disclosed as a retained or non-retained expert for offering standard of care opinions. Number two, it's outside the scope of the pleadings, which is alleged as a medical malpractice.
Outside the scope of what?
The pleading, the
pleadings.
complaint, which alleges a 766 claim for medical negligence and not one for a breach of psychiatric or psychological care. And third, she's not credentialed under 766 to level allegations of medical negligence against a hospital license under that statute.
Or its doctors.
Or its doctors.
So they're trying to get her
and I don't
testimony
believe
thrown
her
out.
opinion was
Everything
based
she
on
just said?
medical
Yes,
negligence
they're going to
that
try
she
and get her
expressed.
thrown out. Totally.
I disagree with that last part.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Those are the bases.
Plaintiff.
Judge, she is qualified and was disclosed as a non-retained expert. And I'm looking for the actual designation, and it was in the.
Oh God, he doesn't have it.
Oh my God.
Jesus. They're getting outplayed. They're going to have her entire testimony thrown out.
That is crazy.
It's too late, though. The jury already heard it. They're not going to disregard everything.
She is disclosed as a non-retained expert. Her opinions have been limited to the standard of care in the community. She's qualified to testify to that. She's qualified to pass on whether a certain act or action is involved in the pleadings collapse into the proof at trial. There were general allegations.
What was the din of the disclosure?
All of us, Helene.
Right. Feeling the same way. Oh God, he can't even answer the questions.
1912, I think, Your Honor, Kelly's telling me.
Oh, this is so embarrassing. That guy in the yellow tie is holding his head. That's not a good sign.
Oh my gosh.
Greg's completely speechless. Nothing to say.
Nothing worse than dead air.
Those two are frantically looking around on the laptop behind them. Look at her. Oh, Jesus. Look at yellow tie. He looks like he's going to be sick.
Okay, I see the name. I don't recall there being a motion in limine with respect to Dr. Duncan. Was there one?
Or a Dalbert.
Yeah, we did not make a motion in limine, but we did not have notice either through our testimony.
Oh, well, that's your fault. You didn't make the motion, so too bad.
No, with respect to the pleadings issue.
We never received a report from her on that subject either.
What? Speaking in the microphone.
And we would counter on the timeliness of all of those motions. They also They made one objection at the time on one question, but not on the remainder.
2816.
Ah, I'm so anxious right now.
Well, they're scrambling too.
Yeah, good. I think they thought they had him.
Yeah.
They don't want to cross her or what? Yeah, they just want to throw out her testimony, I guess.
Yeah.
So this was count 17.
Uh-oh, my children are fighting. Hold on.
Yes, not 17.
Or please, I'm looking at the 1912 designation. It says that Dr. Duncan is a retained expert, but it makes no reference to her being retained or offering opinion testimony as to the standard of care.
Given the fact that the defendants posited their own expert late without any approval of the court, and the court granted them the leniency to even have a psychological expert, we'd ask the court to consider that.
What did I miss? What happened?
Nothing yet. They're still fighting over it.
Okay.
Well, I'm looking at what was alleged in the complaint. And I do see paragraphs 127 and 128. J. Hatch breached their duty of care by terminating Maya's CRPS treatments, by allowing its doctors to act without the requisite knowledge to properly diagnose or treat, and by acting in opposition to Maya's outpatient provider's diagnosis and treatment regimens. Also 128, failed to develop a coherent treatment plan. Instead, diagnosing Maya with a variety of psychiatric conditions, none of which were treated. So it seems that
Freeze. Hello. What happened?
My StreamYard keeps freezing up,
I
and then
know.
it's frozen while I'm on mute, and I can't fix it until it fixes itself. So here we go.
Wow.
Count.
There you go.
So that portion is denied.
I'll try not to put myself on mute. That way I can at least keep talking.
Whoa, Mr. Anderson.
Oh boy.
I'll take care of who gets to speak.
Yes, sir.
Ooh.
If you're going to speak, I need you up by a microphone.
He did not like that. Yeah, please put your mouth in a microphone.
Count 8 is a medical malpractice claim under 766. And a healthcare provider for which you receive a standard of review under 766 is defined. She's in 490 as a psychologist, and that is not a healthcare provider for purposes of Chapter 766. If you look at 766, I think it's 102, it gives you who can testify, and it refers then to where to go to look to the numbers. She can probably confirm for us, but she's a 490 license, not one of the people listed in the statute.
I believe that's right.
Well, in any event, there's still the count for intentional infliction of emotional distress.
Is there a standard of care, professional standard of care that's applicable of that?
Are you serious? They don't have a standard of care
think
for
it's
emotional
within
distress?
the ambit of the pleading.
Intentional infliction?
So then it's just a question of whether she was disclosed. Mr. Hunter.
She was disclosed if she was on the list of
If you look at the
non-treating
disclosure,
experts.
She is
Right.
disclosed as a non-retained expert.
Non-retained
It's disclosed in a quote
expert.
abundance of caution, unquote. There is no indication of that disclosure whatsoever. She is a standard of care witness. It's just not there. And the other.
Didn't you all take her deposition? I mean, because I remember having discussions, multiple discussions about whether y'all were going to take her deposition or not.
We did take her deposition, Judge.
Oh.
She offered no standard of care.
What?
That's my point. There was no, Your Honor has been very, very forthright in saying that experts, particularly experts, would be confined to the parameters of their report. She gave no report regarding this subject. She was not disclosed as a retained expert. She was not disclosed as a standard of care expert.
She's not a retained expert. She's a non-retained
This is
expert.
something that was totally unexpected and something that was not touched upon in her deposition.
Unexpected.
Is it true that there was no report by her that referenced
Uh-oh.
these opinions on standard of care?
The, her report is the report, and they've had that in their possession. And non-retained experts, I think we're in a little different category. I don't recall, her report definitely addresses the issue. Now, did she say breach of reasonable care? I can't tell you right now because I haven't read the report.
Your Honor, they asked her the question in her deposition, whether her opinions were to a reasonable degree of psychological probability, and she answered in the affirmative. They were specifically referenced in her report, so she testified to standard of care in
Nice.
her deposition.
He got the transcript.
Yes. Neither side provided reports for non-retained experts. Both sides named a number of non-retained experts, and the way this operated was that retained experts were required to provide reports.
Was there in her report, her being Dr. Duncan?
Yellow tie looks like he's about to have a heart attack.
We just showed.
Look
to
at
the
his
jury, is
face
there
next
anything
time the
about
camera goes back.
standard of care? If you could show it to me, if there's anything that you are trying to hang your hat on.
Look at him. They were scrambling fast to get that transcript. They were like, get the deposition up, get it up. You got to win this one, guys.
Yep.
Well, I mean, Helene, you can't have every case or every file in front of you. But as long as they've got a team that can find it quick enough, I mean, they found that one quick enough.
Because if they didn't object the other.
I don't want the court reporter, I want the court reporter taking down what our conversation is.
He won't let him read the transcript. Are you kidding me? Shuffling of papers intensifies.
Your Honor, I'd point to, do you need to see the report?
Well, you can just tell us what page and you can put it up so I can look at it.
Yes. It's exhibit 2006.
This judge is losing his patience.
This sentence was presented, she commented on it. It's the fourth paragraph, I believe. As a result of the lack of a coherent approach, it appears that she received little to no medical treatment while hospital administrators and DCF insisted the condition was psychological. Additionally, she testified.
I don't think that's what the objection was.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Well, why don't you explain what the objection was? Because I'm not. I don't see it.
Yep, I don't.
Anything
Yep.
Here on standard of care.
Oh my God, my anxiety is through the roof right now. I need a Xanax or a drink. Yeah, why did they let? If they were going to object like this, why did they let her take the stand in the first place?
She was persistently treated by hospital staff. She was lying about her pain syndrome. This is the big paragraph there. After she was warehoused for nearly 90 days. without
She
medical
testified to
treatment
all
for pain
this.
syndrome. And then no less than 3 medical doctors have diagnosed her condition, no less than 3 mental health professionals have evaluated mine, none of whom have confirmed a diagnosis of factitious disorder. The next paragraph continues, conversion disorder is similarly contraindicated. And then concluding, she points out that neither factitious disorder by proxy or conversion disorder are appropriate diagnoses in light of Maya's documented medical condition.
Aren't those standard of care issues?
Motion, Your Honor, is to strike testimony on standard of care in that there is no basis upon which that testimony was made known to us before trial.
You took her deposition.
Right.
She was
So
never
you're just
put
basically saying that last question or two.
And
not
you
her
read the
entire
report.
That's correct, Your Honor. I'm talking about the standard of care testimony.
Oh, but that was like the whole thing.
If I remember correctly, there's 2 questions.
There was 2 different questions.
Which questions? Specify, counselor. Get my wooden spoon out. Smack this guy on the head.
I'm so sorry.
I don't believe they objected to those.
Yeah, why didn't they object? Why are you
I'm gonna go
waiting
ahead
till the
and,
witness gets off the
grant the motion
stand?
to strike the
What?
last, opinion on the standard of care.
But they didn't even object. That's your own damn fault if you didn't object. You miss out.
Well,
Wow.
there's a couple of opinions. First, is it the breach of the standard of care or her statement of what the standard of care is? One had an objection, one didn't.
She can't, there was no testimony in her, or there was no indication in the report she did, and you didn't do a supplemental report that talked about what the standard of care was or whether there was a breach of that standard of care.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
So, okay.
What? So
It would be.
I'm gonna tell the jury that the jury is to disregard the last testimony proffered by Dr.
The entire
Duncan
testimony?
as to
No.
the standard of care.
Okay,
Just the last 2 questions, whatever they were, and I don't remember what they were.
Yeah, I don't even know.
And why didn't they vigorously object at that point and sidebar?
Yep. Wow.
And they quit fighting. Yeah.
Okay, let's bring in Dr. Duncan.
Wow.
This judge, I don't like him.
No.
He didn't even review what the last questions were.
Yeah.
What were they?
I don't know.
I don't even know. I mean, we're gonna have to back up to see what they were. I don't have a memory of what exactly they were.
Are they bringing her for cross now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Dr. Duncan, just so you understand, the court's going to tell the jury that I'm going to direct them to disregard the last testimony about the standard of care that was beyond what was in your report.
Okay,
Okay.
no worries, no worries.
Let's bring in the jury.
No worries.
Okay.
This is ridiculous. I don't even remember what the questions were.
I don't know.
How is the jury going to know what they need to strike? Yeah, I know. If they don't explain in particular, the jury's not going to know. And anyway, they've heard it already. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube.
Mm-hmm.
So it's fine. Although I have no hope in this jury. This jury seems really dumb to me. The questions they ask are just terrible.
Okay, everyone, please be seated. Okay, members of the jury, I want to confirm while you're away on break, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? Okay. And also, members of the jury, I want to tell you that I'm directing that you disregard the very last question and answer regarding the standard.
He doesn't even know what it is.
I've granted the motion to strike that testimony.
And they're not going to know what it is either. If we can't remember, they can't either.
Just before the break, we were going to turn to your evaluation of the audit. If we could display for the jury Exhibit 2007, All right, so this is your cover page of your evaluation of Beata Kowalski, is it not?
It is.
And your data report here is December 5th, 2016, and about a month before Maya's. And that's because you could visit with Beata outside of the hospital. She was not in the hospital, correct?
Yes, and my last contact with Beata was in November, but it took me a couple weeks to report down certain documents.
All right. And I won't belabor it, but the first, second, and third pages run through again the multitude of records that you reviewed. Much of them overlap what you reviewed for the other family members. Is that true?
Yes.
All right. Turning to the bottom of page 4, you briefly recount some of Beata's childhood and family history. I want to focus for a moment on Beata describing her father as verbally and physically abusive. And then I want to turn to page 5, where she relayed to you at the top that his primary method of discipline was hitting with a belt. And I want to ask you first, she provided you with a questionnaire before you conducted the interview, is that right?
Yes, she filled out a psychosocial history that asked some of this information.
And was it in the questionnaire that she first indicated to you that her father was a disciplinarian?
Yes.
And having that information from Beata Kowalski, did you follow up with her and ask further questions?
I did, and that's in my clinical notes.
What did you learn, in essence, about this physical discipline?
She said she didn't remember much from her early childhood, but she denied that he physically abused her in the sense that you would be making an abuse report in the state of Florida. It did sound like he used corporal punishment from what she could remember. We specifically discussed this because it was referenced in some of the other information about statements that Mike had made in one of the reports.
And having explored that with her, did you feel that she suffered from any trauma from the corporal punishment?
No, I did not just from speaking with her, but the other information that I reviewed, which is listed.
All right. Turning to the bottom of that page, I just focus on the last 2 sentences. There was no evidence of a formal thought disorder or that she was experiencing any perceptual disturbances. Overall, she did not appear to suffer from any major disturbance in mood, cognition, or behavior. Would you explain a little bit for the jury what you mean by that?
It's part of my evaluation. We administered several instruments that are listed and discussed in the evaluation, but as part of the clinical interview, I asked specific questions, and her reports to the particular questions that I asked her led me to believe that that there was no significant social emotional problems.
All right. And turning to page 6, she disclosed to you several medications, and at the bottom of the page, including what I believe to be maybe an anxiety medication. You were aware of those medications?
She listed them out for me, and some of those are included from information on medical records, not only from Dr. Wasson, but Sarasota Memorial Hospital, I believe it was from.
Nonetheless, you didn't become aware of any mental health disorder in her history?
No, I know she was, the hospital records that indicated that after a court hearing, she had passed out, and she went to the hospital, and they had said she was very stressed that day, but it certainly didn't give any type of long-standing mental health diagnosis.
All right. Then I'm going to, Drew will be happy, and I'm going to fast forward all the way down to summary and recommendations, page 16. Let's just focus on what you found with Beata Kowalski. Like you just said, you reiterate here in the first sentence, there's no evidence that Beata has ever suffered from mental health problems, correct?
That's stated in the first sentence, correct.
Right. And the collateral interviews, what was the consistent, if there was there a consistent description of Beata that came across in all the collateral interviews?
There was, and I had specific questions that I asked in all the collateral interviews. I always ask about concerns about substance abuse, concerns about mental health, how they know the person, the frequency of their interactions, how long they've known them. And the consistent thing is there was nothing reported to me in the collaterals that they were concerned about their mental health when I asked them specifically, but they also did not describe any behaviors of concern. Like I wasn't asking them to assess Beata, but they didn't describe any behaviors that would lead me to believe that she had any significant mental health problems. They all, I think, were aware of the current situation with their daughter's health, and that would impact all the family members concerned for the minor child. But beyond that, they didn't express any concerns about her mental health.
All right. And in totality, it seems like the collateral interviewees described her as an attentive, loving mother.
Yes.
Then you move into, in the middle of the paragraph there, that Beata could be forceful and direct, and that could come across as rude and demanding, right?
That's the Polish in her.
And that came across to you at times in your interviews?
It did when she was expressing her frustration.
Polish women say
over,
exactly what they are
the
thinking.
lack of,
Exactly.
Professional care she believes
No
was
filter.
not being provided to Maya when she was at All Children's.
All right.
They can
And
be seen as brash, and these doctors didn't like it. They
There's
didn't like
you
her
found no evidence to
directness.
support the conclusion that she falsified Maya's medical condition, right?
No.
Nor did any of your collateral interviews or the records indicate any ulterior motive she might have had for doing so.
That is true.
And so for those reasons, you conclude here that factitious disorder by proxy may safely be ruled out, right?
Yes. That's the latter half of that sentence.
And
They wanted to get rid of her.
factitious disorder by proxy is the DSM name for Munchausen by proxy, is it not?
They changed the name when
They change it because they know it's a load of garbage,
What
and
is the
people
DSM
stop
briefly?
believing Munchausen, so then they call it something else.
It's the manual for mental disorders where they make diagnoses. A lot of hospitals refer to the ICD-9 as well. And there is like an overlap in the way they code for insurance billing purposes, but it is the manual that people refer to when they're diagnosing mental health conditions, or at least psychiatrists and psychologists use.
So if the evidence shows that Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital had leveled a diagnosis of Munchausen by proxy, did you come across any records?
Yeah, how'd
in
they
the
get
Johns
to that
Hopkins All Children's
diagnosis?
Hospital medical record where you found that they'd ever evaluated Beata Kowalski?
I bet they didn't.
I did not, and she did not report being evaluated by anyone at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
In your field, in the field of psychology, is it appropriate to diagnose someone with a mental health disorder that you have never evaluated?
It is not in my field appropriate to do so.
Let's turn now to Jack Kowalski. And this is Exhibit 2008. I'm really going to speed up here. What was the overall impression you got of Jack Kowalski after running through this process we've already discussed for Beata and Maya?
I didn't have any significant concerns about his mental health either. I think certainly having an ill child places a certain amount of concern and stress, within the family. But again, I reviewed a lot of information. I spoke to a variety of collaterals, and I will note that the collaterals, there were some overlaps, but there were a lot of collaterals that I spoke for example, with Jack, that I didn't speak to with Beata. They had different collaterals, and nobody expressed any significant concerns about his mental health either.
All right, so in all the investigation that you did, you never came across anyone that expressed a concern about Jack Kowalski or his mental health?
No, in fact, some of his collaterals commented that he had been in a very stressful job before he had retired, and that he always handled those stressful situations he did a great job of handling them.
All right.
Within the fire department.
Yeah, he was a fire chief or something.
We don't want stressful situations.
Retired fire
Let's turn for a
something
moment, if we
supervisor.
could
Yeah.
publish Joint Exhibit 1001, starting evidence, page 3795. This is a continuation of a progress note from, again, Dr. Katzenstein, dated November 4th, 2016. So, Jack Kowalski has no pathology or mental health disorder that you found or suspected, correct?
No, not any information that I.
Nor
obtained.
did the hospital ever have any evidence that you saw of Jack having a mental health disorder.
I never reviewed any medical information from not only this hospital but another hospital that was suggestive of mental health disorder.
Or in the psychological records you reviewed, there was no suggestion of a mental health disorder.
Not that I can recall.
All right, focusing on the recommendations here. And this is Jennifer Katzenstein. I'm sorry. Let's turn to page 3796. My apologies. Similar tenor to at the top of the page. Again, Jennifer Katzenstein, now we're on November 2nd. So in the absence of Jack Kowalski having any suspicion of mental health disorder or pathology, the recommendation from Katzenstein and Kathy Meady of social work is that Maya would benefit from a medical foster care setting and be separated from her father.
That's my understanding based on the review of the notes. I did not speak with Dr. Katzenstein about that.
No further questions at this time.
Mr. Shapiro.
Good afternoon.
Here we go.
You were hired by the attorneys for the Kowalskis, correct?
That is true. I was referred by them. The Kowalskis signed my engagement letter and paid me. You're absolutely right. That was referred and it's in my consent.
Right. And just so there's no dispute about this, you were not an independent court-appointed psychologist. Instead, you were retained by the Kowalskis, paid by the Kowalskis for your work.
That is true. It was not a court-appointed neutral.
Okay. The reason why you were involved was because there was a dependency action going on with DCF in the state of Florida, and one of the questions they needed to visit with you was about visitation. Is that true?
It's been a long time, but I know that when I have limited documentation providing me about the dependency action. But my understanding is that there were some concerns about the parents and that there were psychological evaluations that while they're being requested and they agreed to, I did not see a court order for them. There may have been, but that I was going to evaluate the parents and it was as part of the dependency.
Okay, and I'll show you those records next. But just to be clear, in fairness, you're not a medical doctor, true?
No, I said that more than once.
Okay, I won't belabor it, I promise you.
No, it's true. I'm not.
Okay.
She's a
You're not here to tell this
psychologist.
jury whether Maya has CRPS or not based on your.
We know
That
that.
is absolutely true.
Okay.
I'm trying to discredit her by saying she's not court ordered. Like, yeah, my attorney wouldn't let me go with anybody that was
And
court
also
ordered.
that she's not a medical doctor. Like, we know that. It's so dumb.
I'm
20, sorry. You visited with Maya in December of 2016 Adult Children's.
I believe it was before December that I met with her as a collateral because it was early on in the process. I could go back and look at the notes, but it had to probably be, I would say in probably early November that I went up there just to meet with her. And at that point,
True. The jury are a
Maya
bunch of
had
paste
previously
eaters.
testified when they inquired
So-
of her. I was using her as a collateral. I didn't do any type of assessment, in that meeting with her. It was the evaluation was later.
After you completed your evaluation of Maya and completed your report, you continued to work with Mr. Anderson's office on this case, true?
I believe around 2020, I participated. I could give you the date. It was around 3 or 4 years ago. They asked me to participate in a call, which I did. I know both attorneys' offices and have requested some information from me, records. And then just prior to this trial, I was deposed, I believe, by All Children's. And then today I was subpoenaed by them, and everybody compensated me for my time.
So let me ask you just a couple questions about
Sure.
your report, which is, in Clay, if you'll put it up, it's Joint Exhibit 2006, and I'll go to page 11. And it's going to be the under summary and recommendations, the second paragraph. I think it's the third sentence. It starts with the Department of Children and Families.
Yes.
And these are your words, correct, that you're writing here?
Yes, this is my report.
And you wrote that, quote, the Department of Children and Families intervened and cut off Maya's contact with her parents, siblings, treating doctors, therapists, priests, and friends. That's what you found, correct?
That was my understanding at the time.
Okay. Your understanding was it was the Department of Families intervention that cut
Here
off.
we go. Not the hospital's fault.
Yep.
Let me ask you about some of the records.
There
that you
was a
reviewed.
court order.
Well, let me back up for a minute.
Just
You
following
understood
Hitler's
that
orders.
All Children's could not discharge Maya without a court order.
We didn't know we shouldn't put people in gas chambers.
Legal basis
Right.
beyond the scope.
That's their whole
and
argument.
delving into issues
Yep.
that's subject to order limiting.
Overrule on that question.
We have no individual responsibility for acting morally with our patients.
Johnson, I know that there were attorneys from All Children's, as well as the dependency attorneys. The family had different attorneys, and the Department of Children and Families had several. And I know at some point, I do recall there was this issue of not being able to discharge. I didn't really follow it all, but I do recall something about being an issue with that.
Let me go back to your report since we have it on the screen. And I'll probably jump around from time to time. That's okay. So let me ask you about the last sentence that you wrote. It says, no less than 3 medical doctors have diagnosed her medical condition, and no less than 3 mental health professionals have evaluated Maya, none of whom have confirmed a diagnosis of factitious disorder. Those were your words?
Yes.
The 3 doctors you spoke to were Dr. Kirkpatrick, Dr. Hanna, and Dr. Chopra, correct?
I did not speak to Dr. Chopra. I testified that when I reviewed his report, and then I reviewed a neurology report. I think I referenced her. I can't remember. I think it is Dr. R, maybe. That they diagnosed her with CRPS as well.
Your statement, though, about who diagnosed
She
Maya
does.
with CRPS.
She looks
is based on
feline.
Those 3, correct?
Yes.
You did have records from a physician that had diagnosed factitious disorder. Did you know that?
I believe recalling that, I do recall maybe early on seeing some of that.
Okay, because you didn't put in your report to the court or who would read this that there were physicians who diagnosed factitious disorder, did you?
I recall specifically reviewing the records that there were some rule outs in one of the physicians. I don't know if I recall specifically the diagnosis, but I know that the thing that I kept testifying to in the hearings is I think they need to figure out, I was being told the child had a medical issue, and they need to figure out what, if she did or not, in order to find the appropriate diagnosis, because as a psychologist, I cannot make certain diagnoses if there is a medical condition that's causing the symptomology.
Clay, if you'll put up Defense Exhibit 3047-10.
That is true.
Is this an evidence?
The Tampa General records?
It's not evidence.
Oh, okay. And
Let's not put it up if it's not an evidence.
I apologize. I thought this was part of the joint. Let me ask you about what you did review and what is in evidence.
The word DCF is used simultaneously with court. It's the same thing. They act with the authority of the court.
That
So
was one of the reports that
it's
you had to
fine.
review and comment on when you did your evaluation of mine. Is that right?
I did review it. In fact, one of the things he specifically requested in that evaluation was the person evaluating the mother have that evaluation.
This is in evidence, Your Honor, Joint Exhibit 1046. Clay, if you could put that up, paragraph, and go to page 7, please. And just for the purpose of background for this jury, Dr. Lewis performed his psychological evaluation of Maya while she was at Old Children's Hospital. True?
That was my impression from reading it, because they said a nurse was there, but I never specifically asked where the evaluation took place.
Well, I'll represent to you that Dr. Lewis met with Maya at All Children's.
Okay.
And let me ask you about 2/3 of the way down the page about a statement that Dr. Lewis records. It starts open quotes, "My mom." Clay, if you could point that out, please. It says, "My mom," and I'll represent to you, this was what Dr. Lewis is quoting what Maya told him, okay? "My mom and the doctor in Tampa said I got RSD because of my asthma attacks. I don't know what to believe because I really don't want to have RSD. And also, I really don't want to go back on all of those pills or have the ketamine anymore. But I'm afraid to tell my mom how I really feel because I don't want her to be more sad and upset than she really is." Did you read that in Dr. Lewis's report?
I did.
Okay. Let me ask you if you also read in Dr. Lewis's report, and I'll go up, Clay, where the paragraph that starts, "Maya further states." The last sentence, Maya reported to Dr. Lewis, it says, "I can't be sure because I don't remember things like I used to. After I went to Mexico and they put me in a coma and my memory got bad." Did you read that as part of Dr. Lewis's report?
I did. I read the entirety of the report.
At the top of the page, did you see that Maya had told Dr. Lewis that she understood that going to Mexico for her ketamine coma unfortunately carried a 50% risk of death?
The good news is no one can pay attention to this guy either.
Into your evaluation as well.
Lord.
I did. I will
Yeah.
go into discussing this with Maya when I did the collateral interview. When I interviewed her,
Taylorship Business was sentenced to life without parole, by the way, in case you missed that today.
And I
She was in court wearing a spit hood. And you've got to see the pictures. It's absolutely hilarious.
spoken with her, and it's referenced in my report that she denied making some of these statements to me.
Okay, so we'll get to that in a moment, but let me ask one of the other statements that she made that you may have discussed. And Clay, it's the last full paragraph on this page. It starts, "In fact, Maya states." It says, "In fact, Maya states," and this is to Dr. Lewis, the psychologist who evaluated All Children's, "I really want to tell my dad a lot of what we're talking about, but because of what happened to me, getting on those really bad medicines that could have even killed me, I don't get to see my mom right now. I do get to see my dad, but someone has to be in the room with me. I just want to tell him," meaning my dad, "that I want my mom to get help." Did you review that?
Yes.
Okay.
What are those
Let me
ellipses?
ask you about a couple things.
What was in the ellipses? You see how they cut out things that she said? Where you see three dots, that means there were other statements there.
That one of the working diagnoses of Dr. Lewis was factitious disorder by proxy.
I do.
Okay. Let me ask you a couple.
Which is what she was probably just telling her lawyer.
When he stated that he's the one that made the referral to the neurologist.
Dr. Lewis also said that Maya had an understandable severe anxiety and depressive response when learning about the ketamine infusions in Mexico. Do you remember that?
I don't have it in front of me, but I recall it.
Okay.
Something to that extent if you're reading in the report.
So let me ask you a couple of questions about your report, if we can put it back up. This is Trial Exhibit 2006-11. I just want to make sure I understand this. You made the comment about warehousing Maya. Do you remember telling the jury that?
I'm sorry.
Well, let me just make
I just couldn't
clear.
hear the last part. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're certainly not telling this jury that in reviewing the records from all children's that there was only 3 hours of therapy.
The records that I was provided me, I counted the minutes. I can pull it out if I have the records that were given to me. Like I said, just based on what I have. I based on, like I said, testified earlier, Dr. Katzenstein. I can go through the dates and give you what I looked at Dr. Katzenstein provided. She did see another early on, another psychologist. I never spoke to that person. It was early on in treatment, but it was Dr. Katzenstein's notes that spanned. I just went through the notes that were provided to me, that are listed and highlighted, the date and the time.
Who provided you the records?
Some of those I had historically, and then I had them, and then I was again provided them by opposing counsel. Like they're the same records, but I had both, and like they provided them separately, but I had them. I believe it was maybe Deborah Salisbury that provided me initially that got from All Children's.
Right, and when you say opposing counsel, you mean counsel for the Kowalskis?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, I got them both places. I mean, recently, but I had them too.
Are you aware that there was more than 60 hours of physical therapy at All Children's Hospital?
I did not go through the physical therapy, but I knew that they were prescribing. I'm talking about psychotherapy, not physical therapy.
Okay, you are aware, well, and if you're
Two
not.
different things. Man. Do you see what I'm saying? I'm talking about the psychotherapy.
I do, because
Okay.
there seemed to be an allegation that all Children's did was, quote, warehouse this child, but you were aware she underwent dozens and dozens and dozens of hours of physical therapy, right?
I knew she was resistant to physical therapy. I know that they provided it to her, but I also knew they never followed through to figure out, it sounded like what was going on, which I was really surprised because I know that All Children's has some good neurologists up there.
So let me just show you Joint Exhibit 1001-1951.
Your Honor, we object.
Is this in evidence?
Not to the exhibit, Your Honor, to the line of questioning.
Overruled. You can continue, Mr.
Sure. Clay, Joint Exhibit 1001-1951. I'm just pulling out a physical therapy note of October 31st, 2016. According to this, there was therapeutic activity for 45 minutes. Do you see that?
Yes.
Same objection.
Overruled.
And if we go to Joint Exhibit 1001-1953, again, there's 15 minutes of PT therapeutic activity and 30 minutes of PT therapeutic exercise, correct?
Yes, I haven't reviewed these recently, the times on these, but
Okay.
I was talking about psychotherapy earlier, not physical therapy.
You do understand that physical therapy is a big part of rehabilitation for either conversion disorder, factitious disorder, or CRPS. Do you not?
It's my understanding that it's also often recommended. Again, I'm not a medical doctor, so I'm certainly not an expert on CRPS.
Okay. So without going through 3 months of records, you're certainly not disputing that Maya had over 60 physical therapy and over 30 occupational therapy sessions for which she participated in, are you?
No, I'm not disputing that at all. In fact, I think a lot of the psychotherapy sessions when I went to see her, she was in PT. It referenced that.
The point is, they said she had a psychological disorder and didn't give her any psychotherapy.
Exactly.
Put up Joint Exhibit 1.
No, PT is not psychotherapy.
Yep.
Cognitive and psychiatric.
Physical therapy is for
Impressions and
physical
recommendations.
problems.
This is from a Dr. Mark Cabot. Do you know who he is?
Yes,
Who is he?
he's a psychiatrist and up there a long time.
Okay.
Good doctor.
Actually, Clay, at the bottom of the page, this is for the note. Impressions and recommendations right at the bottom. This was on admission. Were you aware that mom refused a psychiatric consultation?
God, I hope they're not going past 4
I
today.
was aware of this. I kind of alluded to it earlier.
I'm numb.
There were two.
Wow,
notes on
10
here
minutes. I
that
got to go pick up my kids.
No.
And I've accomplished nothing today.
I know, right? Me either. I got to transfer to a standing desk.
There were multiple attempts by All Children's Hospital professionals to transfer
I got to stand
Maya
up. I
from
got
All
no
Children's
circulation.
Hospital to Nemours for intensive physical and cognitive behavioral therapy.
Objection. Legal basis misstates the evidence. Overruled. You can answer.
I do recall there was a discussion because I was provided some records. They were provided, and there was a reference in some of the psychotherapy notes where Dr. Katzenstein mentioned Nemours, but I was never given the information of what you're suggesting. Like, I don't know how many attempts. I just know that there was some discussion of trying to get her to divorce.
Okay. And it's a big record. I'm not expecting
Okay.
you read every page. I'm trying to
Okay.
be fair to you. Okay. Your understanding, though, in talking with Dr. Katzenstein, was that either she or her team was trying at some point early in the hospitalization to transfer Maya from All Children's Hospital to Nemours in Orlando for intensive inpatient or outpatient cognitive and physical therapy.
I saw it in Dr. Katzenstein's note. She never shared that with me specifically. She talked about her work with Maya.
Start marching
But
in
again, I do
place.
remember as part of the dependency action that issue came up, and I just heard pieces of it, as far as when I was going down there to testify. And I know that it wasn't clear to me about like why all that never happened. I believe that there was some suggestion they couldn't provide the medical treatment. There may have been an objection, but I wasn't really involved in that aspect of it.
Okay, let me show you a record and see if it refreshes your recollection of something that you may have seen. This is Joint Exhibit 1001-1765. And I'll represent to you at the top, this is an addendum by a case manager named Audrey Peterson, dated November 10th.
This guy's voice, I cannot handle it.
And
I'd like to
Clay,
bring
if
your
you'll go
attention
down
to
where it
this
says provision
addendum.
of care in the note.
Do you see
Actually,
where it
start at
says
projected
provision of
discharge
care?
planning and go through provision of care.
God, thank God he's so boring.
Were you aware that the parents
Jury's
of the
checked out.
Kowalskis declined
Yep, we're
to
checked out. I
sign
think
their
they are,
consent
for
to
sure.
transfer Maya out of All Children's on November 10th?
Of course they would
I
decline.
don't know if
They
I
didn't
recall
think
that.
she had a
Like I said, I
psychological
recall there being
problem.
some type of dispute.
I would
The child
decline
not
that
being transferred,
too.
but I do not recall the specifics because
Yeah. Crazy Warlock says, does this cloth smell like chloroform? That is what he sounds like. He's trying to put you to sleep.
Overruling the objection.
Let me ask you about Joint Exhibit 1001-1760.
Don't count on it, Helene.
And on the part where it says Level 2 Case Management Intervention, about halfway down it says her parents continue to resist to sign the consent to transfer to Nemours. Were you aware of that happening on November 17th, 2016?
I do not recall if I was aware. Again, all I recall is I knew there was a dispute as part of dependency action, and there was some concerns about the medical care, which is beyond my scope, being provided with the facility. But I do know that I received records that I believe they were going to send Nemours to when they were. I know that placement was explored. But it's my understanding by all, but I didn't know the outcome.
Transitioning a bit, you did go to All Children's to visit with Maya the first time, right?
Yeah, to interview.
For a visitation, you were allowed in, right?
Yes,
You understood, though, that you couldn't do a diagnostic workup and treatment without staff privileges.
I did, and I've testified to that before when they asked me questions about her after the collateral interview.
Right. That's not unique to All Children's. That's all hospitals.
Yes, it is. In fact, when I called, I knew it's a lengthy process because I've been on staff at a couple of hospitals. And so when I called up there initially, I did not anticipate, I inquired about it. Like, actually, it was later that I inquired because the collateral didn't need to be on staff, but I was not surprised that it was not a quick process.
Okay. When you first went to All Children's, I believe let me ask you, Kathy Betty greeted you and brought you to Maya, correct?
I don't recall if she greeted me, but I think I testified earlier that I believe she is the one I spoke to. If they go to my notes, but they, made arrangements for me, like I didn't have any difficulty finding her or anything like that.
And that was my question.
Yeah.
The process from when you went to All Children's to meet with Maya, it was smooth, right?
I had no issues in going up there, checking in. They helped me find the rec room. They offered to try to find me a room because it was a Saturday. A lot of the stuff was closed down. And that's when I said, I think this will be, fine. Mine was fine. And I testified earlier about the corridor, there weren't people around. And I stayed about an hour. And I let them know when I was leaving. I, walked her back to the rec room.
Okay. You then saw Maya again at the courthouse on January 6th, correct?
That date sounds correct on the report in front of me.
In your evaluation of Maya was at the courthouse?
It was.
Is it true that you're an insurrectionist?
Either
It was January 6th, after all.
Either meeting her at All Children's.
Do you have a
or
Trump flag in your
evaluating her at the
house?
courthouse. Did Maya ever complain to you about physical abuse?
She never used the word physical abuse or suggested anything to me of that nature. I'm a mandatory reporter, which everybody's informed me of. I would have had to call the abuse hotline and I would have notified everybody. I know you don't have to, but that's my policy.
Okay. If you had, because you're a mandatory reporter, if you had even a reasonable suspicion of some type of abuse of Maya occurring at All Children's, you would have brought that to attention of All Children's and called the abuse hotline.
I would have told all the parties involved because I want them to know that I'm the one that, had to make the report.
Okay. So just to be clear, during both interviews with Maya, she never told you that she had ever been touched inappropriately, correct?
No, and I believe that was asked that in the deposition as well.
Right. And the reason I'm going through it with you again is I can't just play your deposition.
No, it's okay.
I'm going through it with you again. Maya never complained to you about being held against her will in a darkened room, correct?
No, I never had this conversation. I mean, I reviewed some stuff after the fact. I think maybe it was just I heard a deposition or maybe, but I was never presented any information during the course of my work with the family.
Maya never complained to you about being held in some type of semi-nude photos or anything of that nature, did she?
No, not to me directly. It would have been included in my report.
Maya never told you that her rights, her religious rights were being violated, did she?
She did not use that term. I will say that,
What 11-year-old would?
during the collateral interview, she expressed frustration because people from her congregation were not permitted. It was her understanding to see her, and that she couldn't see her priest privately. And so she told me about her attorney, and I went back and contacted her attorney because she had an attorney, and relayed what she had shared with me.
But just to be very clear for this jury while we're here, during your 2 interviews with Maya, she never told you anything that made you suspicious for either abuse or neglect at All Children's, correct?
Not that would be reportable under what we know the statutory definition of it.
They weren't washing her hair.
Let me just ask
You
a
saw
few
that.
more questions about your report.
You can rest assured that every question they ask is some sort of trap because they're trying to trap her into, discrediting herself.
The records, and just to be clear, the records that you were provided, which ones were decided that you would get, was that based on what was provided to you?
Oh my God, I'm so tired.
No, if you look at my report,
I'm not used to this. I haven't done a trial stream in a long time. 5.5 hours.
Records too from the Department of Children and Families. I reached out to. They're the ones that I believe that provided me, there was some duplication in some of the records listed in the report. On my report, everything that I got and who I got it from. I obtained some individual records myself where I would reach out to the family.
He's trying to bore the jury to death.
But the voluminous amount of records either came from Deborah Salisbury or the Department of Children and Families. I did reach out to the children's attorney, but I was not provided documents from them, and that's listed in the report.
When you interviewed
I should have, and all children's gave me some records directly. I think that's listed in there.
Understood. When you interviewed Maya, she did convey to you that she was told that the ketamine coma in Mexico carried a 50-50 risk of death.
Without looking at my report, I don't recall specifically what she said, but I knew that she knew there was a high risk of death. That's in my report. So she heard the doctor. She said directly the doctor spoke with her about
Those
it.
numbers don't add up though, because he's never lost anybody.
I just don't have it in front of me. I mean, I don't-
So his record
This-
is
No,
100%
I'm happy to show
success.
it to you. That is what your report
Okay,
says.
okay.
Okay.
Then she said that if I said that.
Let me ask you about your
Yeah, the judge should be calling for breaks. He's got to see the jury has got to be falling asleep. And this is
Did she
just.
express any suicide
Yep.
ideation?
I would tell this lawyer, could you put some pep in your voice? You're
Based
putting
on
me
your
to sleep.
assessment of her, did you consider her to be suicidal?
He's like the human. He's like human Vicodin.
I would have taken further action if I thought somebody.
Well,
was
I
at
really gotta go.
immediate risk for self-harm.
I don't think I'm gonna miss anything.
As a mental health
I don't think you're going to miss anything either, Rachel. Thanks for putting up with it for this
seeing you.
long. You too. Have a wonderful rest of your afternoon. Everybody, please go check out Fractured Hope on Amazon. You can get that on Barnes & Noble, on Amazon. Fractured Hope by Rachel Bruno. See you later,
Thank
Rachel.
you. Bye.
Bye. And then there was one. I don't know what we're doing now. Is there an objection or something?
I appreciate your time today. I don't have any more questions for you. Thank you.
Oh, thank God. Can we be done now, Judge? Are we done? I got to go make dinner.
Were you aware that the only person in this admission at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital that claimed to have diagnosed with ingestion by proxy was Dr. Sally Smith?
I don't recall seeing anyone else making that diagnosis other than Sally Smith.
And you're aware that she's a rotation director for the residency program at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital?
Stop objecting. Please, Lord, stop the objections. I can't take it anymore, you guys. I can't take it. All right. As soon as this is over, I'm out of here because I got to go make dinner and then I got to hop on a stream with Steve Gosney tonight. So let me take care of stuff I want to say before we leave, which is make sure you're following me at meganfox.locals.com. We have so much more fun than this, whatever this is. This is not fun right now. This is torture. But on Locals, we do laundry streams. We watch movies together. We do cooking streams. I'm going to be planning another cooking stream soon with Eric Non-Idol. That's going to be fun. And I don't know what we're going to make, but something yummy for fall. It's going to be fun. Follow me there. And then if you want to subscribe, that promo code is Maya, MAYA. For those of you watching the Maya trial, you can get a special code for My Locals page that'll give you a free trial month when you sign up for $5 a month. meganfox.locals.com. Make sure you get over there and do that. That's where I do all my tales from the restaurant as well, which is really fun. It's a great series. We're having so much fun
Sally
doing
Smith
that.
is the rotation director for the residency program at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
I do not recall being aware of that specific appointment, but I know that she had some affiliation with them.
And you're aware that she had staff privileges at the hospital?
That was my understanding when I said affiliation.
And you're aware that she serves on multiple executive committees at the hospital?
I'm going to sustain the leading.
Are you aware that Dr. Sally Smith serves on multiple executive committees at the hospital?
I do not know if I'm aware of that, but again, I knew that she did some work at the hospital and that she had privileges.
So there was a lot of discussion about Dr. Lewis and him coming in to evaluate Maya at the hospital. Are you aware that the hospital was directed to conduct a neuropsychological evaluation?
I do not recall specifically that the hospital was directed. I knew that I got his evaluation because Dr. Caston's a neuropsychologist as well.
Are you aware that Dr. Sally Smith handpicked Dr. Lewis to come and do the neuropsychological evaluation?
I'd like to witness the object to the lead.
Sustained on leading.
Are you aware how Dr. Lewis was selected to perform the neuropsychological evaluation at the hospital?
I recall reading in some of the information, I believe it may have been in his report, I don't have it in front of me, that the referral, Dr. Smith made a referral.
All right.
I am aware of that.
And so several statements were put on the screen about what Maya allegedly said to Dr. Lewis. Are you aware that Maya disputes Dr. Lewis's reporting?
I'm sorry,
She
Janelle.
disputed some of that specific reporting to me, so I'm aware of some of that.
And earlier you testified, I think, on my questions that, and perhaps on counsel's questions, that you, subject to request from the hospital, provided your raw testing data and the totality of your file for these psychological evaluations, did you not?
It was for Maya's, I believe, the raw test data. I believe they had a hearing in.
All right. So Dr. Lewis makes these statements, which Maya disputes. Are you aware that when a request was made to Dr. Lewis for his raw testing data and notes, he claimed to have lost them?
I'm not aware
I'm
of
going to
any,
overrule that one.
I'm not aware of any records requests other than what was made to my office.
So have you ever seen the notes or a recording of the interview or raw testing data from Dr. Lewis?
I've only seen his written product, the report.
And during this interview, we've established Maya was on multiple medications from the hospital.
Based on the information and the records that she'd taken medication the day before.
All right. Now, with regards to 4 hours of cognitive behavioral therapy, your comments during my questions were limited to the limited cognitive behavioral therapy that the hospital provided during that 3.5 month span, right?
Yes.
And that's what led you to characterize the hospitalization as warehousing this girl.
Yes, and the fact that my understanding is that Dr. Lewis recommended the neurological.
What is that
consult,
paper shredding in the
and throughout
background?
the entire process, everybody said a neurologist
Shredding
would be the one to
intensifies.
rule out the diagnosis or confirm that the medical doctors were telling me I'm not qualified to do that. And the information provided to me is that that never happened.
And so you were confronted a minute ago with a bunch of physical therapy and occupational therapy records. You never expressed any opinion on the adequacy of occupational therapy or physical therapy at the hospital, did you?
No.
And in everything they presented you, did they confront you in any way with any additional cognitive behavioral therapy record to dispute the 4 hour figure that you tallied?
No, like I just said, the information I have was a duplicate of what I'd previously gotten that y'all provided me with regarding to the psychological and psychiatry notes.
The problem that you were pointing out, if I understood you correctly, was that they were alleging that Maya had a psychological disorder. Meanwhile, they provided 4 hours of psychological therapy over 3.5 months.
Right. It's a big problem. And then saying physical therapy does the
What is
same thing is
problem
bullshit.
with alleging that a 10-year-old girl has a psychological disorder, but not providing therapy, if there is a problem with that?
Well, I think at a minimum, even though I didn't evaluate Maya early on, at a minimum, she was on a psychotherapy regimen of getting it weekly. So I would have expected them at least to start with that. And then if she made significant improvements, they might, titrate the therapy, go to both bi-weekly or less frequently. And I think that even whether her issues were psychological exclusively, as some people were taking the position of, or whether it was a medical problem and there were some psychological problems interrelated, secondary, I think certainly the professionals that worked with her in the mental health field, Dr. Katzstein, was even seeing this child was very distressed over a lot of the circumstances. And I think that there was a lot of documentation where, I didn't do the PT, that she got PT because they would go to get psychotherapy and she would be gone, but then there was no makeup session in the hospital.
All right, last area.
God,
there
finally.
was discussion
Is this
about
wrapping up?
these attempts to transfer Maya Kowalski to Nemours. Are you aware of the transfer diagnosis that the hospital actually tried to transfer her under to Nemours?
I think as I said earlier, I don't recall the specifics of it. It's been a long time. I just knew that there was some dispute on whether it was going to be an appropriate placement based on, I think that there were some concerns about parents had on whether they could do medical. It wasn't clear to me I just knew the child never got moved. It wasn't clear to me all the dynamics between all children's, maybe the dependency action and the parents. I wasn't privy to all that.
And so you weren't aware that Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital was trying to force a transfer?
I object to the foundation. She just said she's not aware, and now he's about to give her a leading question to suggest that she's not aware.
Were you aware of Beata Kowalski's sensitivity to having Maya Kowalski diagnosed with a psychiatric or psychological disorder?
I was aware from my work with Beata that she was concerned that the medical issues, that she had a real medical problem that was being dismissed and labeled strictly psychological. I did not get the impression in my evaluation of her that she was against any type of therapy or intervention. In fact, her therapist reported to me, and it was in the notes, that her and Maya's dad consistently brought Maya to therapy sessions for therapy after having the illness diagnosed.
All right, so we know that Dr. Katzenstein believed that this child had a physical condition, right?
So she told me.
All right, assume for the purposes of this question that Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital is trying to transfer Maya Kowalski, not with a physical diagnosis, but with a psychiatric diagnosis. Knowing what you know about Beata Kowalski, would it make sense for her to resist those efforts?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware of a phone call that was recorded regarding this dispute over the discharge diagnosis to Nemours?
I don't believe that I ever listened to any phone call or was provided information on that. Like I said, I got limited information because my work was pretty focused on what I was doing as part of it. They had a lot of hearings I wasn't involved in.
I think in summary, your testimony is that you're not familiar with all of the dispute over what diagnosis the hospital was attempting to transfer Maya to Nemours under. Is that right?
True, I had limited information on all the transfer, potential transfer.
No further questions. Thank you.
Very briefly, Director. Just to cover a couple things. You are aware, at least in your review of the Tampa General records, and again, Clay, if you want to pull up 3047-10.
Is it in evidence?
Tampa General's not? Okay. Don't put it up on the screen. That's fine.
Why
You
are
are
these
aware
guys
in your
coming
review
back?
of the records, there has already been discussion of a psychiatric condition prior to Maya coming to children.
Yeah, why are they recrossing? I've never seen this.
I was aware that there were some of those issues. And
Aren't they done? They said no further questions.
Did not like TGH for that reason.
How come they get to do this again?
Objection.
That was
I guess rebuttals?
The legal basis.
He's asking speculation.
I thought plaintiff got the last word.
The reason Maya didn't like Tampa General is because they had diagnosed her with a psychiatric condition.
Oh, they really hate this
what
witness.
I was communicated is that they did not believe her, that she had a medical issue. As the resistance was that they were overlooking some of the medical issues, was my understanding. That's why she was upset about them.
Just two really quick points. One on your report, trial exhibit 2006-10.
This guy can make $1 million doing sleep videos on YouTube. Like, I'm going to
At
fall
the very
asleep
bottom,
standing
it
up.
says,
I'm going to hit the
"Interview with
ground.
Sally Smith, MD, CPT, medical director." What is CPT?
Child protection.
It was your understanding that Sally Smith's role in this case was as the Child Protective Services medical director. True?
I would have not listed it, but if that was not the case, I knew that she was involved with CPT, and that was on the documentation I believe I received from her. I'd have to look at it.
It's not a trick question.
Okay, no, I'm just saying, like, I would have listed it because that was my understanding. She was working with CPT. Yes.
Okay. Last question. It's on Joint Exhibit 1.
I don't believe you. Last question.
I'm going to ask you
Liar.
a question starting on page 2 at the very bottom.
You said that
You were asked some
like a
questions
half hour
about
ago.
whether Maya may have been on medications that may have affected her memory at the time she spoke with Dr. Lewis. Do you remember those questions?
I think I testified earlier that I could not weigh an opinion on them because I'm not a medical doctor.
Okay. You did review this report, though. True. This
Yes.
is Dr. Lewis's report. At the bottom, it says during the 3-hour session. Do you see that?
Yes.
Where Maya engaged in many mentally strenuous tasks and some tasks that are physically strenuous due to the visual fine motor, handwriting and copying, and then Clay, if you go to the next page, demands. Maya at no time spontaneously initiates any verbal expressions of pain or cramping. Did you see that?
I did see that.
And in the next sentence, it says, the absence of any spontaneously initiated complaints of pain is noteworthy in that on that day of testing, the only opioid analgesic listed in Maya's all children's medication regimen is PRN, meaning as needed, tramadol, and the attending nurse indicates that Maya has not taken that medication on that morning that she has seen for a 3-hour afternoon assessment.
I was wondering, I think I testified that earlier. That I knew
Andy Rose, this guy doesn't have a different voice
So
than
just to be
condescending.
Clear, according to Dr. Lewis's report that you reviewed and relied on to some extent, Maya was not.
I'll
on
tell you
any
what's like
medication.
tramadol. This guy's voice.
that was my understanding. I was familiar with the task because I'm familiar with the test that he had to do too.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Oh, are you finally finished?
Pretty brief.
Sleepy Joe? Oh, no, this guy can't be married. Crazy
wouldn't
Warlock says,
expect
can you imagine his
that-
wife? He's not married. No woman
okay.
alive would put up with
You
that
wouldn't
kind of
expect
talk. No.
You met Maya on 2 occasions, correct?
Yes.
Are we back to questioning her again?
If the record
How long does
shows
this
that
go
Maya
on?
did complain to the doctors
Cross,
at the hospital
recross,
of physical and sexual
redirect,
abuse
what?
on multiple occasions.
Rebuttal, like it never ends. Oh. Make it stop. Are we done? Is she leaving? Oh, God. Please. Please, Lord Jesus, let this be the end. Okay, look, I think I've made a decision about tomorrow. I can't do this live. I can't. It's too slow. It's too slow. I'm going to wait a few hours so that we can watch it on the speed up. And then we'll watch it together when I can speed it up because this is torture. This is torture. I do not like watching this. They talk too slow. At least on 1.5 speed, they sound like they're emoting a little bit. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to be back here at 9 a.m. We'll do like, I don't know, 11? Because if it goes all day, and I'm not going to be able to do all day tomorrow because I have to go to work. I have to leave at 3:30 to get to work. But holy crap, this was a tough day for me. Yeah, my ADD is in full force. Yeah, check it out. Here it is. I can't handle this. I haven't sat through a live trial since the Gwyneth Paltrow trial, and that one was far more entertaining. This one's traumatic, and also these lawyers are really annoying. At least in that one, Gwyneth's lawyers were funny, and also adorable. I mean, sweet baby James, who can forget him? And that other guy who was always angry. Oh, that was so funny. But this guy, these lawyers, all of them, they're all so god awful. They have voices like gabapentin. Like you feel like you're on a ship of a the deck of a swaying ship listening to them. I can't with this. So we are going to watch this not live so that we can fast forward through all the boring shit. I'm sorry, I don't have the bandwidth, as they say, for this kind of dragging nonsense. Like, I just don't. Yeah, AP says, LOL, that douche nozzle's voice makes me want to practice flying without flapping my arms. I couldn't agree more. Okay, So I don't even care if this is over or not. I'm cutting it off right now. And when if there's anything to catch up on tomorrow, we'll catch up on it. But I cannot sit through this anymore. I just can't. I have to go make dinner. I have to check on my kids. Somebody may have, choked somebody by now. I know that they were fighting earlier. I think they're okay. I haven't heard any noises, so they're probably fine. Oh wait, what's happening? He's directing the jury to disregard some beginning of the question. Oh, okay. Anyway, here's what I want you to do. I'm turning the cord off so I don't have to hear it in my ears anymore. Here's what I want you to do. Go to the merch store because there's so much fun stuff in there. Have you seen the merch? Have you seen it? Because it's good and it supports the channel. We have Make Americans Friends Again. We have Oh for Fox's Sake. We have Just Right t-shirts. We have Megan Fox Investigates. We have Bitch Switch, Flip It and Find Out merch. We've got Sorry for Having Great Tits and Correct Opinions on Everything, which is hilarious. I love that mug. We've got so much stuff in there. We even have the Johnny Depp stuff, the Objection Hearsay t-shirts. And I'm going to put this in the link, in the, not the link, you know what I'm talking about, the chat for you guys. Since YouTube has demonetized my channel, keep in mind that you can go and buy a t-shirt if you want. I'm going to throw it in the chat for you on YouTube. I will throw it in the chat on Rumble as well. And by the way, thanks for being here, all my Rumble peeps and locals. If you have not followed me on locals, you need to do that because that's where all the notifications are. If you like this stream and you want to see more of this trial, you need to go to locals, meganfox.locals.com. Yes, you've got to follow me there because that's where all the notifications are. Obviously, YouTube is not going to give you my notifications because YouTube is asshole and they hate me. Linux, what are you saying? Why are you mad at me? You're bonding over similar health trauma? I'm sorry. You guys can find each other again tomorrow. I'll be here tomorrow. I'm just not going to be coming on at 9 a.m. because these people talk too slow and my ADD cannot handle it. Nope, no, it cannot. It cannot handle it. I have to. Yeah, that means I can make the whole live reading of JD Sidebars if it's there. Yeah, I'm going to go do that with Jeff because that's way more fun than sitting through this at regular speed. Like, who could do this? No one. No one could do this. This is and for the amount of super chats today that came in, I think I got $5. And I got $5 on locals and I got $5 on Venmo. So $10, folks. I got paid $10 for a almost 6-hour live stream. So who the hell could do this? It's a form of torture. So yeah. But Tammy, look, even if you can't afford locals, that's fine. You can follow me there for free and you get all the notifications. Turn your notifications on, download the app. That's totally free. Following me is totally free. The only thing that you need the subscription for is the locals exclusive stuff and for chatting on locals. But you'll get all of the notifications for when I go live because YouTube won't give them to you. Rumble will. So make sure that you're subscribed on Rumble as well. All right, guys, meganfox.locals.com. That's where you want to be. Please get over there and follow me. Oh, AP, you bought the Great Tits mug. That's fantastic. I love that mug. And Linux Charms did the design on that, by the way. And she's super, super talented. She drew that. And she designed all of this stuff in the merch store. She drew all of the artwork. Isn't she amazing? She did the thumbprint. She did, Oh, for Fox's Sake. I love this one, by the way. Look how cute this is. Seriously, so cute. And it comes in all these different colors. I love this one. I have it in pink and it's adorable. Absolutely love it. Red and orange, great for fall. I love this one. So anyway, make sure you get over there and check it out. Did I put it in the Rumble chat? I'm not sure that I did. I pinned it at the top of the YouTube. So if you're looking for the merch store, it should be there or also just there in the chat. Yeah, I did put it on Rumble. Awesome. All right, guys, that's it for me. I'm out of here. I'll see you tomorrow. Check locals for notifications for what time. And always be good to one another and do your squats. See ya.
Lost, my world is near its end. I almost felt my head is full of a million choices. I am alive, I'm not here to pretend. voices, oh, and my heart, million voices. Come next to me, my friend, embrace the sky. I'm not afraid to fly. It's not the time to say goodbye. I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna stay. No, I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna say goodbye. This time I know my road is near its end. I almost felt my head is full of a million choices. I am alive, I'm not here to pretend. I love my friends, my heart is filled with a million voices. Oh, this road has many choices, and my heart, million voices. Come next to me, my friend, embrace the sky. I'm not afraid to fly. It's not the time to say goodbye. I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna stay. No, I don't wanna say goodbye. No, I don't wanna say goodbye.
So I take it that
Johnny's
you've seen
problem is he
Cameron
should
John's
come
bedroom
storming
before.
in there with
Yeah.
a string of
Do you
garlic
recall whether
and
you
some
went
holy
into
water.
Mr. Judson's
Across
or
the crucifix one.
May the
Do you
power of
recall,
Christ
or no,
compel you.
No, I don't
He
think so.
realized
Miss
his house
Hubbard,
was infested with
except for
succubuses.
that,
And
there's a picture you're looking of what it, yes. Do you recall whether it was there when you arrived in the afternoon? I don't remember seeing it now. So while she
No wonder he said drown her before you burn her.
Oh my god.
You-
Your next witness?
Now I know
Witness
why
for
he wanted to
known
drown
as
her.
Lasis,
Your
and that
next
is
witness
also
lives in
by
Romania.
video.
Is that correct?
That begins with Miss Vasquez.